Just as a short introduction to our next speaker, Marvin Waldman spent 20 years or so as a creative director at some of the world's largest agencies, working on some of the world's largest brands. There are some iconic campaigns that you're all familiar with that he wrote. And we brought him on as Adventure's creative director, I don't know, about a year and a half ago or so. And I've had the pleasure of just sitting in on calls and meetings with Marvin, and I know that I speak for a lot of the people on my team who have expressed this to me and have expressed this to Marvin. Every experience is like a masterclass in creative thinking. I've watched and sometimes collaborated with the rest of our team, led by Marvin, writing lines for brands like Sports Illustrated, one of the largest insurance companies in the world, startups, service businesses, products, and like you're just sitting there stuck. Like, what should we say? How do we condense this idea into a message that resonates with people? And then Marvin will be encouraging us to sort of spit out ideas, and of course they're all bad ideas. And then Marvin unmutes himself on the call, or he raises his hand, and then he says something which just blows you away. Because it's absolutely brilliant, it's correct, it makes sense, and it just opens your eyes to a whole new way of thinking. So it's with a lot of humility and an enormous amount of appreciation for what Marvin has done for our agency that we have him here today, and it's an absolute honor to introduce him.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you. They're loading my presentation so we could talk. I'd like to show you the horrible ideas I've had. I have many more of those. But it's interesting. I look around. When I came in, I looked around at your handsome faces. And the painful realization came that I probably have been in the advertising business far, far longer than you're alive, which is sort of freaky when you think about it, right? But then if you think about it, it's not beyond possibility that your parents were watching a TV commercial that I did the very same night you were conceived. It's a bizarre idea, right? So in a certain way, I'm a relative, like a distant relative, but maybe a relative. But it's good to see you guys. And being in the business for so long, most of it was in more traditional media. That's where one foot is still squarely in. I don't say I have the other foot in digital. I have some toes, wiggling around in there. But it does give me a perspective, I think. The years give me a perspective. And I do see a problem, not necessarily with Adventure, but I do see a problem. Probably not the only one who said, oh, there it is. I'm probably not the only one who said this, but the fact is that you guys, you digital guys, do a far, far better job. It's not even comparable in terms of getting the message in front of your target. No one does that. I mean, traditional marketing, it was always a guess, and you never quite were sure. You do that far better than, you could get that message right where you need it. Problem is I'm not sure we always know what to say once we're there, right? You get it in front of it, but then what do we say now? It's not only what do we say, how do we say it? And that's a craft that I think people are starting to lose. Because when you think of it, all advertising, no matter traditional or digital, there's all the things, all the stuff that's done before the message, and all the stuff that's done after the message runs, right? But then you have the message in the middle, and the message gets the least amount of time put to it, and usually the least amount of money. But yet, and here's a question, what's the only thing your consumer sees? What is the only thing your consumer sees? Do they see a bubble chart or an Excel chart? No, they only see your message, only. Nothing comes with that. You're not there to explain it. You're not there to explain your business goals. They just see the message. And if the message doesn't carry what you want it to carry, you're sort of wasting your time, right? Anybody disagree? If you disagree anytime, just let me know. Just raise your hand and disagree. I mean, you'll be wrong, but you could disagree. All right? All right. So with that, we're going to talk today about the creative brief. Briefly about the creative brief. What we're talking here is a guide to communications, a guide to the message itself. It's a brief about the message. It tells you what the message should do. Not how to do it, but what the message needs to accomplish. And it's a very specific goal. It's not a business goal. The message has nothing to do with an increase of sales. Not at all. That's not interesting or relevant to the consumer. But we'll get into that, okay? But before that, it's a great quote. I love it. Who knows George Bernard Shaw? People stop reading, so you should read this guy. He's brilliant. He said, the single biggest problem in communications is the illusion that it has taken place. He wasn't referring to advertising. He was referring to me talking to you, or you talking to your wife, or husband, or friend, or kids. We think we're communicating. We think we're getting the message across, and we're not. Or we're not getting what we think we're getting across. Bad for anything, for any kind of relationship, but being that we're in the communications business, it's fatal, right? It's fatal. You need to get across what you think you're getting across, okay? So, why is that? Well, let's see. One, we don't know what we want to communicate. Literally, we don't know. We just sort of do it. And we're just sort of throwing something up on the wall and seeing if it sticks. We don't know what we want that communication to accomplish. We need to think more like actors. An actor on stage, whenever they're saying anything, they're wanting it to create something in the person they're speaking to. That's how almost all actors work. There's an intent in what you're saying. Do you want to impress the person you're talking to? Do you want them to understand something? Do you want them to share in your enthusiasm? Do you want them to get angry about something? Do you want to calm them down? There's some intention. We need to know when we're doing advertising message what that intention is. And you'd be surprised how many advertisers have no idea. They'll tell you the intention of the advertisers is to increase sales 30%. Right? If I'm talking to you about a product, I'm not saying we want to increase our sales 30%. That's ridiculous, right? But I need to say something to you that will, in fact, perhaps lead to an increase of 30%. I'm not saying you don't need that stuff. I'm not saying you don't need the bubble charts. That's all crucial. But that has to be distilled into a message that makes sense to the person you're sending it to. Okay? So we don't know what we want to communicate. We don't know the intention of that communication. And there's something called the curse of knowledge, which I find, anybody ever read Made to Stick by the Heath brothers? Right? It's a good book. You should read that. They talked about something called the curse of knowledge. And the curse of knowledge is you have something in your head, right, that informs what you're going to say, right? It informs it. You assume that the person you're speaking to has that same thing in their head. If they don't, they won't understand what you're saying. It sounds complicated, but it's a common thing like that. How many people have ever tapped a tune either with their fingers or... How many people have done that, right? They've actually done studies on that. So if I ask this audience, it'd be the same thing. I say, well, if you tap a tune out, what's the percentage of the people who will understand what you're tapping? And most people say, 50%, 70%, right? The reality is it's about 5%, if that. The reason you think it's easy for someone to understand your tapping is you have the melody in your head. They don't. They're only hearing the taps. You're hearing the taps going along with the melody. unless you tell them the melody before they won't understand. Let's try this. All right, see if you get this. Happy birthday. How many people got that? That's good. It's an easy one. How about this? Give you $100 if you get that. Who knows what that is? No. It was Eleanor Rigby. Did you see? In other words, that melody was so clear in my head. When I was tapping it, I was hearing the melody. So you have to make sure there's nothing hidden in your head that is not communicated that that person would need to understand that communication, okay? And we overcomplicate constantly. We just overcomplicate we try to put, we know so much about what we want to say, we try to just, can I curse? We try to, put 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. We hope that people will understand what we're saying, but spoiler alert, they won't. And there's a couple of reasons why they won't, but we'll get into later. So what does that all mean? That means that it's up to us, the people who communicate, to know what we're communicating and why we're communicating it. That's the very beginning. If you don't know that, everything is a crapshoot. Might a message work? Maybe. Odds are it won't. And then why is that? Let's look at this. Well, first let's look at a creative brief. That will finally define it. That's what the subject is, right? Digressions here. The creative brief, traditionally, and all agencies use them, is a document that creative people get, right? That hopefully they had a hand in creating it, and often not, they don't, and that's not good. Creative people very often have very good head for this stuff. Hopefully they had a hand in crafting it, but it's some document they get before they create their message. Now, it is crucial that that brief be as succinct, precise, and as clear as possible. By the way, I did a little digression here, but remember, succinct, clear, and precise as possible. And why am I calling it a message? I'm referring to everything as message and not advertising. It's a little digression. Anybody know why you're calling it message and not advertising? Right? I mean, I think because advertising has a meaning to it. It's like an ad, right? And we're mainly talking about ads, but in actuality, the color of your product is a message. The placement on the shelf is a message. Your tone of voice is a message. Who you get to represent your product is a message. They're all messages. Anytime you bring your product or something about your product in front of a consumer, that's a message. Okay, but back to business. As I was saying, we need it to be clear, precise, crucial, right? And why? Because they're old ways, and I know the old ways because I'm old, but basically this is not an exaggeration. It's the way it has been done, and to tell you the truth, it's still being done well that way. One way is that the account guy comes over and he says, like, write an ad for Warby Parker, right? And the creative guy says, what should it say? And the account guy says, I don't know, make it up, right? You wouldn't believe how often that is the brief to creatives. What, do it on work, you'll figure something out, just do it. The opposite of that, which is just as much, the creative guy says, the brief you gave me for Warby Parker has 73 Excel charts, a 3D graph of conflicting covariant coefficients. I made that up, that sounds good, right? And 654 bullet points, right? Creative guy says, this is the brief you gave me. And the account guy says, so? And the creative guy says, I have 125 characters, including spaces, right? And the guy says, you'll think of something. One of my favorite cartoons, a long time ago, it was an account person over obviously a copywriter over a typewriter, and the account guy had him by the neck, and he was like shaking him like this and saying, think of something, think of something. It often happens like that. And this model, or variants of this model, is how it's still mainly done. Even the brief. People have creative briefs that are neither creative nor brief. You know, like a 7-page thing of bullet points. If you give that to a creative team and say, do an ad, What do we do an ad? There's 14,000 points here. What do you want me to talk about? I'm compressed. Why exactly do we need to compress? And it's important to know that. The point here is that it needs to be precise. Because if it's not precise, the message is not going to be precise. And if the message is not going to be precise, it will more than likely fail. There's no question about it. It's going to fail. It won't work. The creative people will get blamed for that probably, but it's not necessarily their fault. It's not necessarily anybody's fault, because this is just the way we do things, and we've got to think about how we're doing them. So it will fail because messages arrive into this world uninvited, right? They're uninvited guests. No one's looking for your message, right? They're uninvited, and it has all sorts of limitations to it. You have limitations of time, right? Literal time, if it's broadcast or cable, you have a certain amount of seconds. Figurative time, people don't want to spend a lot of time on it. They just don't. So you're limited in time. You're obviously limited in space. You can't write novels about your ad, right? The clutter, which is the key element here, you're limited by this 15,000 other ads that the person is looking at, right? How many ads do you think a person sees in a day? All sorts of different estimates. That's including logos and things. Anybody want to take a guess? 1,000? I've heard estimates up to 5,000. 5,000 logos, ads, messages, hints. So out of that morass, your message has to pop out. So you have to be aware of that. And if you're not precise and clear in what you're saying, it has no chance. And the other thing is something I call the H factor, for hubris. It's the hubris we have to believe that the consumer is really interested in what we have to say. They're not. They're not. It's important to you. It's crucial to you. It's your job. It's the agency's job. It's the client. It's not that important to the consumer. It just isn't. If we get that hubris out of it, oh, they're going to love this. No, you're going to have to do something to make them love it. The ad has to become interesting or entertaining or informational or emotional or something to connect with the consumer. If it doesn't do that, it's not like, oh, I got an ad, they're going to like it. The only exception to that are ads that have to do with life and death or something that's really unusual. If you have a non-parody product, if you have a car that gets 300 miles a gallon on a teaspoon of vegetable oil, that's all you have to say. But we don't have those products mainly. We deal with parody products. And so you have to do other things with it to make it interesting. So all that adds up to, you need to make it interesting and you need to make it focused. Today, we'll talk mainly about what to do to make that happen. It's the first part of it, actually, creative brief. The creative brief is a blueprint that is used to make the ad. It's like a blueprint for a house. It doesn't tell you how to do it. It tells you what to do or what you want to accomplish. But it needs that sense of simplicity. When I was a creative director, when we had, I had to sign off on these things, and it got to a point after my own hubris, I didn't care if they fired me or not anymore, I would not sign off on anything that had more than one idea. I wouldn't do it. We're not working on this. We're not doing this. You focus your thinking, all right? We're not doing it otherwise. So, how many people ever saw City Slickers? You haven't? See, you're so young. Go see that. It's a great movie, right? It's a great movie.
Do you know what the secret of life is?
No, what?
This.
Your finger?
One thing. Just one thing.
That's great, but what's the one thing?
That's what you gotta figure out.
And that one thing is the thing you have to discover in the product. It's the one thing you're communicating. You could have contingent points or supportive points, of course. But if you start doing a bullet-pointed kind of brief about a product, people don't watch or listen to bullet points, right? You're outside the corporate world. Bullet points don't mean anything. So if you could look tonight, I mean, force yourself to watch regular television and look at the commercials, almost all of them will have a myriad of points. And you could watch it and right after, just stop it and try to recount what they said. You probably wouldn't. And here you're aware of the fact they're trying to remember it. To the regular consumer, it just goes by. Because there's a lot of blah, 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 blah. It's like the political ads. How many people have ever been in a battleground state during an election? It's unbearable, right? It's like unbearable. It's like literally you see a commercial every second, every 30 seconds, and they all meld one into the other. You have no idea what one is, what we're going. And they keep talking about, there's another digression, they keep talking about the money in politics, we got, $7 million for ads and they got 10 million. No one's talking about how good are these ads. A good ad works better than a bad ad, right? Bad ads don't really work. And that has to do, again, with the brief. I've worked on political campaigns, and the smart politicians, they have briefs. They know exactly what they want to say. I don't know if I have this, like Barack Obama, first time he ran, it was change. Everything he talked about was change. Second time he ran, it was about hope. Everything he talked about was hope. If he made a speech that didn't have one of those things, it would be changed. Another president that we had said, make America great again, right? He borrowed it from the Nazis, but it was effective. It was an effective kind of thing. Make America, people remembered that, they got that. And everything said, make America great again. As opposed to Hillary, which said like, I'm with her. What's happening? So I'm with her. There was no thought in what it was. That in that make America great, there was a thought. Right? Whatever you think of him, that was a thought. Let's get back to the subject, right? What is this grade brief? First of all, there's a gazillion of them out there. Every agency has their own. Some horrible, in my opinion. I mean, they might think mine is horrible. Some are they say it's brief, but it's nothing near brief. It's just a lot of blah, blah. The one I like is the one Y&R used for a while. I think they stole it from Ted, I don't know how that, and I've changed it around a little bit. So this is what it is. And it answers 4 questions, that's all. It says, one is basically who we're talking to, right? And you just want to get a little psychographics and demographics in that, short. Because you want to get an idea. Remember that the brief is for the people who are crafting the commercial. And when you're writing something, or whether it's a post or a Facebook ad, you want to have a picture of that person in your head. So this is short enough, the who, to sort of get a sense who that person is. All right. What do they think, feel, and or do now before they see the messaging? That's key there. Before they see the messaging about your product. They may not know anything about your product, which is, you need to say, maybe just to be about the category. What relationship do they have with your product or your category right now? Right? Forget about your message. Right now, what do they have now? The second part is, what do you want them to think, feel, and do in the future? Meaning after they see your message. You want that message to do something to the consumer. You want some change to happen. Because if you're not looking for a particular change in the consumer, why would you advertise? It makes it, you wouldn't, right? You want some sort of change. Here you specify what that change is going to be, right? And the last, and I think the most important part, is what is the insight? And the insight is some psychological or sociological thing that's relevant to the crafting of the commercial. Won't end up most of the time in the commercial, but it's relevant, and I keep saying commercial, that's just habit, to the message. Again, that's also the color of the product. It could be a post, it could be a tweet, it's all the same. But what is the insight that helps inform that, right? Now, why do I like this format? It's simple. It forces you to focus your thinking. It forces it. I'll show you how we could reinforce that forcing. And it puts everything on the same page. And what I like about it, it was used exclusively for creators, right? I think it works across the organization. I think everybody should be involved with a creative brief. It is the essence of an elevator speech. It's really what it is. And everybody should be on that same page, right? Okay. It's executable, meaning I could do an ad. I could do a post based on that, right? I can't do a post based on a tomb of research and information. I can't. You have to distill that. It needs to be distilled into its essence. And most importantly, it talks about that. Anybody use that sign anymore? Delta, right? What does Delta stand for? Change. It needs to indicate what that change is. Again, not necessarily business goals. Those are important. The change we're talking here is either an attitudinal or behavioral change on the part of the consumer. I remember that product. I may try that again. Or I think I'll use it more often. Or I never heard of that product. Sounds interesting. Or the competition sucks, right? Or it's certainly worth it. Or I could use that for this. And whatever you want to do, you want that change to happen, okay? But there are rules, for at least my creative brief. Strictly enforced rules, okay? Not more than one page. The whole thing, one page. There are exceptions, not in this deck. I've done longer ones, but try not to. But it's not only one page. It needs to be double spaced. Nothing less than 12-point type. I'm telling you, because everybody tries to cheat on these, right? They'll put like 6-point type and just single space and it'll just crowd it. They'll make 7 pages into one. The idea is it's one page, right? No bullet points. No run-on sentences, because people cheat with that. They try to get 2 points in with one sentence, still 2 points, right? And there are a lot of ifs. If it sounds like marketing blather, rewrite it. If the creative people look like they'll throw up while they're reading it, rewrite it. If you wrote it to suck up to the client, not necessarily to making a connection with your target, rewrite it, right? And if you hold yourself to those disciplines, it works. It sort of works. Any questions so far? I'm going to have to act these commercials out. But in other words, what this creative brief does, it creates a bridge. It takes you from what the consumer is thinking or doing now to what you want them to think. The creative brief doesn't tell you how to build that bridge, but it gives you the material where that bridge could be built, right? You're taking the consumer from what they think now to what you want them to think in the future. And yes, it's a manipulation of sort, but so is everything we do. Not all manipulations don't necessarily bad. Some are, but it's not really a moral question. But that's why you're advertising. That's really important. I've been in rooms with CEOs that couldn't define why they're spending $100 million on advertising, not sure what it was for. They knew all the business goals, but the rest they were all sort of foggy with. Any questions so far? Let me give you some examples. Colgate, these are real life examples. Now, how many people ever worked on toothpaste? No? Good, don't. That's one of the lowest interest categories ever, right? No one ever wants to hear about toothpaste, ever. I used to tell my client that, if you gave 1,000 people 100 pages and told them to fill it up with things that they want to see in magazines, Colgate would not be on one of them. Toothpaste would not be on one of them. No one's interested. However, we had an opportunity they were coming out with whitening toothpaste. That's a little more interesting than regular toothpaste, right? Problem is Colgate, and I'm apt to do this, they were like the 10th brand to come out with whitening toothpaste. All the news was gone already, And they're a great company, actually, but they were also 10 or 15 years late coming out with fluoride. They thought it was a fad. They missed that one up. But so here, this is an opportunity to do something good. And what's better for us is that they didn't put too much importance on this toothpaste. They were about to come out with tartar control toothpaste. They were busy with that. That would have been their main brand. And so they needed fill, so they did this. And so they sort of let the agency do it, right? Do it. So who are we talking to? Remember, now these are on 2 slides, but easily you'll see they could fit on 1 slide. Who are we talking to? Self-confident people who take responsibility for their own wellness. sort of psychographic, right? Get an idea. They take good care of their teeth. To them, white teeth are attractive and a sign of oral health. They're young adults, 21 and 29 for whatever reason that is, but that gives you your demographic, right? Who are forming their own households, a demographic, getting married, having kids. They have not tried any whitening toothpaste to date. That's important, all right? Because this toothpaste did not have any advantage whatsoever to any other whitening toothpaste. There's really nothing you could hang your hat on with this. So they never try, and the question is, why didn't they try it? So this is the kind of thing, we didn't do research in this. This literally was, a week of sitting around in a room, just like making stuff up and see what resounds, right? So now, what do they think now, before the message? Notice it has gone from third person to first person. See the quotes? That I insist on. You want to hear it like a person speaking, like your target speaking. You don't want marketing jargon to get stuck in there because it'll end up in the commercial or the ad. I keep doing that. It'll end up in the message. You don't want marketing blah, blah in the message. You see that all the time. There's a thing I saw a couple of nights ago. I think it was for an asthma medicine. And it was something like, whatever its brand name, it was a horrible commercial. We're disrupting asthma, right? Disrupting asthma? I mean, does a person with asthma think they're disrupting asthma? It's a marketing term. It's a business kind of thing. It's a horrible thing. Keep that away. Make it sound like someone is speaking, right? And if it doesn't sound like that, rewrite it, right? So this one is pretty simple. I think all toothpastes are basically the same. Most people think that, I brush and floss every day and see the dentist regularly, so my teeth are healthy and perfectly white, right? We didn't know this perfectly from research. We knew that people think toothpaste is the same, and they tend to buy either what the parents bought, or they buy something new, or they buy what's on sale, and they get stuck with one, and they keep doing it. There's no real reasons. And they basically think all toothpaste is the same. And this person is saying, what did I say? What's the problem here? If you're selling whitening toothpaste, what's the problem with this person? Who knows? There's a problem. If that's the way your target is thinking, what do you have to overcome? They already think the teeth are perfectly white. If there was a medicine for make yourself handsome, I wouldn't need that because I'm already that way, right? But it's the same thing with teeth. It's like, if you think your teeth are perfectly white, why would you get a whitening toothpaste? Therein lies a problem, right? We have the second what do we want them to think after the message, right? So let's look at that. Now, look how simple it is. It's going to be very simple. After they see the message, maybe my teeth aren't as white as I think. You want them to think that. There's something, I think Mary Wells said it, Bill Bernbeck maybe. The expression is, advertising does one of two things. It's pretty true. It afflicts the comfortable or comforts the afflicted. One of those two things. Here, we're afflicting the comfortable. We want to make them uneasy about their thoughts being, my teeth, we don't want to make them feel bad, but you could still, maybe my teeth aren't as white as they should be. I should check out this toothpaste, It certainly can't hurt, right? The person is not going to say, this is the best thing I ever had, and it's blah, blah, blah. They don't speak like that. The most you can get that person to do is say, I'm going to check it out, right? Get it into the consideration frame. The insight here was key because we had those facts that, it made sense, but what could possibly help inform that, right? And we're thinking the person's self-image or tooth image was positive, right? But we know that your self-image is affected by what other people think. All of us. If your parents keep calling you stupid, if Einstein's parents kept calling him stupid, he would have grown up feeling somewhat stupid, right? You take in what other people's opinions are. So, got that so far? We see what the problem is. It's an easy who, you got it, and it's an insight. You give this to a creative person, I could do this. I mean, it's not that it's easy to come up with something, but they know where they're heading. They know what that bridge is that they have to cross. And the message becomes that bridge, right? All right, so let's see if I get you. Oh, this was such a good commercial. All right, I'll explain it to you. It's a kindergarten teacher, very attractive kindergarten teacher in front of these adorable little kids. They're sitting on a rug, and she's teaching them colors, right? And she said, what color is the sky? And they say, blue. You know, what color is the grass? Green. And she says, what color are my teeth? And there's a pause. And one little kid says, beige. Another person says, off-white. Yellow. A crew. Mother of pearl. It's actually funny if you see it now. And she like looks aghast. That's all that commercial was. We go to the product, come back, her teeth are whiter, or they look whiter, and the kids are going, ooh, and that was the end of the commercial. That was it. As simple and as simple-minded, it exploded in sales. Exploded. It actually, initially, outsold their tartar-controlled toothpaste, which had literally 20 times as much money behind it. It outsold everything because it was an insight that people bought into. Oh, okay. And it really hit them. But it was a brief that was executable. There are other ways you could have done that brief, but this was an adorable brief, right? And it worked. And it was based on, once you got that brief, and if you're sitting as a creative person, you know, somebody probably said after 2 days, you know, like out of the mouths of babes. That's interesting, right? That's another way of saying like smart, you know, like truthful. And they did that. And it worked. And it worked because it was a very basic brief. Yes. Yes. Oh, good.
Good. Okay, what color is the grass? Green. Good. What color is my sweater? Blue. What color are my teeth?
Beige, off-white, speckle, mother of pearl.
No matter how great your smile is, don't you wish it could be whiter? Now it can. Introducing new Colgate.
And any questions on this? It seems so simple, but simple is hard. Simple is far, far harder than complicated. I mean, I could have written a brief on this that was 7 pages, and it would have been fairly easy to be able to force yourself to say, no, this is what we want. We don't want to really talk about baking soda. We'll throw that in. Just throw it in. No one remembered even that I said baking soda in this. It worked on the insight, and it worked with a certain base of simplicity. Let me tell you the new one, because I know I'm probably going into time problems. Before we get this next one up, it was for Chunky Soups. And I'm showing you, it's not because these are the best commercials, but they're a reflection of, they are direct, they comes out of the brief. In other words, they were direct, the brief was directly responsible for that creation. You needed to make a creative leap for that, but the brief made that happen. Chunky Soups, it's a big account, and Y&R Chunky got mad at BBDO, who had all of Campbell's, and they just, I don't know what it was, they just gave us Chunky Soup. We didn't do any research, we didn't do any pitch, they just gave it to us. We had no idea what to say. The fact is, BBDO has done some really good advertising for 20 years. Sales were good, they were just sliding slightly, and suddenly we had it, and it was our charge to say something different, right? I won't go in detail about the brief, but just the who was basically blue-collar workers, right, who just, they're not quite interested in nutrition. They sort of graze. It's called grazing. They open a cabinet. All men do this. You open a cabinet, you like stare at it, and so something hits you, and then, you know, and that's the kind of thing they do. And the sales were slipping only because, well, like Progresso came up with Chunky Soup that was just as good or maybe better than Campbell's, and the competition was sliding down. People were forgetting about Chunky, and we wanted them to do it again, right? So the first one is, well, I sort of, you know, I like Chunky, but I don't, you know, Progresso's good, and we only want them to change to, yeah, I forgot about Chunky. I'm gonna try some more. That was really as simple as they ever got. Again, in this one, it was the insight. We started doing focus groups all around the country because this is a big account, and it was, you know, it gave us entree into all of Campbell's. And we couldn't find anything. It was like getting desperate. We couldn't find anything that BBDO didn't do, something new. Until about the 10th focus group in, we noticed the moderator was talking to these guys, And one of them mentioned his mother, right? Mother, and how his mother used to give him soup when he was sick, right? Just like mentioned it. Not chunky, just soup. But once, it's like when you hear a new word, you suddenly hear that word 7 more times. Every focus group after that, men started talking about their mothers and soup. Just connection, not chunky, just soup. And we said, that's it. There's a trigger between men and their mothers and soup. There's some connection, there's some nurturance thing going on there, and we weren't sure. So we took a chance with it, and we did a particularly stupid campaign.
Reggie! Did you eat your chunky soup?
How did you get down here? Ma?
Did you eat your chunky soup?
Yeah, Ma. Chunky beef with country vegetables.
Interesting story about that. Sports Illustrated, we did this campaign for a long time. Every year was another football player, real football player, and it's called the Chunky Curse. Because guys who were in the commercial, Reggie White started, he died shortly thereafter, unexpectedly. Ben Roethlisberger got into a motorcycle accident during the shooting. There was like 6 or 7 of these guys, and so it was a little scary. So you think something so silly like that. It was only women, it was mothers sneaking onto the field, trying to make sure their son, the real football player, is getting his soup. It's all it was. It's a ridiculous premise. It ran for 22 years. They took it off for 3 years, and sales literally plummeted, and they brought it back. It was the simplicity of the brief led to that. If you had a complicated brief, if we started talking about the size of the chunks or the thickness of the broth and blah, 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 it wouldn't have done what it did. It was excessively successful. It was unbelievable. The actual sales, I think the first year went up, and this is a big brand, close to 70%. And it only could be attributed to the commercial, the only thing that changed. So that's an example of using a brief in a way that the message becomes the key part. You're communicating what you need to the consumer. They're only seeing that. What they see has to change their attitude. It's only what they see or hear. Nothing else is going to do it. All the other stuff is important, but you need to craft the message. Otherwise, you're wasting your money. You're wasting your time. Okay? As it is, most ads, the percentage of hits, then it's not good to begin with. But it's dreadful. It's dreadful when you don't do it right. And when you do it particularly right, though, when you really nail it, it's amazing what it could do. I have, on a real one show, a mind is a terrible thing campaign. A mind is a terrible thing to waste campaign. The advertising on that did incredible things. It was all very focused. It's all about deserving kids not being able to go to college. That's what all of them was about. Very simple and clear, and each one with a story. And it was just a huge success for decades. So, the creative brief done correctly is a necessity if you want to increase the likelihood that your messaging will be heard and hopefully liked and acted upon by your target. It's a necessity, really. It's not let's do it or let's not do it. And it's something you need to do with your clients. And that's always difficult because they tend not to want to do that. If you could do it with your client or get your client to approve the creative brief, then they have authorship in the work. And once they have authorship, they're not as prone to say, I hate that or I don't like that. Well, this is what you signed off on. This is what we're doing. This does that. It's very important to try to get your client in, and at least you. And to be able to do the brief simply so that you know what it's saying without looking at a piece of paper. That's another problem with briefs. If you have to look at a piece of paper, right, to understand what the mission statement is, you can go beyond creative. To know what the vision is of your company, if you have to look at that, it's not written well. You need to know that, okay? Same thing with the brief. You need to be able to take that in. So it needs to be simple, and again, not simplistic. Simplistic is negative. Simple is not negative. Simple is good. In terms of any kind of messaging, simple is good. It's better, always. Not sometimes, always, right? Clear and executable and reflective of the needs of the client. We have to do what the client wants, not necessarily execute I mean, they usually don't know how to execute, but we have to achieve their goals. That's what we're doing. Simple, again, is a lot harder than complicated. And here, the creator brief should begin the process. The execution should come out of the creator brief. To be honest with you, there are times, not all that many, that the ad comes first. Somebody thinks of an ad and says, oh, that's the strategy, and you do it backwards. Problem is that, just from a money standpoint, it is far more time-taking when you have the creatives or the people doing the ads are chasing a strategy. You could come up with something good, but it takes longer. Likelihood of it being good is not good. If you get the brief first, everybody's on the same page and everybody can move from that. It's very important. Don't let the ad like chase a strategy. It doesn't work that way. But when all is said and done, like I said before, the creative brief only tells you what to do, what you want to accomplish. Doesn't tell you how. And that'll be the next doable meeting. We'll talk about how you do that, because there are ways to actually learn how to craft a message. It's not a big mystery. There are ways to do that. We can't turn everybody into, Bill Bernbachs or Jay Shiatz, but everybody can learn how to do a better execution, and that's the how part. But that you can't do the how till you do the what. The what's important, okay? And that will do it the next DOLA. All right, good. Thank you.
I sent David a cold email 4 or 5 years ago. And for those of you who don't know, David Sable was the global CEO of the world's largest advertising agency, Young & Rubicam. He presided over 188 offices in 170 countries. He's one of the biggest names in advertising alive today. I had absolutely no expectations of receiving a response. I was given his email address. I have sent a lot of cold emails in my time, just reaching out, trying to say hello, trying to network. 30 seconds later, I got a response. I said, look, I'm running a very small shop in Long Island. You're a global CEO of the largest advertising agency in the world. You speak at conferences. I've been following your YouTube videos. Just if you're speaking at another conference, let me know. I'd love to come down and shake your hand, just say hello. I don't know, 60 seconds later, without exaggeration, I get an email back. 4 words, 5 words. I'll spring for a sandwich. So the next I heard was from his secretary. We set up dinner. This was 4.5 years ago, and I really mean this sincerely. It's not an exaggeration. We wouldn't be here today. This event would not be taking place if it wasn't for David's mentorship, his love, his care for not only myself, but for the rest of our team, his involvement, the countless hours that David has given, really with no expectation or even like anything I could have possibly given in return, just really out of the kindness of his heart. David's heart is larger than the ocean. His knowledge of advertising and of creative, and just how marketing and messaging works is second to none. It's an unbelievable honor and a treat that he is here with his guests. And without any further delay and with great thanks and with great humility, I'd love to welcome David and the panel to the stage.
Okay, my mother wrote that, so, and she's not alive anymore, so I don't know. Okay, thank you so much, Isaac. Forget what he said. I'm gonna introduce the panel in a second, but I need your energy. So everybody stand up. Stand up, let's go. Stand up. Stand up, put your phones down, because this is not a digital session. So I don't want anybody looking at their phone. I don't want you texting. I don't want you, afterwards you can text and put our pictures up, do whatever you want. But right now, you're gonna stay focused with me the whole way. You with me? Everybody with me? All right, so at the count of 3, just loud as you can, literally, I wanna see the light bulb shake. Just scream, primal scream. Doesn't have to be, you scream whatever you want. You yell shit, I don't care, honestly, but just loud primal scream, as loud as you all can. No wussing out here. It's got to be really loud because we need your energy, right? So at the count of 3, I just want to hear it. Shake the walls. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Sit down. All right. So this session, you just heard a little bit about Insight. You heard my good friend Marvin talk this morning about briefs. We're going to take it to the next level. So without any further ado, let me introduce my 2 good friends and colleagues, Jason and Ryan. All right, he's coming in a minute, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves and tell you what they do, and then we're going to dive in. You ready?
Yep. I just need a mic. I can shout, though.
All right, we'll pass it. There you go. Do we have one for him? Or we just expect him to, like, lip sync? You good? All right, so I'm going to let Jason tell you a few words about himself, but I just want to say I've known Jason now for 12 years or so. I first met him in South Africa. We bought his business and brought it in, and now he's running a big piece of it, and he's running one of the biggest accounts in WPP, one of the most important accounts in WPP. And meeting him in South Africa was just one of the great moments of my life, I have to say, and we've been buddies ever since. So, Jason, say a few words about yourself and what you're doing today.
Thanks, David. Very kind words. Hi, everybody. So I'm Jason Xenopoulos. I'm currently the Chief Creative Officer for VML Y&R North America and the Global Chief Creative Officer for Ford across WPP. As David says, a very, very large account. So with that comes a lot of complexity as well. You can probably hear from my accent that I'm not from New York. I've been living here for about 5 years now, but I'm from South Africa.
And he still hasn't learned English, so what can you do?
This is English. I started out life as a film director and a screenwriter, and then got sucked into advertising at some point in time. And it's been a wild and wonderful ride, and David's been an important part of it. So happy to be here and to chat to you all.
Not only did he get sucked into advertising, but he built what was the primo digital agency in South Africa, which is why we bought them. And really just absolutely primo, one of the best agencies that we ever acquired. So that was good.
And thanks for doing it.
And sitting to my left is somebody who comes out of that system, also from South Africa, who is currently the creative director of the very same account that he runs, the Ford account, which we're going to talk about. It is one of, as I said, it's one of the most important accounts in WPP. It is an incredibly important account in the world. Those of you who know the car business know that Ford is a major player, if not the major player. So say a few words about yourself.
Yeah, hi everyone. You'll notice my accent's similar to the guy over there.
We couldn't afford people who spoke English, I'm sorry.
I actually met Jason. I joined this digital agency called Native in South Africa just as it was getting out of the gates. I come from a background of working in advertising, design, filmmaking as well. Worked as a director and did some documentary stuff and all sorts of kind of fun things. And then I met Jason, who thought I was coming for a job interview when I was actually just coming to help them out, and he kept asking me why I wanted to work there, and I kept saying I don't. But we've ended up working together and growing that agency in South Africa. I only arrived in New York 3 months ago, so I'm really fresh off the boat, and now here to lead Ford as Chief Creative Officer for North America and team up with Jason again and do some kick-ass work. So excited to be in your awesome city. So, yeah.
All right, so I believe that our session is really critical to what you guys do. All right, so you've heard all the digital information. It's really important because it's what drives the system. But now you're going to learn what goes into this system. Like, what do you put at the front end? One of the biggest problems that digital agencies typically have is that they get all of the digital stuff right, but somehow they miss the point that unless you have great creative, great content, really motivating stuff in there, that all your analytics, all your digitalization, all your use of Google, of Facebook, of whatever, is all worthless if you don't have great insight on the creative, not just on the digital, not just on the, but on the creative. Everybody with me on that? So we're going to talk about a brief. Do we have any lawyers here? No? Good. So how many of you have ever used a brief? Put your hands up because I can't see you. Don't wuss out. So very few of you have. So what's a brief? Tell them.
Well, I mean, in simple terms, what differentiates what we do in this industry from fine art, for example, is that we apply creativity in service of solving a problem. And the brief is really there to explain what that problem is and to hopefully, if it's a good creative brief, give you the angle of attack and the insights you need to overcome that challenge.
And in your career, how many different types of briefs have you seen?
I mean, too many to count.
Too many to count. So here's the bottom line. Don't waste your time worrying about the brief, like which brief you use. Just find one and use it. Simple. So what goes into a simple brief, Ryan?
It's basically an insight. I mean, if you have something that sparks imagination, a simple question, something that really provokes an answer or inspires an answer, I think that's a perfect brief. For me, we've seen a million different versions of this, but it can be one line. It doesn't need to be.
But how do you get to that one line? So what would you, what are the 3, 4, 2 questions that you should ask in the brief? Obviously who you're talking to, but what else?
Go ahead, I can see you're ready to answer. No, I mean, I think that the first thing you have to do is really understand the problem. You have to understand what question is being asked of you, because I think a lot of times the brief goes wrong at the very first line, which is the objective. Because if a client comes to you and says, well, we're losing market share, that sounds like it's the problem, but actually there's a problem behind that problem. And you have to identify what that problem is and then set the objective of solving that problem. If you misinterpret what that objective is, you misinterpret what that problem is, then everything that flows from it ends up being wrong.
So the first thing you do is identify the problem. What is it you're trying to solve?
Exactly.
Right? So here's the bottom line, right? Next time you watch anything, whether it's you're streaming, you're watching broadcast, you're on digital, it makes no difference. Look at whatever advertisement you see, or outdoor, I don't really care, and ask yourself if you think the creatives understood the problem. Have they, what you see in front of you, has that answered the question? My bet is that in 60% of the time, you're just going to be scratching your head, and you'll have absolutely no idea what they were trying to solve. So the first thing is identify the problem. What's the second thing?
So I think once you've identified the problem or the objective, the next thing that you have to really understand is what is the biggest obstacle standing in your way of solving that problem. So here is the problem, let me go and solve it. What is the thing that is standing in my way? Because that's the thing you need to attack.
So what's the barrier to success? Everybody get that? Everybody understand why you need that, why that helps you get to the, yes? Any questions? We're going to be interactive here. Anybody have a question about that? You all get that, right? So you get the objective, what are you trying to solve? And then what's standing in the way of your being able to solve, because that is your creative insight. That's the thing that's going to drive you to an answer, right? Good.
Well, yeah, I think so. The next thing really is that human insight, and the word insight is so kind of weighted down at this point in time, because there's so many different definitions of what an insight is, and it's such an ephemeral thing anyway. But so let's talk about it as a human truth. It's something about your audience and ideally about human beings in general that is going to give you the fuel you need to springboard over that obstacle. So I've got an objective that I need to solve. I've got a barrier that is standing between me and that objective. Now what I want to find is some nugget of truth about human beings, some trigger point that I can push that will help me to springboard over that.
So give us an example.
Of an insight?
Yeah.
He looked at you.
I just looked at you. Not Ford, hold Ford.
No, hold forward.
Because we're going to come back
the
to
easy
Ford.
question, right? No, I mean, I think to the challenge point, like there'll be a million challenges standing in the way of achieving an objective sometimes, and you have to make sure you're choosing the one that can be solved by what you're able to do, right? It has to be relevant to the sphere of things that you're working on. It can't be like a pure distribution challenge that we can never solve or something like that. So it's, finding that challenge and then really searching for that human truth that helps unlock or overcome it. The one that I always loved, I think it was P&G, I actually can't remember where it came from, but it was kind of a statement that every time a child is born, a mother is born as well. And I just loved that as an insight where, if we want to reach mothers, a mother's being born as well at the same time as a child. And I just thought it was a beautiful question or sort of insight that goes, okay, we need to speak to someone who is going through a birth of some kind as well with the products we're trying to sell them.
That's awesome. That's a great one. Let me give you one that's a bad one, but one that you'll learn from. So some of you might remember back in probably 96. So those of you who were, anybody here born in 96? I'm feeling a little old in this group. So it was the beginning of the digital quote unquote revolution. And there was a famous pet company that was selling direct. It was mostly online. It was one of the first. And all of their advertising was around a little puppet. And the little puppet was a little doggy puppet. And the thing about the way they showed the puppet, and some of this was very American, and some of you might remember it, they showed the hand because they thought that that was part of the coolness of it, that you saw the hand going. Well, the business tanked. Why did it tank? What did they miss? Anybody know? Take a guess. Somebody. What did they miss? What insight did they miss? I apologize, I can't. Okay, the focus might have been taken away from the actual product. Good, what else? Anybody? All right, really simple. Yeah. Okay, the focus was taken away from the dog owner, also interesting and good, but I'll tell you what the real insight was that they missed. You see, people love their dogs. They love their animals. Like, who that owns a dog wants to see a stupid puppet with a hand that's making fun of their dog ownership and of their dog? Nobody. And so the piece that they missed, and go today, watch anything, whether it's Chewy's or any of the people who've actually been successful at this, it's all about the emotional connection between the owner and the dog and, as we say, the product. So you're all right, but that one piece that's important is that emotional connection, the human truth. Everybody see that? The human truth was the simplicity of it all, is that people love their dogs, they don't hate their dogs. Okay, great. So now, anybody have any questions just about the basics of the brief? Because now we're going to get into what that is. So what do you put into it? Like, to prepare for a brief, what should you do? What should you learn about the product, about the service, about the...
Well, I mean, as much as possible. I think one of the downsides of our quick access to information that we now have on Google and in many other sources is that strategists and creatives have stopped going out into the world and interacting with people and the people that they're trying to talk to. So I think you need to learn as much as you can about that industry. You need to learn as much as you can about that particular brand, that particular product, and all of the people that that may be interested in it. So I think that all provides you with a fundamental foundation from which to identify relevant insights, etc.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I think it's, we say it with surfing all the time, it's a lifestyle. It's like literally, it sounds super cheesy, but if you're not a curious human that's curious about why people behave in a certain way, you're not going to just accidentally discover amazing insights. And I think, there's a place for desktop research, there's a place for reams of data, but it was good to hear the other guys talking about why behind the data, because without the why, it's kind of meaningless. There's data everywhere, there's data points in every conversation, but you have to be kind of curious and listening for it, and you know it when you find it.
And by the way, the digital data that you heard about and the why and the insights are critical to understanding this, because it does tell you something about behavior. But it only tells you about the behavior that happened a second ago, and it's typically transactional. That's why you have that data. But you have to go beyond that transactional. You need the transactional, you need to understand it, because often that can be part of the barrier. But you have to get beyond it. You have to understand, again, coming back to that notion of the human truth. Now, how many of you would say that you or the people around you, when you have a product that you look at or a service that you talk about, have always tried it, used it, really understand it, or you've just kind of, and be honest, or they've just kind of read this spreadsheet about it and, do their best? So who thinks that they've actually really immersed themselves in everything about their client product?
Can't only be beer brands as well. It's got
Yeah, not many hands up. And so that, guys, is really critical. I once had a creative director who worked for me, who, when I tried to take him to the labs of Colgate, Colgate still is a big global client of VMLY&R's, said to me, no, don't clutter my mind. I don't need to know that. And I'm like, wow, like, what are you going to make creative about if you don't understand the product? So he didn't want his mind to be cluttered. Your mind needs to be cluttered in the biggest way. You need to understand the product. You need to try it. You need to talk to people who love the product. You need to talk to people who have used the product and stopped using it. Barrier. Like, you want to understand why they came into the franchise and why they left. And the third, and maybe the most important, are people who hate it and are never going to do it or use it, because you want to understand why. Everybody got that? So 3 types of people you have to talk to. It makes no difference what the product or service is. In order for you to develop the kinds of insights that you're hearing about, you need to talk to those people, yes? Good. So before we get into some specifics, I want to get into a couple of specific Ford briefs. But the difference between an execution, and this is critical for all of you, an execution and an insightfully driven creative unit is really simple. And then I'll give you my view, and then we'll hear from our panel. If you come to tell me the idea and you start by saying, oh, it's awesome, man, wait till you see this. We're gonna open up on fireworks, and the fireworks are gonna light the sky. And then there's gonna be this sound, and you're gonna see Brad Pitt come running out of the smoke. And behind him, you're gonna see the entire Yankee team coming and marching in order to, that's an execution, right? That's got 0 to do with insight. But if you can come and give me the elevator pitch about an idea and put the idea in my head without me seeing anything, I don't need to see a piece of paper, I don't need to read the copy, you just tell me, this is the idea. So I'll give you one example. This came from Australia years ago for Kentucky Fried Chicken. And I just love this idea. The brief, the insight, the thing was, families traveling on the road, Australia's a big country, right? They're driving hours. They were so hungry, they could eat their car. And the whole spot was the family is like on the road someplace, and literally as they're driving, they're eating the car. And as they pull up to the Kentucky Fried Chicken, they're sitting in a chassis with a motor, and they see the Kentucky Fried Chicken. They're the most excited people in the world, and they go in and buy it out. It was one of the most, in that particular year, it was one of the most productive units that Kentucky Fried Chicken ran, because it got it across. But you understand how you could go from explaining the idea to actually creating the idea. I'm so hungry, you get, like if you're on the road 5 years, so hungry you could eat the car. Simple, right? So give us one.
So I mean, I think it's a complex question, but I think the way I like to think about ideas to avoid people getting into executional responses to things. Is that when we're trying to solve an idea, I like to use the term a storyable idea. I like the teams to try and find a storyable idea. And a storyable idea is something that you can literally tell endless stories about. So it's an idea that is conceptually clear enough and has sufficient conceptual integrity that you could make your firework TV commercial out of it. You could make social posts. You could create experiences. And it all still ladders up to that one idea. And generally, those storyable ideas sit in the realm of meaning. I mean, for me, at the end of the day, you know, every brand is a philosophy. It's an ideology. And you need to understand and get to the core of what that philosophy is and then figure out how you're going to bring that to life. So I think, for me, ideas that go beyond executions are ideas that are storyable across multiple channels.
That's great. Storyable across multiple channels. Everybody got that? Really, really important. Write that down, because it's not just about a unit. It's about multiple channels, cross-platform, but having an idea that's big enough to be storyable across all of them. And the executions might change. Obviously change, because each one is a different medium.
Yeah.
But they're storyable. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, kind of a build on that. And you know, I think when we go into the studio and we're trying to come up with ideas and strategies and talk about ideas for brands, there's two things for me that are really important. One is the values of the brand, like what are we really trying to say about the brand? And we know that people buy far more into values than products now. You know, the differentiation is so small between products that the values make a real difference. And then, you know, kind of what Jason's saying, but we just don't tell me the ad. Like, I want to know the idea that's going to sit in culture, that's going to become sticky in culture, that's going to become part of the world we live in. If you start with an ad's one element of that story. It's one little tiny touch point. So it is kind of the storyable idea, but to not think of it as an ad at all, to start thinking of it as something we're putting out into culture. And, you know, that's allowed us to make things like creating a new soccer team, soccer, football, soccer here. Create a new soccer team, create a new, a new store, open a store that sells things in a different way. So they all become ads around that. There's an ecosystem of ads that gets deployed from that centralized storyable idea, but you can't start with the ad because it's not enough it doesn't contain enough.
So let's take it down to hard reality, and let's use Ford as an example. So the car category is always a tough category. Cars are pieces of metal with big engines, and there's a lot of things to talk about. There's performance, and there's eco-performance, and there's luxury, and there's hardworking, and there's price, and there's all kinds of things. There's also Tesla. And so it's a competitive and really hard category. So give us a couple of examples from Ford between the two of you to show, like, how do you take the category, how do you take the barrier, how do you take the insight and turn it into something storyable?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've been here 3 months, right? So, no, we're working on a lot of stuff at the moment. I think, you know, we're really trying to make it start with insight. I think there's, you know, we're speaking a lot with strategy. Like, it's what I told you before, that strategy's got a habit of going around and kind of telling you about, if you imagine strategy as an archaeological dig, that they sort of tell you they dug over here for a bit, and then they used a little pick to dig here, and then they used the brushes to do something here, and then dug a little bit more there, but they never tell you about the treasure. And so the treasure is the insight that we're looking for, particularly on a brand like Ford, where, you know, there's a lot to do. There's electrification, there's multiple categories within that. I think we're just sort of doing all the groundwork now to really start setting up for a big change within the brand. But you can see immediately from that type of, you know, simplification of the problem, the ideas are starting to flow. I don't think we are putting it out yet. It's work in progress.
Yeah, I think all of that's true, and I think the other thing to say is that, first of all, the automotive category is changing rapidly. any category that has a big disruptor in it is going to change, like Tesla. Obviously, there are major sustainability issues that the automotive industry is dealing with, and so the move to electrification is changing the buying process, the owning process, the competitive set, and many other things. And so automotive manufacturers have to change with that. And I think one of the things that automotive manufacturers have to realize is that they are not selling a product in the form of sheet metal. They're not selling a three-dimensional physical object. They are selling a lifestyle. They're selling an experience that people are going to live with for many, many years. So one of the things that we're really focused on is that, when we looked at it, and when Ford looked at it, what we realized is that the average car buyer spends about 4 hours researching a vehicle before purchase. They spend about 900 hours with that vehicle after they've purchased it. And most of the attention was being spent on figuring out how to talk to car buyers during those 4 hours, rather than how to talk to them during those 900 hours. And so we're really shifting our focus but rather than exclusively focusing on how you speak to people during those 4 hours before they make a purchase, figuring out how you speak to them and enrich their experience with the vehicle over the next 900 hours so that you can increase the lifetime value of the customer, create advocates, and change the way car ownership works completely. No, go ahead.
No, it's that
he's been interrupting me for 10 years. It's fine.
Yeah, it's Dog and Pony Show. We spoke about it before as well, that Nike articulated it really well when Stefan Orlander was in charge of Nike, and they started that fuel band. I don't know who remembers that, with the fuel band and data and like measurability and everything, and that buying a Nike shoe should be the start of the relationship, not the end of it. And I think you see that evidence now with brands like Apple, brands like Nike, how it's an ecosystem around your entire life through apps, advertising, products, all various touch points. And it has to move that way with automotive.
But let's come back. Yeah, I totally agree. And let's come back to this notion of the 4 hours versus the 900 hours, because it's really important. So if you were just looking at the purchase cycle, right, and we have all this data because in the WPP ecosystem, we ran for many years the entire purchase process of Ford as well, online and off. So we know that you start looking for cars 12 months before you do your first search. 4 months before you get serious, so it's fairly easy, right? We know how to get to you. We know who you are, we know what you're looking for because we buy all the right keywords. So 12 months before we start serving you, 4 months before, but all we're doing is driving you to the same 4 hours worth of information and not the 900 hours worth of information. Do you see the difference? Everybody get that, why that's completely different? And the truth of the matter is, if you think back to the early days of cars, that's exactly what car dealers did, or the car manufacturers. So there's a reason that Lincoln Mercury and Cadillac became known as luxury cars here, because they sold lifestyle. It was the same body by Fisher. It was the same company made the body of the car, but it was the emotion that was put around the car. And over time, we lost that because it all sort of merged into one big story, to your point about the sheet metal, as opposed to the lifestyle. And once we lost that, I think it was hard to go back. And so now you got to go the other way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, vehicles, and this is true of a lot of products as well, as the world becomes increasingly connected, the nature of the product changes. So a vehicle has always been a depreciating asset. But in fact, vehicles now, with the amount of, particularly electric vehicles, with the amount of software that exists in that vehicle, the amount of customization that comes with that vehicle, so cars are becoming more like devices, more like an iPhone. I mean, your iPhone increases in value to you every day you use it, because it has more of your contacts on it. It starts to understand all of your habits. And so it becomes more and more valuable in your hand. The same thing is happening with vehicles because there are over-the-air updates that are becoming available. There are accessories. There are additional in-vehicle software modifications that turn that vehicle increasingly into a device. We've just done some work in China, and you look at the electric vehicle market in China, it's kind of insane. It reminds me of the dot-com era in the late 90s. There are hundreds of EV brands in China. I don't think there will be hundreds of EV brands eventually, just like there aren't hundreds of Amazons or Facebooks. But there is this explosion. You know, Alibaba's launching a car. I mean, it's just an extension of everybody's business.
By the way, just a totally useless fact, but your average car, like your simplest car that you can buy today, new, has probably 40 times the amount of code written into the car than the entire Facebook platform. Like, think about that. Like, we talk about the big tech companies, right? Facebook's big tech, and we think about the car companies somehow as being low tech, and yet the simplest car today has way more lines of code written into it than.
And I think the lesson here is to take it outside of the automotive industry, because maybe none of you work in the automotive industry or are going to, but those principles apply to more and more of the physical products that exist in the world. More and more physical products now have some kind of digital exoskeleton, some kind of data-driven component to it that turns it, in a sense, into a service. And that's constantly what we're trying to do, is turn products into services in one or another form, even if it's just by wrapping services around those physical products.
So before we wrap up, any questions? Now's your time. Yes? Stand up, speak into the mic, tell us your name, yell. No, you don't have to yell. Just, Alan.
Yeah. How do you deal with conflict at the decision point? Because when you say, let's say you want to improve something about a project, about a product, but there's 4 managers in front of you, all of them saying the other one's market is the other one's piece of it is the problem. And you find the issue with an item, and you're trying to fix it through some sort of campaign or function. But how do you get through that process? Because each department's going to say, you know, our part is the right part, fix the other part. So how do you deal with those competing interests when you're coming up with a solution to an idea or trying to find what the problems are that you're trying to solve?
So is the question that if there is a problem, how do you diagnose the problem when it could sit in one of many different stakeholders' courts and no one wants to admit or accept that it's there, the problem sits with them? Is that the question?
Good.
I mean, I think it's the politics of being human, in a sense. I mean, our job every day is to be compelling about putting our point of view forward. So every time we go in with a solution for a client, they have some reason to think that what we're telling them is not right. And so we have to prove that to be right. So that's true whether you're talking to one stakeholder or you're talking to 10 stakeholders. As agencies, the one thing, and let's not even use the term agencies as kind of, you know, marketing consultants, whatever we want to call ourselves, you have to have a point of view, and that point of view has to be backed by, you know, by data and research, but it also should be backed by some kind of intuitive, insightful point of view that you believe in, that you stand behind. And at the end of that conversation, the problem you've identified needs to be clear to everyone you're talking to, because otherwise they're going to tell you to go home.
By the way, Jeff Bezos always says that 30% of the answer is always in the intuition, which I think is really interesting coming from Jeff Bezos. The other thing that I would say to you is that when you think about all the stakeholders, the truth of the matter is, even 100 years ago, there was certain self-defining media that talked to different stakeholders, right? So you knew that if you were in a particular channel, you would talk to a particular set of people who might be stakeholders, and your messages might be or should be or could be different. Today, because of our digital opportunities, we can get even more tightly targeted. So the answer is, once it's storyable, your story to me might be slightly different than your story to Jason or to Ryan. And if that's the case, then you need to think about that. And like, is it worth it to be that different? Is it worth it to make it a different story, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So question get answered? Good. Who else? Yes.
Hello, David. I'm Dr. Rudansky. I'm the father of the genius behind Venture Media. I love what you're saying. I just wanted to see if I'm hearing it correctly and maybe throw this out and get a little clarity. I've been thinking about Major League Baseball has a problem, marketing. They're losing lots of fans. And I admit that this may be sour grapes since my beloved Yankees were sent home early. But they have a problem. And the question, in terms of, I think what you're presenting is why? Why do they have a problem? So the question, why do fans come to the ballpark? They come either because they love the game of baseball, which is the aesthetic of baseball, or they're coming to root for their team to win, which is a metric. And over the past many, many years, the metrics are winning out. And I think like what you're raising here is a little bit the conflict that exists between the creative urge, the aesthetic of that which you're marketing, and the metric that goes behind the engine of what's working out. So if you see the marketing now in NBL is the home run and the strikeout, which is a metric. That you can figure that out. Pitchers can really look at the metrics and figure out how to hit a home run, how to strike out. To turn a double play, that's the aesthetic of the game. And that play is why most people come to see a baseball game. And I think the NBL is misreading and they're losing fans on the fact that this idea, what you're saying today, the love, the sort of intrinsic kind of feeling of the value of something, which draws a person to it, is the aesthetic. And there's a conflict between working out the metric and the aesthetic of that which you're trying to market. And I hear what you say. Maybe you'll say I'm hearing it correctly, but I'm hearing that you're saying that the aesthetic, the passion, the love behind the value of something has a greater ultimate marketable component than purely focusing in on the metric. What would you say to the NBL in terms of, like, how would you work out in terms of what you're saying vis-a-vis Ford to help bring fans back into the ballpark?
To make people fall in love with the brand and bring them back into the circle of it again, I think it comes back to something Jason mentioned earlier, which is meaning. If the brand doesn't stand for something in people's lives, then it is meaningless. It's devoid of meaning. There's no reason to engage with it whatsoever for anyone. For me, for somebody else. If it doesn't have anything any virtue, any values that it puts out into the world, and you can put things out into the world on what you want to say, but there's also things that happen in our world that you have to have an opinion on. And brands are increasingly pulled into that sphere as well, where if you say nothing, you're kind of complicit. So I think, driving brand love is a hugely important part of a brand like Ford, because it is, 119 years old. It's been around for a long time. It needs to be refreshed and rejuvenated and move along with the times. But it starts with understanding the overlap between what the brand stands for, what its values are, and what the people you want to reach, what their values are and what they stand for, and meeting at that intersection and creating something, possibly together as well. So we can create lots of stuff and lots of content and be smart on how we get it to people. We can serve them ads all day, but if there's no meaning behind it, I don't think it ever becomes sticky, and it shouldn't, to be honest. Like, you're wasting everyone's time then as well.
And I really love your point and the way you mapped it out, and because I think that, and it's quite relevant for this conversation, because we've been talking about insights, and a lot of the conversation has been about data, and I do think it's a little bit of a false dilemma that has emerged in the industry between the kind of data on the one hand and creativity on the other. These things too should be two sides of the same coin, but they often aren't, as in your example, where you've extracted some element of what you thought the magic was, and you've turned it into a repeatable metric that has become a kind of a wireframe of what the thing was that people loved, and you've called the thing that people loved aesthetic. I think it is, to Ryan's point, that thing that we call aesthetic, which is is not as quantifiable as the metric that's really easy to, to repeat consistently. And that magic, that is about meaning, and it is about emotion, and it is about insight, and it is about creativity. And I do get a little dismayed sometimes when I look at the way data is used and automation is used and programmatic marketing is used in our industry, because it is often used in place of that magic without which you will never create that meaning. In truth, it should feed into it, and it should make the magic even better. Like, they should have been able to take whatever those metrics were and use it to make the aesthetic even more beautiful, etc. But more often than not, that's not what I see. I see companies that are using more and more data, using it in place of that intuitive creative thinking rather than in conjunction with. And that's the point we have to get to. True data-driven creativity. I don't see a lot of that. I see a lot of data-driven marketing, and I see a lot of creativity. I do not see a lot of data-driven creativity, including in all of the companies that tell us that they do that.
By the way, I'll just add to that, and you can all look this up because it's true. So Amazon, when they announced Amazon Prime back in the day, it's now a few years, said, we are going to have the best content in the world. Why? Because we know everything. We know everything you like. We know everything you buy. We know your tastes. We know what you hate. We know what you love. So our content, ergo, is going to be great. So nobody remembers anything that Amazon produced the first year of Amazon Prime. It was all a wash. Nobody remembers anything. The second year, they fired the guy who was in charge. They brought in another guy who had a press conference, and again, you can find this all online, and he said, and if you remember, they hired the best writers, the best producers, the best directors, the best script runners. They hired the best of everybody. And he got up and he said, this is what we're going to do. And somebody in the audience, one of the reporters, said to him, well, what about what they said last year? What about all that data? And he said, well, what do you think? You create great content by just putting it all into a computer, and this is the quote, doot, 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 out comes a great show. He said, no, it's magic, it's art, it's beauty. And since then, their content has been off the charts. And so that gets to the point. You can't create, you can use the data to know a little bit, but you can't create from the data. And I think in your case, when I think about MLB, see, I think there's a price of entry today for broadcast or for any streaming sports. You need data, and you need to have you need the lines that show you where the first down is, and you need the thing that shows you what the radar speed of the ball. You need all of that. It's price of entry. But I think you have to go back in time to a different time and say, okay, what was it about baseball that caught everybody's attention? Why did we love it? Why was it America's pastime? What's happened since then? Why does it seem boring today? And I think that is where the answer is, and why don't the players seem as interesting as some of the other players? So I think there's a lot to be said to your question. I think it's a good one, but I think the answer is to be found in a lot of what Jason and Ryan said. So hopefully I answered your question. I think we've come to the end. So again, just quick summary. The brief, you need an insight. Always keep in mind what it is you're trying to accomplish. That's critical. What's the barrier? Find the human truth and create storyable moments, because that is what's going to make a difference in the work that you present. And with that, we thank Isaac and the team at Venture Media for having invited us. And I hope you've all had a great day. And everybody stand up, one more yell, and we're done. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Everybody up, 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 up. And as loud as you can, shake the roof. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
And it keeps, and I put it on to tile, which it should be, I think, tiled, or I don't care, it could be sidebar also. And it doesn't like take. I don't know why. All right, we could, I don't want to waste time on this, so. After I change it to tiles, I just have to, it should just automatically go in, right? Because there's nothing to,
No, I just know
Marvin, if you're seeing one person, one square large,
seeing
someone
three-
else on the side,
yeah,
I
I'm
think that means that you have it pinned.
yeah,
You see like
well,
a little-
I see three boxes. One is you, one is Daniel's group and at the table, and in one box just says 10 others with SD on it. So it's three boxes. It says 13 people are here.
If you click,
And
if you had to swap Esty with one of those other boxes, who would you pick?
Yeah, go to the Marvin. Go to the three dots on the bottom of the screen, and then there's going to be an option that says change layout.
Yeah, no, I've been doing that. Yeah, and I press
still-
tile.
It says,
Yeah.
and you have tiled on, and you still see it. Oh, so there's a bar on the bottom. You can adjust how many tiles you want on the screen.
I
See
am.
that bar on the bottom? It says max display.
It goes from 16 to 30. I mean, 16 is all I would need. Now, is there anything that I could click to set that in? Because it only has a, to get out of it. There's no approved or save changes or anything. That's selection is safe for future meetings. I don't know. All right, let's just go on. Okay, I think that's best. I don't want to waste all your time with my ineptness. But there is something wrong with this. We've tried to do this before. So maybe somebody could, after this meeting, will figure out what's wrong here, because I'm doing everything you're saying, and it's just not working. Okay. All right, you ready to begin?
Yeah, Marvin, you have like 35 people here. We're all very excited.
All right, great. Hello, everybody. Nice to see some of you. I think I probably have seen most of you at one point or another. Do you guys see me? I hope not, because I look horrible. You do? All right, but do me a favor, everybody, I need to have some response so I know I'm not talking into air. So, every once in a while say something or unmute yourself or whatever, okay? So just to go over what we're doing, this is the WTF to say and HTF to say it. So basically, what I think is important to do, and now some of you have seen an abbreviated version of this presentation. I'm going to present the longer one, which will I could break down into parts, so we don't have to finish it all today. Today will be mainly the WTF is what to say, as opposed to how to say it, but you'll see examples of how to say it. It's important to do that so that when we're on a project or you're with a client, that everyone, including the client, understands the basic blueprint of the advertising, what you want the advertising to do. And that obviously goes across channels, traditional and obviously digital. And by the way, I think you saw that article, Isaac. It was an article on from the Harvard Business Review about how there's a movement back towards traditional advertising, not throwing away digital stuff, but including traditional advertising in the media mix. People are finding that much more effective. So there's that. And I ask you please to stop me and interrupt me anytime you can, okay? Because it's important. So I don't want to just be blah blahing. If you disagree with me, tell me so, or whatever you want. If there's a question, really feel free to push back, because advertising, if nothing else, is subjective, and most things about advertising people could agree or disagree with. So please disagree with me if you want. You'll be wrong, of course, but feel free to do it anyway. Okay. So with that, you ready to go? Okay. Let's see. If it works, I'll be very happy. All right. All right. Haha. Do you see this? You all see what's on the screen now? Creative brief.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to change the view here. So this is 2020, but actually it's been changed recently since then, and it's an ugly layout. I'm sorry. I used to, when I teach, I usually give I pay some student to do a redo the PowerPoint, design it, and I never get good ones. But here it is, all in blue. All right, the creative brief. That's basically the blueprint of how you move forward in terms of the advertising, right? It essentially is the thing that you look at when you're creating the message. Let's and remind me if I don't do it. Let's change the word advertising to messaging. I think in today's world that's a better word for it, right? Because advertising could mean, I don't know, live things. It could be all sorts of different things, as opposed to an ad. It includes an ads, but it could be other things too. So the basic two questions, basically two questions, is who you're speaking to, right? Your target, and what you're going to say to them. Those are the basic two questions, and we'll break that down a little further. Who and what are the two basic questions that need to be answered before an advertising campaign can be executed? If you don't have that in mind, it's really hard to do anything. You're just spinning and you're just throwing words on a page or pictures, and you're not quite sure what you're doing. Who we talking to is the target, right? We'll call it who are we talking to, which is grammatically somewhat incorrect. It's to whom are we talking? You know the joke about the prepositions, Harvard? You know that joke?
No.
All right. A freshman was his first day of school. He was at Harvard, and he was looking for the library, and he was lost. So he asked this upperclassman. He said, "Hey, you know where the library's at?" And the upperclassman said, "We at Harvard don't end our sentences with prepositions." And he said, "Okay, do you know where the library's at, asshole?" So that's well, who are we talking to, and what do we want to happen after we talk to that target? That's key. That's something that sometimes we forget. I know it's a little different with digital advertising, because you're looking for particular responses. Here we're talking about changes. We essentially want in all messaging something to change in the target. It could be behavior or it could be attitude, but something needs to be changed, and you need to know what that change is. And it's amazing to me how very often, I've worked on very big accounts over the years, and it's amazing how sometimes you get so locked in the mire and the detail, people forget that the essence of everything is that change. And you have to know what that change is. Okay, that's important. All right, so the creative brief itself is a document that answers those questions, right? Now, very important, as succinctly, precisely, and clearly as possible. It's very easy to write a creative brief that is, 10 pages or 7 pages, and you have a ton of stuff in there. And that's actually much, much simpler than doing a much shorter, succinct one, because you're just throwing everything in. The thing is, when you have just a endless creative brief, you can't execute it. There are too many points in it. Okay. We'll keep going over these things. Traditionally, it is a document creative people got when they started work. Now, the one I'm going to show you is something that Young and Rubicam used for years. I actually think they stole it from Ted Bates. I don't know. And then, like all agencies, they're always changed. Like every few years they change them. If you ask me, and actually like David Sable too, who's the chair of Y&R, the one we're going to present to you is I think still the best one. It's simple, but it's not easy. It's disarmingly simple, but and we'll get through that. But there are lots of different forms. But the creative form is always intended to try to tell the creative team what is expected of the advertising, right? So if the creative brief is not succinct, precise, and clear, then odds are the message will not be succinct, precise, and clear, which means that the message will more than likely fail. Anybody have, I'm going to just throw this out so I don't do all the talking. Can anybody tell me why it would fail if it weren't, if it wasn't, succinct, precise, and clear? Why would the message fail?
But you're not getting the message through. So how are we supposed to understand if they're not getting the message through?
Right. Think of the target. The target is getting, literally thousands of commercial messages a day, thousands. And they don't study the message. It's not like you're studying something for class. A message goes by at 60 miles an hour. You either get it or you don't get it, right? And if you don't get it, if it's not succinct, if it's not clear, it sort of just goes away, which means the message will fail. No one sits and thinks about advertising, rarely, except people who do the advertising. That's why we're all sort of weird. All right. So it'll fail because all messages come into the world with these limitations. Time, right? You have a limited amount of time that people either are going to attend to or can attend to. If it's broadcast or a certain amount of time on video, that it's a time sequence. If it's time is also the amount of time anyone is going to pay attention to you. So all messages have at least time as a limitation, space, right? If it's any kind of print or any kind of, there's a space, number of characters, dimensions of the ad, right? There's always space limitations. And what I mentioned before, clutter, and that's the main one. Clutter is that you're in competition with a gazillion other ads. And true, the estimate now is like 5,000. Person is not all, most are not consciously seen, but they get exposed to 5,000 messages a day, which seems unbelievable. But that includes logos, store signs, a billion things. So your message is in that clutter somewhere, right? And it's something I call the H factor. And the H factor is humility. And there are two things you need to know about. The humility that your message is more important to you than it is to your target. In almost all cases. It's your livelihood, it's your career, you've spent the most time on it, it's your job, right? It's your product, it's your service, it's important to you. The receiver of that message in 999 times out of 1,000 is interested, more interested in other things. And you got to keep that in mind. It's not like what you're saying is all that important to them. And you have to understand that it takes a little of humbleness to do that. Very often it's hard to convince clients of that because to a client, their service and their product is the most important thing or one of the most important things in their lives. It's not true with the target. And you have to know what the target is going through. The other humility factor is that it's a little better with digital advertising, but on the whole, messaging or advertising is always an uninvited guest. With rare exception to people, like the Super Bowl is an exception where people actually want to look at the commercials, which by the way are getting worse and worse and worse and worse. It's the canary in the coal mine kind of thing. The creative is getting horrible. over the last 10 or 15 years. Anyway, so that humility factor with the fact that it's the message is not nearly as important to them as to you, and that you were uninvited. It's like you're knocking on somebody's door. They didn't even know who you are, and they don't care. So if you're an uninvited guest, let's say it's to someone you know, if you're knocking on their door, you better bring something to them that's worthwhile, right? You can't just say, I'm here, look at me. It's not going to work, right? So if you keep all of those factors in mind, then it forces you to be brief in your brief, and to be something we call single-minded. It's one major idea, right? It could have supporting points, but the single-minded idea is what you want the target to remember, because they're not going to bother paying attention to more than that. They're just not. Again, it's not as important to them as you think. And also, they don't have the time or energy. It's not a desire. So then it's not like a test and you're taking notes. It literally just, like I said before, goes by at 60 miles an hour. It's like, I don't know if you've ever played baseball, but if you've ever stood at the plate in the batter's box and have somebody pitch at 80, they pitch at 100 now, but 80 miles an hour, for instance, you barely see the ball. It's a blur. It's literally a blur until your eyes get used to it. The consumer, your target, is at bat, and they're not experienced hitting. So they see your message as a blur. You need to make the blur work, right? And one way to make it work, necessity, is to keep one idea going so it's easily grasped. Now, I know this sounds sort of like, sort of blue skying up in the air kind of stuff, but it's crucial to do this. There's a ton of research on single-minded ideas versus non-single-minded ideas and things like that, okay? So the politics sort of knows that. Way back in Clinton's time, it was James Carville who put a big sign, he was a campaign manager, big sign over his desk saying, "It's the economy, stupid," to remind him and Clinton that everything he was speaking on the campaign trail had to somehow involve the economy. It had to circle back to the economy. That was the key measure. And Clinton was known as, just speaking, just going off the cuff and going in a million different directions. He was a very bright man. However, the recipient of his speeches were not following him. They needed to get a central idea, and the economy became the central idea of everything he said. Obama did it with change. That first time he ran, everything he talked about was change. You can look back at all of his campaign things. Everything somehow dealt with change, and it was the perfect message. And we know this guy, "Make America Great Again." Whatever you think about him one way or another, I mean, he took this Nazi slogan, basically it was a Nazi slogan, and it worked. It worked. Everything was about "Make America Great Again." It didn't matter if it was lies or not lies. It was something that people grabbed onto. They understood it, right? Compare that to one of Hillary's lines, and she changed over the year. I did some work on her thing, and everybody was fighting that line. The line they were using with her is, "I'm with her." Compare like "Make America Great Again" with "I'm with her." It's sort of like it's a huge difference, right? So that single-mindedness is incredibly key. So that's what the creative brief is trying to do, basically. It's getting you to a single-minded mind frame, a mind frame. So you know what you're talking about. And I've had a lot of success with creative briefs, even if there was no creative to be done, because it does, by forcing you to get very singular and very focused on your goal, being single-minded, it gets everybody on the same page. Because we've all had, experiences with clients. You have a meeting with 3 or 4 clients, and everybody has a different idea, and the agency has a different idea, and the meeting goes around in circles for an hour, and you leave and you don't know how to proceed. if everybody agrees on the creative brief, including the client, and it's always good if you get the client to have feel a sense of authorship, they actually work on it. If they agree to it, then you always have something to go back to say, is the advertising fulfilling this brief? And I know the experience with Adventure, we have presented creative briefs to some clients, but what happens is we don't get much client participation in it, and we end up doing it, and then they give it a cursory look and they check it off, and then it doesn't come up again, and then everything starts spinning out of control. That's been my experience, because everybody, is it this, is it that, is it this, is it that? And it's non-productive. It actually costs the agency a lot more money that way, because you're constantly spinning it. A lot of hours are put into it. So this is the creative brief that I prefer, okay? And it takes those questions, adds one. Who are we talking to? That's the audience we want to reach. I like to have like a demographic idea, age, sex, education, or something that you can put a number to, and something a little psychographic, that's something that talks to the person's mindset that might be relevant to what you're messaging out. What do they think and feel and do now, right? Here, it's the present relationship the audience has with a product or service before they see the advertising. That's key. It's not after they see the advertising, it's before. So what do they think of your product and service? If it's a brand new product, obviously they're unaware of it, but there's probably some feelings about the category it's in, or something about where that product or service lies. And what do they think and feel and do now? Sometimes you don't have all three of those things, but it's either an attitudinal thing or a behavioral thing. Are they buying the product, not buying the product? Are they aware of it, not aware of it? Do they like it? They don't like it. But it's before the advertising. It has to be as truthful as possible. If there are negative feelings towards the product or service, that should be in there. This document is not made to, make the client necessarily feel good. It's to be focused. And if they need to hear bad news, they need to hear bad news. When we pitched SlimFast in the creative brief, we talked about how 40 million people had tried SlimFast, and it failed for all of them. And we kept hitting that point over and over again, because the SlimFast diet didn't work as they said it would. If you just eat 3 SlimFast meals, you do lose weight, but as soon as you stop, you gain it and more. So we kept pushing that over and over, and we won the account. They were ready to listen to what you could do about that. So what do they think and feel now, and what do they think and feel in the future, after they see the messaging, after? So what happens is your message has to take the consumer or the target from the first what to the second what, right? What do they think now? That's the reality. What we want them to think as a result of the advertising or the messaging. So this kind of creative brief doesn't tell you precisely what to say. It doesn't give you the words necessarily. It gives you the goal. It gives you the goal of the change you want in the consumer. Now, you need to know what that is. Is it to, like let's say in Knock Knock's case, it's initially to, build awareness so that they'll start getting trial. But they have to know what the idea is first. So it's an awareness kind of thing. Sometimes it's behavioral. You want people to buy the product more. You want lapsed users to start it again. You want people to reconsider a service. You want people to start using the product more than they do. You want them to change the mindset. The mindset in products are very interesting. Jell-O, which had for a long time Kraft we had, but they, remember the Jell-O with the powder, you put it in boiling water, you put it in the refrigerator and stuff. When you ask, in terms of mindsets, what they think about a product, if you ask a frequent user or a heavy user of Jell-O how long it takes to make, they'll say 4 or 5 minutes, right? If you ask a casual user of Jell-O how long it takes to make, they'll say 2 to 3 hours. And the reason is they count the time it's in the refrigerator. Whereas a frequent user just thinks, I boil water, dissolve the Jello in it and put it in the fridge, and I'm over. It's over. And that's very important. That was a key thing to get people to start using it again. It's easy. It's really very easy to do, right? So it's changing. That's changing an attitude after they see the advertising. And the last, and I think it's the most important part of this. By the way, this is why this brief is called the who, what. It's who we're talking to, what do they think now, and what do we want them to feel. And then the last part is the insight, which is the hardest part of it. And sometimes you get a good one, sometimes you don't. But when you get a good one, it's like gold. An insight is a fact. It's often psychological or sociological that informs the message. You may not repeat that fact in the message, but it helps you create the message. And a good insight, in my mind, is the most important part of this brief, to really get to know what's inside a person's head. Because what you're doing is you're asking that person to change something. So if you want them to change again their attitude and behavior, you have to know what's going on now and what's affecting what's going on now in their head. Okay. Any questions up to now? This is very important. I hate to just keep blah blahing like this, but it's good to lay it out before I get into examples. Any questions at all? None? You all bored already? Probably. I'd be bored if listening to me. But
Marvin.
Yes.
Can you describe like how the insight is important? Meaning, is it important for you to understand? Does it impact your writing? Does it impact the creative?
Absolutely impacts the messaging in every kind of way imaginable. Yeah. And I'll show you examples of it. I'll show you exact examples of it. This is just sort of the theoretical part. I'll show you real creative briefs, and I'm going to show you how they were executed. That's the next part of it.
And another question is, how do you determine how many different creative briefs you need? Would it be geographically, demographically, by product, business line? What are some examples that you've used? Because often
that's a good question. If you're talking about a brand, there should be some sort of umbrella creative brief that would cover all the possible targets. It's sort of the mother load of the creative briefs. It's what the macro view of the messaging. But that could be broken down because you sometimes have different targets and you need to speak to different targets differently, right? Let me give you an example. I'm involved. I helped start a charter school, and we're expanding now. We're starting another not-for-profit, a 501c that teaches our pedagogy to other schools. And so we're doing creative briefs on those. And essentially, we have a brief that talks about the program as a whole, but then there's separate briefs to a parent and, let's say, an administrator. It's still based on a particular pedagogy and certain things stay common, but to a parent, it's more about the success of their children's education. To an administrator, it's really tackling problems that they have not been able to tackle in the past. So and we'll be doing 2 different briefs. And then, in fact, more. There'll be a different one for funders. So you do have to sometimes look at the target differently. Sometimes not. But when you do, if you look at all of them together, the creative briefs all should look like it's from the same product, right? The same client, the same brand. It has to have a commonality in it. But it's a good idea to break it up. In terms of the client, usually it's best to do a generic one first, as generic as you can get it. And then you could do spin-offs from that. But you want agreement, or they're helping you work on it. Okay. All right. Let me get to, basically, if done correctly, the messaging should be a bridge between the first what and the second what. Where they are now, the bridge is the message, and it gets them over the Golden Gate to the other side. And the message helps that. The message is the bridge, if you think of it like that. Okay, now here's some real examples. Again, let me know if there's, I'm not going fast now because we could do this more than once. So we could take this slow and to really digest it. Okay, because I've been working with this for like 40 years, so it's second nature to me. In fact, sometimes if I'm doing a project all by myself and no one wants to do a creative brief, I sort of do one in my head. I don't have to write it down as much, but I answer those questions in my head, so I know what I'm doing. Okay, but this is a real thing for Colgate. Colgate is toothpaste. First of all, is probably the low interest category in the world. There's no one is interested in learning anything about toothpaste. It's I should tell the client, the head of a brand of oral care, became the chairman of Colgate, that if you gave your consumer a ream of paper and asked them to fill out, the 500 sheets with things they would like to learn about, Colgate toothpaste would not be on anyone's sheet ever. It's just a low interest category. In this particular case, they came out with a whitening toothpaste, which is a little more interesting than regular toothpaste. Regular toothpaste is really boring. Whitening toothpaste maybe is a little bit more interesting, but Colgate, in its inimitable way, even though they're such a successful corporation, was easily the 10th brand that came out with a whitening toothpaste. So suddenly we got thrown this assignment, and we had to do it fast, in fact, and there was not much research involved. This is an example of us almost completely just sitting around an office thinking of stuff, because they weren't that concerned with this. This was a stopgap thing before Colgate introduced tartar control toothpaste, which was their biggest brand. So they sort of just said, do this, get a commercial out, and we'll do it. And so we're just sitting around because we didn't know what to do, So it's really, sometimes you don't have all the research, but we have heads and judgment, and some people sitting around in a room together thinking about it can come up with some good solutions. So this is who we are talking to. The first part of this is a little more marketing speak than I like, right? And it's self-confident, oral care involved individuals who believe in taking personal responsibility for their wellness. It's sort of, we knew that they talked about this all the time, so we just threw that in. To them, white teeth are attractive and a sign of oral health. That's important because white teeth means your teeth are healthy. People think that. And we have a demographic here. The creative bullseye target is young adults 21 to 29. That was something that was predetermined, who are forming their own households, getting married, having kids. They have not tried whitening toothpaste yet. So it really isolates the target. So you try to get sort of a picture in your head. 21 and 29, because that was sort of a good time to get people to switch. You knew that because kids, if they're married or not, are moving out of the house, have moved out of the house, and the toothpaste buying decision is theirs now, right? But these are people, because whitening toothpaste was expensive relative to other toothpaste, so whitening had to be a big deal for them. Health needs to be a big deal to them, but they have not tried the whitening toothpaste yet. There was nothing competitive that we could say about Colgate toothpaste, whitening toothpaste, that had any advantage over anything else. I mean, we said something, but it's literally it's blah blah. There was no real advantage to this brand over another brand. So when that happens, and that very often happens with clients, there really isn't a demonstrable difference that you could talk about. Therefore, you need to talk about what's going on inside their heads a little bit, right? You have to do something to change their minds that may not have to do directly with the product, right? All right, let me give an example of how that happens. Into what do they think and feel and do now? Remember, you got a picture of this person, youngish, married, just got married. They're into, they go to the dentist, they go do all the things, and they think their teeth are white. I mean, because we just assume that if they haven't tried it yet, then they think their teeth are white. If they think that white teeth are important and they haven't tried whitening toothpaste, therefore they probably don't think they need it, right? So here we do the what do they think, feel, and do now. And this is important. Notice we went from third person in the who we talking to first person in the what's. And you'll see it in the second what also. The reason we do first person is to avoid getting stuck in language, and I'll give you an example of how clients could screw up like that, that is unrelatable to your target, right? It's unrelatable to your target. I'm sorry, I can't reach the phone now. Okay, so so I think all toothpastes are basically the same, right? Client doesn't love to hear that, but that's the truth. We knew that. I brush and floss every day and see the dentist regularly, so my teeth are perfectly healthy and white, right? That was our assumption. I'm sure if we did research, we would come up with the same thing if we did real research, but we assume that to be true, and I think that's a good assumption to make. We knew that people basically think they're the same. People buy toothpaste sometimes on taste, but usually it's what their parents had or something that's on sale. They don't put much thought in it. It's just a thing, They're the same. Doesn't matter that much, right? So that's what we're faced with. A person says, I don't need it, right? I don't want to do this. I don't need it. How do you change that, right? By the way, I'm showing these creative briefs in over 2 slides. In reality, what I used to do with my people is ask them to do it. It had to be on 1 page, no bullet points, nothing on the 12-point type, no squeezing in things. It's really forcing you to concentrate your thinking, right? So this is what they think now, and that's a problem, right? These are people, if they heard about you, said, so what? My teeth are white. I don't need that, right? They tune you off. So what do we want them to think after they see the messaging? Maybe my teeth aren't as white as I think. I should check out Colgate whitening toothpaste. It certainly can't hurt. It's as simple as that. This one is very, very simple. Again, not easy to figure out in the beginning, but that's all we want to do. We want to make them a little unsure of their decision that that they're perfectly white as is, right? There's an expression in advertising. I used to think it was Bill Bernbach, but I think it's Mary Wells now, who said, advertising has to do one of 2 things. It has to afflict the comfortable or comfort the afflicted, right? In this case, you're afflicting the comfortable, right? It's like, well, maybe they're not as white as I thought, right? It's, there are a lot of cases where you do afflict the comfortable. If you're like doing a campaign of people who are, let's say, climate, global warming deniers, right? You want to shake up their comfort in the fact that, global warming is not a problem. You want to make them feel, you want to afflict them with the certainty of their beliefs, right? Now, here's the insight. And here we're just sitting around thinking about it. So thinking, okay, they think their teeth are as white as they can be, right? They think their teeth are, they look in the mirror, they think, well, those look white, right? But we know, you don't have to be a psychologist to understand this. We know that your own self-image is very often determined somewhat to different extents by what other people think. I mean, that's just a truism. I mean, if your parents, you may be very smart. If your parents keep calling you stupid, you'll end up thinking you're stupid, right? If you're ugly and someone said you could work the other way, if you're not attractive in socially acceptable ways, but someone keeps saying you're very handsome or you're very beautiful, you'll start feeling it. Well, you'll start feeling positive. You could go positive or negative, but what other people think, no judgment here. Again, when you do a creative brief, no judgment. You can't judge, well, is that wrong to care what other people think? We're not in that. We're not here to do that. We're here just to see where their head is. So that's the insight, right? We know that people are open to some sort of criticism. So with that, we did this.
Okay, what color is the grass? Green. Good. What color is my sweater? Red. What color are my teeth?
Beige. White. Mother of pearl.
No matter how great your smile is, don't you wish it could be whiter? It can, with Colgate Whitening with baking soda and peroxide. It has a special ingredient for healthy teeth that are whiter.
Let's try this again.
For whiter teeth, Colgate Whitening toothpaste.
Now, if you notice, it had, the thing about the baking powder, and we had to put that in, but I believe that commercial would have been just as successful without that, because that was just sort of a thing that we had to say. But you see how that came out of the brief. That means that the brief gave the executional ideas to that. When the brief is as succinct as it was with Colgate, the examples I'm giving here, by the way, I should have said this, not necessarily the best commercials in the world. They're all commercials that I'm showing in the briefs. I'll do print later. These are all commercials, only for presentation format. It worked. It just sort of easier to see it transposed into film sometimes. So we did that, but they're not necessarily the best commercials in the world, but they are examples of the execution coming out of the strategy. The brief is the strategy, the commercial, the post, whatever you're doing is the execution of it. And this came clearly out of, and it was massively successful. It was like too successful for Colgate. It sort of shook them up a little bit. It actually started outselling in the beginning Colgate Tartar Control, and it had a media spend maybe 1/30 of what Colgate Tartar Control was. But you see, yes, go ahead. Sorry.
So you made a point just now about the hydrogen peroxide, the baking soda aspect of the actual product.
Right.
Part of Isaac's ad copy initiative is to make non-objective statements. And by including that in the advertisement, I would consider that somewhere between like the actual product description and a non-objective statement about how it works. Is there, I mean, I guess this might be a talking point between you and Isaac, but I think it's sometimes hard to differentiate like what is an actual product feature versus like a non-objective statement.
Right. Well, there's a thing I plan to do, not now, but later on, a difference between attributes and benefits, and that gets partly to your question. I put down the peroxide because I think in my heart of hearts that wouldn't have mattered as long as people got the name and remember the name of the product. But it is permission to believe, if you look at it that way. It's right. It's, well, all right, I'll try it as baking. I don't think people think in those terms, but it's considered a permission to believe. So you put it in. But I think that differentiation between what Isaac is sort of an interesting thing. But I'd like to keep going on where we're going, because that's a whole other thing we could talk about.
Yeah.
It's an interesting point, though.
Yeah, I think it's just like I would agree with you. Like I think the commercial can stand on its own, but it's almost like building the legitimacy off of what you're actually stating.
Right. Yeah, like we didn't fight about doing this. I wouldn't argue with the client. No, we're not going to say that. That's not. Yeah. I just don't know. It was the insight that made this commercial successful. It was the insight, and here you had, what's the expression? Out of the mouths of babes, right? Kids don't lie. But by the way, and we'll get into this later, this starts talking about not only what you're going to say, but how you say it. Now, when we had the kids saying, when she answered, like, what color are my teeth? When she asked them that, they said beige, so you got it. Off-white, they got it. And then they got into real, mother of pearl, écru, right? And not everybody even understood those words, but you understood that they were not white, right? And it just became cute and funny to see a little girl saying, mother of pearl. It was funny to see a 5-year-old say that, or écru, So it's important to make people laugh a little bit, right? There's a little bit of humor thrown in it. You could have done, let's say you had a spokesperson on camera, right? And he's saying, and I don't necessarily think what they call talking head commercials are bad. Some are. If they say something interesting, it could be good. But let's say you had a spokesperson saying, like, we know you take care of your teeth and you think your teeth are white, but they're probably not as white as they could be. And we have a new product that has hydrogen peroxide. I think we ought to try it. It's the same message, right? But delivered completely differently. That talking head would not have worked, most likely. It was the same information, but delivered differently. So again, another reasons I picked the ones that we picked is that the execution, some I like, some I don't like as much, but the execution at least, people will hopefully pay attention to it. But any other questions about that? That was, I can't begin to tell you how successful that particular commercial was. One of the most successful things I ever worked on. It was amazing. It touched a chord in people. Any questions? We could talk about the morality of that too. We're like manipulating people, but that's a whole other topic. But that worked. Now, let me ask you something. Let's take 2 minutes out of here, right? Let's say we ran this and we're also doing some Facebook ads, right? And it's based on the same brief. Just let's brainstorm, just throw out some ideas. What would be like a, let's say just descriptor copy, the copy on top. What would be something you could say in a Facebook ad? Let's keep it short. What do you think? Based on that brief for Colgate. It's important to, when I ask you to do these things, as well as when you do work, is to be not afraid of saying stupid things. Once you get afraid of like being judged by what you're going to say, you're going to inhibit yourself from thinking of good ideas. So say whatever you want. The stupider the idea, the better. In my classes, the first day of class, I have everybody stand up and they have to say the stupidest thing they could imagine, right? That you have to say something that's stupid or ridiculous. And I give $1 to the student who says the stupidest thing. But you need to do that. So let's say, what can we say as a line or a descriptor, or if it's a line on the visual in a Facebook ad, what can we say?
Your teeth is not as white as you thought they were.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's good.
Do you get $1 for that? That's stupid enough?
No, gotta compare it with something. That's right.
Anyone from the Philly office?
Huh?
Anyone from the Philly office want to give a shot?
Come on, Philadelphia is known for their yellow teeth. Come on.
Oh, that's the headline.
All right, there you go. You know? Yeah. I mean, you could do extremes. You know, like your teeth are like ridiculously yellow. I mean, that's horrible, right? But you could say that. And that's another thing I'd like to talk about, how you create lines. See, what I'm asking you to do now, just to throw out lines, is how you should work on it individually. Except you write them, you type them. Any line that comes to your head, almost put it down. Keep putting them down, so you end up with a list of 20 or 30, and they could all be crap. But there might be one that's a good idea. There might be one that leads to another idea. So you have to. But in this particular exercise, what I ask you to do, and we won't continue with it, is or just demonstrate that you could take the brief and put it into another channel, another format. You know, it's like are your teeth, you know, your teeth aren't as white as you think, as somebody said. Or you could do, you know,
you could say something along the lines of, like, your smile is your first impression. Don't be self-conscious about it, or something.
Right. Your teeth are whiter in the mirror than they are in the eyes of your lover. I don't know, but you could just keep doing things like that, but it all comes out of the brief. Okay, who, what, and insight. Let's do another one. Okay, I'm only showing you successes. I've had failures as well. Obviously, this is Chunky Soup, and that's a story there too. If I'm going slowly for you, tell me, and I could speed this up. But I think sometimes giving backgrounds and stuff, it becomes more interesting in a way. But it's sort of, you're able to digest it better. So tell me if you want me to speed up, I could do that too, right? This is Chunky Soup. Very quick story. Whatever reason, BBD&O, the agency, had Chunky Soup, I don't know, since its inception for 20 or 30 years, and that all the Campbell's and Chunky Soup, which is a huge brand for them, started slipping in sales. Not for any particular reason other than there's more competition. And Progresso started coming out with Chunky Soups, you know, big pieces of things. Other brands did, and so it had competitions, and sales, although gigantic for Chunky, were starting to slip. They couldn't fix it, so BBDO Campbell's gave it to us without a pitch. So we suddenly got Chunky Soup to do, and we hadn't done any research or anything for it. We didn't, you know, and BBDO actually had done some great advertising for it for, they started, I don't know if you all remember this, the soup you eat like a meal, the soup that eats like a meal, and soup you eat with a fork. They did a lot of good things over 20 years. It built the brand. But now we had it, and we started doing focus groups, which I think are really important. I mean, I like quantitative research too, but sometimes focus groups, you get things in focus groups that you don't normally get. I don't love to test creative in focus groups, although we do, but I like to just hear what your target is saying. So we were starting to get, this is a big account, and it had, there were a lot of other things from Campbell's that we could have gotten if we succeeded this. So this was very important to Y&R. So we started going literally all around the country doing focus groups, always blue collar guys. And that gets into who we talking to. They're blue collar men aged 25 to 50, married or single. After dinner or on weekends, they tend to graze in the cabinets until they find something that's fast and satisfies their hunger. They are not overly concerned about nutrition, and they enjoy hearty meals and snacks, right? Just laying it out. No judgment here. This is what they do. Not good or bad. This is what they do. And this is sort of the target. So you have demographics, some psychographics, right? And that's true. They weren't, and they're, if you're eating soup with this much salt, you're not that worried about your health that much, right? So these are the people, right? And so we started talking to them around the country, and the moderator would always start talking about soup in general, like moderators do, and then they go into chunky. And we were getting nothing, and it was starting to panic. I had the creative responsibilities for this, and I was like, what are we going to say? It's like we literally had nothing to say that wasn't already said. But then, and I think it was Indianapolis, actually, we're listening, and somebody in a focus group, one of the guys said, he was talking about soup, and he said, something like, soup reminds me of my mother, right? And he talked about how when he was sick as a kid, his mother would make him soup, and how that was such a loving memory. And then other people in that group agreed, and then some people said, I wish my mother made me soup. She never made me soup. But they were talking about their mothers. Then after that, like when you hear a word that you've never heard before, and then the next week you hear it 10 more times. It was like that. Every focus group after that, we started hearing about guys talking about their mothers. There was some kind of weird connection between soup and their mothers. Not necessarily chunky, but soup in general and the mothers. And there was something there, right? So with that, we did the brief, right? What do they think, feel, do now? I like soup. Again, look, this is in first person. By the way, the who here, I like the language there. It's third person, but it's not stuck into jargon. Once you put it into jargon, then the execution tends to, that jargon rubs off on the execution somehow. But the what is good on this one. It's a first person. I like soup. It's hot and fast. I used to eat a lot of chunky soups because they were real hearty and had lots of meat. But now there are other soups just as good, and I tend to like progressive soups as much or even more. That was it. That's what they thought. Now we knew, right? It's not that they don't like chunky, but this other brand, they just don't think about it so much. So again, what do you want them to think? These first few are very simple. What? They're more complicated. What's later? But these are simple ones. But again, simple doesn't mean easy. It's difficult to be simple. So the very simple what is after they hear the message, I haven't had chunky soup for a while now. I sort of miss it. I think I'll try it again, right? So right there, there's not much to talk about. If I were the creative doing this, it would be difficult with just that because there's not much meat on that. But look at the insight. What would I talk about? Men associate soup with their moms in a positive, nurturing way. That insight suddenly made doing the creative easier, faster, and something that we could work with. If you're doing advertising, we've had this with many clients at Adventure and certainly in other places where it's not succinct like this. You're looking for the creative to find a strategy. And sometimes that happens, but it's always more expensive. It literally just takes more time. You're not quite sure that you have something, and it's sort of like a crapshoot. To know what you need to say and then find the best execution for that is a much more efficient way to go. And this is what we did in this campaign. I'm going to show you the very first one, which is They're all goofy, but look at this one. This is with Reggie White, real football players.
Did you eat your chunky soup?
How did you get down here? Ma,
Did you eat your chunky soup?
yeah, Ma. Chunky beef with country vegetables. With more beef than any other soup. Lean beef, potatoes, vegetables. Chunky always hits the spot. Where'd you get that outfit?
Hand top gotta go. Just want to make sure you eat it.
That's my name.
Oh, yeah? Which one? Campbell's Chunky Soup.
It's loaded with beef.
That's stupid, right? That wasn't his real mother. Actually, I think the third year in, we started using real mothers. So the actual mothers of the football players. It's just a football player. So that let me ask you a question. Did that come out of the brief, as we say? Did that execute the brief? What do you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was just an easy move from one to the other. You didn't have to stretch it. Clearly, it did. Again, it didn't say, okay, man, we know that you associate soup with your mothers, right? It didn't say that, but it implied that. And this one was the most successful campaign I ever worked in. This ran for 22 years. I mean, every year we had another for 22 years. And then they took it off for a year and sales dropped and they brought it back on. There's something else now, finally, but this is the longest running campaign, all based on that insight. We talk about the product. That's the same thing. It's permission to believe, to remind people that it looks good, it tastes good. That's not horrible there. But it's based on the mother. I remember when that first started running, I was on the Ad Council's creative review board, and Alan Rosenshine, who was the CEO of BBDO, was on that review board. And so, he was obviously pissed off that we got BBDO, but I remember the first time we got Chunky, the first time he saw it, he said, "Marvin, that is really crap." I said, "It's goofy, but it's not crap. It's not crap. This is going to work." And it did. It did. But I was sort of embarrassed by these spots when it first came out, but I started hearing people talking about them. It was just like, and this is all based on the insight. But what happens too when you do the execution? You don't necessarily need to be serious all the time. Often we try to be serious. And John Cleese, I'm sorry, I've said this probably to a lot of you, not all of you, but I'm repeating myself. I apologize for that. But John Cleese, from Monty Python, and if you young kids don't know who Monty Python are, study them. John Cleese said that you don't have to be solemn to be serious. And sometimes we get those two things confused. You don't have to be, a serious point could be made with a smile, sometimes better than a lack of a smile. So we had that stupid ending, and all of them had something going on that hopefully made it last. As an aside, this campaign got really well known. Sports Illustrated had a whole thing about this, calling it the Chunky Curse, because it turned out that a lot of football players we used, about a half a dozen, something happened to them after they did it. Reggie White died a few years later, unexpectedly and very young. And then Ben Roethlisberger got into a motorcycle accident during the shoot, and there was guys did terribly the next season. So they started calling it the Chunky Curse. It was like bizarre, but it worked. It certainly worked. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Did I skip one? Hold on. Yeah. Any questions so far? Am I running out of time? I could do this.
10 minutes or so.
All right. I'm going to try to. Yeah, let me do this. All right. This one is less insight oriented, right? Because some are less insight oriented. This is UNCF. Did for a long time, and there it's the WHO, adults 40 plus, skewed towards women because they're the ones who believe in the importance of higher education and have given to charitable organizations before. Those lists are available. Those are that's who you had in mind. Again, the WHO, for the creative purpose, The Who obviously has media purposes, you know, where to place the ads or who to put it in front of. But it's very important for creatives because you got to get a picture of that person in your head. Because you speak differently in terms of execution to a 6-year-old or a 17-year-old or an older woman, a younger woman. You do speak differently to them. So you need a picture in your head. And what I think now, this is what happened. This was way, way back. This is like in 87, 86, when we had to like recast the whole strategy and emphasize, because it had changes that were happening, right? Although UNCF was very, very successful. So I think the United Negro College Fund has helped provide college education to thousands of African-American students. There's positive attitudes at UNCF. People like it. However, with open enrollment, that's when that started, you know, back in then, and more opportunities available today, the need to support the United Negro College Fund is no longer pressing. So in other words, when, you know, people have discretionary money that they use for charity, and they'll tend to go to things that they think are more important. So with open enrollment, oh, look, you know, like kids could get into school now, or even, and we didn't put it in the brief, like when Jesse Jackson ran for president, there was a sort of very thin veneer of belief, well, maybe the problem is fixed now. And we're saying, no, it's not. What we needed to do after the messaging is to convince them that they're still bright, hardworking African-American students who cannot afford to go on to college. The United Negro College Fund continues to play a vital role in helping these deserving students receive the college education. I would like to include them in my charitable donations. Okay, this has a more serious tone, but that's okay. And the idea here is that the problem is not solved, that the need is still there. And it's not that they started doing badly, but again, their contributions started slipping again. So we had to start bumping up the need part. And the insight here is more about and sometimes that is about, it's about the story itself, right? People tend to respond to stories and the plight of individual people as opposed to group statistics. There was some move by UNCF to talk about something, statistical things about there was upcoming 2000, the year 2000 workforce problems that they're having, the need for more Black educated workers, and to go to corporations with this. And they started leaning towards less emotional and more linear kinds of arguments. But we determined that not for this channel. This is TV. That people respond to stories, and this is true far more than, you know, group statistics. And that's true all the time. People learn by stories. We're wired for that. In fact, there's a book called Wired for Stories. We're wired to learn through stories. So it was important to do that and push away from some clients wanting to bring us more statistically relevant information. Now, and this is relevant to a lot of your clients, the idea is, you know, advertising, you got to think of messaging as putting your foot in the door, is opening up the possibility of somebody doing something, right? I know it's a little different with you guys because you have very, you know, specific KPIs, but it's still always opening up the door. Once you're in that door, you know, you could bring out a lot of things, right? But you got to open the door first. Again, it has to do with the clutter and the interest and things like that. So we just heightened up the need, right? And this is just one of the ones we did.
Who's going? Come on. Look what I do in school today, Grandpa. Oh,
Right. The heart. Very good. The aorta, the left and right ventricles, and the aura.
Yeah, but how do you know so much about the heart? Did you want to be a doctor when you were little?
Well,
Being Black once meant forgetting about your dreams. Today, The United Negro College Fund keeps these dreams alive with a quality education.
But you would have been the best doctor, Grandpa.
Oh, you think so? But without your support, new dreams will die.
Can I be a doctor? Grandpa?
So the idea here was just to get emotional. All of the advertising was at least try to be emotional, very close to being sappy. But notice the key. What was the key to this? What executionally was the key to this commercial to make people wanting to reach back into their pocket? What do you think?
The child.
Definitely the child. He was great, but there was actually something occurred in the commercial that became very motivational.
Well, education has changed over the years. His grandfather couldn't have a dream, but now his grandson can.
Right. All right, but think about the ending for a minute.
It's when the kid said, "Can I be a doctor?"
Right. And what happened what did the grandfather answer the question?
No, there was no answer.
Nah, see, that's the key there. He didn't answer. So that means, if the grandpa said, sure you can, it would not have been the same thing. So the fact that he didn't answer, even if it's not consciously taken in, it sort of underlines the need, right? But did that come out of the brief? Right? It came out of the brief. It clearly indicated that the need still exists. And if you notice in the brief, and it was very specifically, we had to do it for political reasons, deserving students, right? Deserving African-American students, because there was always pushback, from people saying, well, I had trouble putting my kids through school. Why, if the kid doesn't deserve to go to school, he shouldn't, or it's their parents kind of thing. So here we're saying the parents or grandparents were good guys and the student was deserving. So those all became, that was all in the brief, and that all became part of the execution. You got it so far? I don't like that I did most of the talking now. Next time it'll be more back and forth. Because somebody said I want to see you guys on the screen, so that helps me a little bit. So what do you think? Any questions, any thoughts? If you think this was useful or not, tell me,
I mean, I don't know how relevant this question is to the entire presentation, but from what I remember in school, in my advertising design classes, that these creative briefs were received from the client. This is the question to Patrick.
Wait, I missed the last point. I'm sorry.
I'm saying that in my advertising design class, we would get creative briefs from make-believe clients. So I guess this is a question for also Isaac and Patrick. As an agency, and let's say we have a client that doesn't have a brief, I'm assuming we are responsible for creating something like that and then presenting it to the client, right?
Oh yeah, I mean that's up to you guys. I mean, I've been pushing on the things I've been working for everybody to do a creative brief, and I push to get the client involved if we can. But I think what's, again, like I said this in the beginning, I think what's happening now, it's done and then it's not referred back to. And it needs sometimes to be referred back to, because a good brief, you know where, it's the bridge, right? It's the Golden Gate Bridge. You know where you want to bring the consumer, the target. And you could look at a line or an execution or a video and say, is this going to get people over to that side? And even just for that, it's a good tool. It keeps things from like just sort of going out of control, because we all have that, and that's almost endemic in this business. Clients get panicky and nervous, and they, how about this? And they start throwing things up against the wall, see what sticks. It's not a good way to do it. I mean, at least come in with some focused thinking. So I would recommend to do this for every client. And if they don't want to look at it, then do it ourselves. But it's obviously better for the client to do it, and not bad if the client did it with you.
Nice overview to break everything down, and that way everything is a lot more clear on our end.
Right. you could say, no, we can't say this. No, we should do this. So it's important, and it's good. It's good also for us. It just clarifies it. I mean, you could create like this could be used for an elevator speech, right? You got to explain, do a pitch for your client in 30 seconds. How would that sound? It has a lot of different values. It creates a certain kind of discipline. Everybody thinks, creative, it's not disciplined, but it's actually creatives are fairly disciplined in a certain way, or people who do the creative, because you have, if you're a painter, you need to know what size canvas you're painting on, right? You need to know the materials you're painting with. This is sort of like that. It gives you limitations, but not overly prescriptive limitations. So your mind could go, but you know what the goal is. If you know what the goal is, it's hard to veer away from that.
Who else has questions, comments for Marvin? New York, Philly, Florida.
Florida. I got questions about your governor, but other than that,
I'll add to Daniel's point. So, like, for anyone that hasn't been around for a while, creatives have always been a point of contention for our entire agency. Probably up until Marvin came around, like, I don't know, a year ago, however, since we've been working together. And it still is, it's not perfect, it's a really hard thing to iron out. Historically, like, a lot of our clients, like, the ads that we would make would be just like a product image with like a very blasé headline, because it was always really hard to have a conversation to get something approved, and there was always a lot of friction there. This process that Marvin outlined, I think, is really valuable for any client, even if you don't have the budget to create an ad with NFL players. You know what I mean? Like, and what's interesting about those concepts is like, it doesn't necessarily we were shown TV commercials, but like you could still take that concept and translate it into a static image, or even like a copy for a search ad. So you have these larger concepts, and I think the main point of this is that it creates something like a framework that you can agree with the client on and have like conversations around it. The term we use a lot, like you're speaking the same language. So when you're all aligned, like, yes, this is the insight that we're trying to get across in our ads. And now you can take that and you can make YouTube videos or TikTok videos or display ads or Google search ads or whatever the medium is based off of that. This is kind of step one of probably 3 steps to actually creating the.
Yeah. No, that's well said. No, well said. And that, I'll give you an example. We remember Bell Labs? We did a recruitment campaign for Bell Labs, of all things. And, they a recruitment campaign. They don't wanted 1/10 of the top 1/100th of students. So it was a very small ask, but we did a fairly serious brief, and we executed in different ways about how this place was just filled with Nobel Prize winners, right? They're just the places that it's the main. Almost all of them had Nobel Prizes. Who worked for Bell Labs at that time, and so. The brief, you could go a lot of different ways, and we did. We had radio spots, we had TV spots, but I remember one headline that I loved, and it was, "Come work at a place that'll make you feel stupid." Now, you might think that's a crazy, but they were actually they were looking for geniuses, people who were already geniuses, right? Who we knew were and we want to appeal to them. So even though you could have done a straight campaign with that, you could do, and we did straight things, you could also have the license to do something like that, which fulfilled the brief the same way, just took it from a different angle. But a good brief should be able to be executed across channels. If it can't be, then it's probably, there's rare exceptions, but if it can't be, if you can't do a good Facebook ad or a decent Facebook ad and a TV commercial and a radio spot and a full page newspaper ad on the same brief, it probably is not a good brief. There's something wrong with it. But yeah, there is, I think, more so in digital marketing than it is in traditional marketing. traditionally in your field, less emphasis is put on the actual creative. I remember my son started working for a person who basically said that it doesn't matter what you say as long as you're in the right place, which is not, it's incorrect. I mean, and it's like I said, that Harvard Business Review is starting to point to that a little bit. It's not only the medium, it's what's said in it, and we'll be talking a lot about that too. But it's creative is still important based on those the humility factor, clutter, time, space. You're competing all the time. And, when you get too close to a product with the client, the agency gets just as close. They start thinking things that are important that aren't important in real life. And it's not their fault. It's nothing to do with stupidity. It just, when you get close, that's the way you look at it, and we have to look at the product like the consumer looks at it. And that should go across. By the way, the tone of the advertising across channels should be somewhat similar. It could be straighter or funnier, but there's a certain voice. Let's call it a voice, which is hard to define, but all of the advertising has to have that sort of similar voice. And it's easier to identify what the voice isn't than what it is. But with a good brief and some good campaigns, you could see immediately if something is wrong, and that's very important to know that too. So, all right, we're spinning out of control here. I have a couple more examples to give, but I want to get into the how part, and I have exercises that actually help. There's always controversy. Could a person be taught to be a good writer? I mean, yes, I think, and you can't turn everybody into Hemingways, but you could learn to expand your thinking for sure. I know that for a fact, and there are techniques to do that, and I'd like to go over some of those things.
Marvin.
Sometimes, yes. Yep.
Stephen King has a quote from his book on writing. He says, "You could turn a bad writer into a good writer into a great writer. You can never turn a bad writer into a great writer."
No, but you could turn a bad writer into a good writer. Right?
That's the first part. Right, that's what he said.
That's true. Yeah, right. Like,
you can turn a bad writer into a good writer, a good writer into a great writer. You can't turn a bad writer into a great writer.
Right. And it's very hard to turn a great writer into a bad writer because they won't do it.
Right. It's not an opposite. That's what he's saying. Like, you would think if you could turn a bad writer into a good and a good one into a great, then why not first turn the bad writer into a good writer, and then so I'm just saying it's a quote. That's why it's a quote.
Also, it's true. I mean, think of sports. You could be a great, college baseball pitcher. That doesn't mean you're gonna, get into the major leagues. It's just, there's a difference there. But the main thing is that you could expand your thinking. We're all, and it's reasons that is, but that we're all inhibited when it comes to writing down ideas, and that's not anybody's fault. You were actually taught to be inhibited, but we could work on that stuff a little bit. I mean, it could definitely help. But it's I've worked with closely with a lot of you now, and I'm impressed with the ability to start maybe expanding the thinking a little bit. Another thing. All right, let me say this is outside the realm. People say, well, why is it important to do something creative? And I mean, I think it is for clutter reasons, for business reasons. I think for brand reasons. You could sell something with a bad ad, but that's not good for the brand in the long run, right? You want to establish the brand in a positive way. But I look at it another way. I think whatever we do a message, we're sending it out, right? We're sending it out into the world, right? One way or the other. And you could either send something good out or you could litter. I actually think like bad advertising is like litter. It really is. You're littering the airwaves, or you're littering the internet, or we got enough crap on the streets. we don't have to be responsible for adding to it. So I think there's a moral obligation. I actually do. I think there's a moral obligation to try to make your advertising interesting, intelligent, meaningful, something that you could be proud of, that, oh, I wrote this, or I did this, or the agency could show it on their reel, or the client could show it, but it's you did something good, you didn't throw a dirty cup into the street. So I actually think about that like that. So I get a little intense sometimes, but it bothers me to do bad stuff. And I think we could all move to do much better stuff. And you have some authority too. I mean, once you establish, if you can establish some sort of respect from the client, it'll make your life so much easier. Because otherwise, you're just like a vendor, and vendors could always be changed. We can't be note takers, and the pull to be like a note taker, like a yes sir, yes ma'am, is very strong. I'm not saying you have to be rude, but in the end, like, note takers just don't hold on to accounts. So anyway, but I hope this helped. I'm never sure. I can't. This is why I hate online stuff. I can't. If I'm in a class, I can tell if I'm connecting or not. It was hard to say. Let me know. You can email me if you thought it was all. Yeah. What? I didn't hear that, Isaac.
Will you come in for the next session?
I can, even no matter what my wife says. So that's I'll do that.
All right, this was incredible. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Super.
Yeah, I'll definitely. I will come in next time. I will. I promise.
Yeah, we really. When you were talking about chunky soup, it reminded me this morning. I read something where somebody calls somebody else, "You're as stupid as a soup sandwich."
Do you know Campbell's invented the whole idea of soup and sandwich?
Maybe that's what you're stupid in a soup sandwich.
Soup
That would be
sandwich.
great yourself. I'm starving now.
Although a chunky soup, you could probably make into a sandwich. I don't know. It'd be disgusting. All right. But no, that's good. That's a good expression. I'm going to remember that. All right, guys. Any questions, you can email me. I'm around. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Marvin,
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. See you around like a bagel. Stay safe. All right.
Thanks, Marvin. Thank you.
Bye.
Hey, Marvin.
Hey, who am I on with?
Avery, you want to stop
Avery,
recording?
How'd it go? How'd it go?
Going great. Went beautiful.
Okay,
Superb.
good. I really can't tell. I got to work out this thing where I can't see people. I could only see a couple of people at a time.
So are you in a laptop or in a desktop?
I'm on a Mac Air, so it's I should be
Maybe
able to,
bring it to the office when you come, and we'll go walk through it next time.
yeah. I should always be able to have at least a sidebar, because I've taught online. In fact, I'll be teaching again online.
Well, you're zoomed in. Go to if you're on the browser. See that on the top of your browser? There's there's like a magnifying glass with a plus.
Yeah.
Click that. Lower down on the screen on the internet browser. If you go higher, it's very small. To the right.
Yeah, not this.
No, lower down. It's only in the browser.
Oh,
left.
I
Yeah,
know.
there. Click
Yeah.
that. I go to reset.
Okay.
Oh, now you see me.
Yeah, I do. All right. So
So
all
that should
right.
really be it. I think
Oh,
you're just zoomed in.
that'd be great. That'd be great. Because it's funny. I wasn't going to teach again, but they asked me to teach again at NYU, but it was online, and my wife doesn't want me to go in for the classes.
All right, Marvin, you want to just stop recording? If you go to
Yeah.
stoppers, if you go to the three dots on the bottom.
Right,
Oh, actually,
but
I could do it. I could even
yeah.
do it. Sorry, I'll do
I
it.
could say something bad,
You never know.
Meanwhile, hey, what else is there?
Okay, Marvin, you're good.
Look, you're listening to the podcast by choice, right? So you obviously like what the person says.
So what do you do with this? You presented it?
And so if he delivers a message and he's sincere,
Just drag it over first.
go back to the Google Hangout and share screen. And that's sort of like really old fashioned, pre my time, like in radio, old fashioned radio.
This one?
Very often.
Did you just change it?
Announcers or the hosts read the advertising.
I have to go back to that.
You drag it over?
Yeah, I guess so. Do you move anything?
There it goes.
There we go.
And how do you present on this?
I have better pictures of my wife if you want to see.
Where's that taken?
You know, the Oregon coast. Oregon coast. All right, so we talked about this, who we're talking to, what they think of you now, what we want them to think in the future. You need some sort of change. You need to know what that change is. And an insight, which I think is the most important, is any sociological or psychological insight into the target that somehow informs your message. Okay. So, and we said, again, done correctly, your message should take a person across the Golden Gate Bridge, you know, from one side to the other. And we did a lot. We did Colgate, we did Junkie Soup, United New York College Fund. I want to just do one more, and it's a little more complicated, because sometimes the briefs are a little more complicated. And it's Regional Hospice. Starts off with a bad name. That's the name of it. It's Regional Hospice. And a friend of mine actually owns it. And it's a great place. It's like, I'd like to go there. And she wanted to do a campaign, but she's very sort of progressive in her thinking. And she didn't want it to be the same old, which you see in advertisements, either for funeral homes or hospices. And it's always about somebody who's already died. And they're saying how great they were to my father. Not that that's a bad idea, but all of them are the same, usually sappy, and they don't really connect. She's very much into getting people to discuss before they die what's going to happen when that time comes, to talk about it early. Because, you know, we in the Western civilization, we're very afraid of death. Other cultures sort of embrace death much more than we do. But that was the direction, and we just went with it. So this is a little more complicated than the others, but it's understandable and it's clear. Again, remember, this is third person at first, and they're caregivers and families who feel the responsibility of advising and or deciding how and where a loved one with a life-limiting illness will live out their remaining time. Ages tend to vary depending on how old the person is with the illness. The skew tend to be middle-aged and older. Messaging can be most effective if shared when the target is still trying to decide if hospice is a viable idea. Because there comes a time where you can talk to people you know, the person is sick or going to get sick, and the decision is whether or not we should send them to hospice or take hospice care in. They do both, obviously, right? So that's a hard decision. Now we go back to first person, and it's sort of hard to craft, but it sort of made sense to me. Part of me thinks that, remember, this is a person talking, a person who's going to make the decision about someone else going into the hospice, which very often happens. Part of me thinks hospice care is probably the best alternative right now. But does that mean I'm giving up? I have such mixed feelings. Every time I get closer to the conclusion that hospice is the best thing for all of us, I start feeling guilty. Should I be taking care of him? Am I leaving him to the care of strangers? Is he going to think I'm abandoning him? And then I change my mind and decide hospice care is not right. God, I wish there was someone who could make this decision easier for me. I just don't want to think about it anymore. And that's really where they are. That's like back, you know what an approach avoidance conflict is? You have two goals and you're sort of in the middle. Each time you go to one goal, the other one seems better. You go back and forth and back and forth. They seem equal. Metaphorically, that's if you put a donkey between two bales of hay, exactly between two bales of hay, he'll starve to death because he'll start walking to one and go back the other way. That's metaphorically. He'd probably eat both, actually. What do we want them to think? It's a change from that, right? We got to make them feel more secure about hospice. And this I felt good about because it rings true. It's true as the old chairman of Y&R used to say. He brought him something, said, I not only like this campaign, it's true. It's an extra benefit, but this is true. I'm starting to think about this a little more clearly now. Hospice care, when done correctly, is not about dying or giving up. It's about living the rest of your life, no matter how long, a day, a week, a year, the best way you can. A sunny day in June or a snowy day in March is no less precious to an 85-year-old with pancreatic cancer than it is to a scrappy, healthy 13-year-old. So why not make those days, all days, as good and full as they can be? Living in a good hospice, one that is caring and loving, makes those kinds of days happen. Hospice is the right choice. If I realized then what I know now, I would have made the decision to move much sooner. And that's a common thing we know from their research. When people finally take in hospice or go to hospice, they'll say, I wish I would have done it sooner. Okay. So you see where the change is to like, I don't know what to do. I feel guilty. This is horrible. I mean, it's somebody you love is dying. It's not a good time necessarily. However, it doesn't, you could look at the end of life as having negatives and positives. It's not all, it's still life. You're still living. And it's making the best of those days, right? So it makes somebody feel better about going. And the insight here, making the decision to go into hospice is an incredibly difficult one, made even more so by guilt and fear. Reducing those feelings, and it's the first step in that direction. And the credit will accrue to the hospice that is able to make that argument. So we had a choice. They have a lot of separate benefits, this hospice. I mean, it's a beautiful place and the food is great and blah, blah, blah. We could have done a list of attributes like that. We decided to bypass all of that and just talk about the decision process and sometimes after the decision process. And strangely enough, or not strangely, we did it for some financial reasons because we don't want to pay residuals because it's TV. We did it animated. But there's a strange thing about animation. Animation very often, and a million things, people see animation as more real than real, and that's, the MetLife Snoopy campaign, which Molly and I did, that raised the humanity scores of MetLife, like way up. It's suddenly they were doing Snoopy in cartoons and suddenly the humanity perception went way up. So any questions about this? Again, we bypassed almost everything in detail about the hospice. And this is the first one.
They're discussing how to deal with Dad's illness. The dramatic child talks about obligation and guilt. The organized child has a color-coded chart showing whose turn it is to bathe Dad. The wise child says, if we get hospice care, we can enjoy Dad's last months together, unburdened by his illness. She's also my favorite child. Oh, like you don't have a secret favorite?
Regional hospice and palliative care, making the best of every day.
So all that did was show the process that people actually go through. Well, we're going to watch Dad, and you see the negatives to that, but you see it coming from the dad. He doesn't want that either. He doesn't want his kids to bathe him. He doesn't want that to ever happen. But you notice we kept it light, and we made a stupid joke at the end, right? It's like, that's my favorite child.
What's your, I think it's really interesting that it is like light.
Very light, yeah, relatively.
Do you think that, like clearly that was an intentional choice, but like, do you think that there's a potential for that to go wrong where the audience
Sure.
doesn't necessarily, like the audience says like, this is too grave of a situation for me to connect with that?
Oh.
Like, is that like,
Absolutely.
how did you land on that tone?
Well, there's one, I don't think I'll show it to you. There's one that they're one of the first hospices that has a pediatric wing, and they did this in conjunction with Yale. So we did a spot about a little girl died. So you think, and we kept it light. And it's part of looking at that time of life differently than you look now. Of course it's sad. That's a given. You don't have to remind people, well, it's horrible. Your husband is dying. You don't have to do that necessarily. You can make them feel better for the days that they are there. There's a lot of different ways you can approach it. So we've done 4 commercials. We're doing another one now. You could approach it with, a father was basically saying that he doesn't want, similar to this, but it was executed differently. He wants to spend time with his kids, right? They were older kids. He doesn't want them, he doesn't want things to change. He wants it to be as much as possible the way it was. And that would require bringing someone in from hospice. And what happened with this is it's seemingly worked. I mean, she keeps wanting to do more, but she got a lot of press from this because it is somewhat unusual. So she was on TV and it was good. In fact, what we're doing now, you could help. I'll give you a piece of this. No, what we're thinking of doing, we got interrupted by COVID, is actually selling these spots to other hospices because there's no competition. There's no geographic, she's not competing with anybody in Chicago. So we made it so in these you could easily transform this to anything. But she's really good. She would have to. She wants this, but she wants to approve any hospice that we choose. So that used to be done a lot more. There were commercials done that were sold to different advertisers. We made it generic enough that it could fit a lot of different people. But to your point, all right, here's one that goes even further in that direction.
Those are sparrows, right?
Nope, finches.
Oh, you're right. Smarty pants. Promise you'll start dating.
Oh, yeah.
Really? The thought of you being alone?
Okay. I promise.
Good. But not Fred.
Regional hospice, making the best of every day. Oh, I love you.
So that really goes to an extreme point, but it takes it from a different place. So I think those work. By the way, that's the guy who did. I want to do the music for the Tejas and stuff. Yeah, it was a good job. And here's the one with the little girl, but we'll pass that. Well, I'll let you just my granddaughter's voice. This was done about 5 years ago.
Here we go. Hey, Hector.
Hi, Emily.
Hector and Emily are residents of Regional Hospice. Neither one knows how many tomorrows they have left. But today, this day, is a good one. And that's what good hospice care is all about. Regional hospice and palliative care, making the best of every day.
It's sad. It's horribly sad, but it's better for the people who are ill themselves. It's a person who's about to die to see some morbid thing about death on TV is not a pleasant thing for that person. Now, we're going to be doing print later, maybe not today, but we'll do it later. But the creative brief forms the blueprint for all media. So it doesn't have to be a replication of the line exactly. Well, the tagline stays the same, but it could be like this one. We did this really fast, but this is not the hospice you had in mind. Thank goodness. It's a whole different kind of, because that expression usually means you were expecting something better. It's the opposite. You're expecting something worse. But it's the same idea. It feels the same, and it has a little bit of a smile to it. So I could argue that it's very much part of the campaign. Now, the creative answers. This is the WTF section. We went from this is the HTF. How the freak do you do it? The creative brief answers the questions of who and what, but it doesn't tell us how, right? So, like I said, it's not prescriptive, the creative brief. That goes beyond. But once you have the blueprint of where you want to go, it's a lot easier to get there, right? It's a map. So how do you do it? The creative brief should help lead to the advertising and this is important. With all the clutter, these words are important. Everybody hears them, but you should think about that when you're doing advertising. It has to do all or one or some of these things well. It has to inform, it has to interest people, it has to delight people, excite them, entertain them, empathize with them, make them laugh, make them cry. It has to do all of those things or some of those things. If not, what happens if you don't do any of those things? What's going to happen? Nothing. Nothing's going to happen. It won't be remembered. It won't be seen. It won't have any value. It'll be a total waste of money, actually. The most important thing to do, and I talked about it, I make this, it has to connect. And connecting in two ways, connect to the target. So the target goes like this, metaphorically, like, oh, you get me, I get you, I like that, that's funny, it's good. And it also has to connect to the product itself. We've all seen advertising. You say, oh, it's a great ad. And they say, what was it about? And no one knows. It needs to make that connection. That's your job. You need to connect it back to the product. So you need that connection going. There's something called modeling. in terms of how to do it. Anybody know what model? I mean, not the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue, but modeling learning. What's that called? It's a kind of learning. Anybody ever know what that is? It's a simple one. Something we all do. Modeling is really watching somebody do their work, or watching or looking at the output of their work. It's not like someone instructing you how to do something or not. It's just watching and looking, and it's called modeling. And you just sort of take that in. And we've all had that experience one way. I'll give you my big experience. I remember I must have been in my 20s, the 1800s, but in the 20s, and I'm not a bad tennis player. Not great, but I wasn't bad. And I remember I had the flu. The only time I had the flu was bad flu. And it was during the US Open, the tennis thing. So basically, I watched, in my fevered state, I watched all of the US Open from beginning to end, right? The next time I played tennis, my game went up like 1,000. Something happened there. Something happened just watching. I wasn't saying, oh, I have to do this with the serve, I have to do that. Nothing like that. It was just looking at it and watching it. That's called modeling. Consciously or not, you're adapting that. And a lot of advertising is about that. Certainly with me, you have to see good work. You have to look at good work. Just look at it. I mean, we'll go into it and dissect some of it, but just being exposed to good work will help you do your work. Okay, so that's what we're going to do a lot of today. That's part of things you can do to push your creative chops. Now, let's look at some good work. Now, this is the first, just on TV. This is all examples of advertising that took a creative leap. So you have the strategy, but creatively, it took a leap. It held to the strategy. That's what we said, it came out of the brief, but it was interesting, it delighted, it informed, it did something that made it work. So for instance, I don't know if some of you may have seen this. Let's see. I want to say
Razoo condoms. Fun, sexy, safe.
All right. So, what do you think about that?
I wish I would have seen that ad a few years ago.
What do you think about that? Let's deconstruct it. Okay. Let's reverse engineer. Yeah. Let's reverse engineer. Okay. So let's do a creative brief to it. All right. Let's see. So who do you think the target was here? It was a very specific target. Young men. Yeah, it was definitely, it was not women, it was young men.
Intentional choice to have the father there.
Huh?
Intentional choice to have the father.
How far young?
Also, and not have the mother.
And not have the mother, and have the father young and nice. It was good to have him nice. He was obviously ineffective, but he was nice. He wasn't like a mean guy, right? He was nice, and you empathize with him. When the other people started looking at him, he was totally, if you have kids, you know what happens when your kid goes out of control. That's not that unusual, but so you had that. So that's who we're talking. How old do you think he was about, you think? What's the target age, you think? Yeah, maybe could lower? Yeah, I would say like 17 to late 20s.
Well, he looked definitely older than that.
He could have been in the late 20s. He could have been in the late 20s. Yeah. But it's not somebody in the 60s or 70s, right? So now remember, so this guy, so let's picture this guy. He's a nice guy. He's young. He's starting life out. He's involved with whatever he's involved in. And this is his position. What is he thinking now? He's not gotten anybody pregnant yet, or hasn't. It will, hopefully won't. What's he thinking about condoms? What is he thinking now?
Probably not much. Probably not much.
Not much. Right, and what else? What are most condom advertising? What's the theme of most of them? Huh?
Fear.
Fear, but most condoms prevent what? More so than even pregnancy, and pregnancy is part, but what's disease? Right, disease and getting sick, right? It's like, that's a major thing. Now, let's say it's a young man. Young men and young women think of themselves as what usually? Invincible, immortal, right? You don't, if you tell like a 19-year-old, yeah, you could get like an STD, it's, not me. It's like smoking too. I'm not gonna lose a lung. I'm young. So they're invincible. So those kind of messages tend not to work. So I think I don't know what the creative brief was, a Swedish thing, but what would then be an example of what they think now before the message? Just think it like somebody speaking. So like,
Not something I should be afraid of.
yeah, I don't use condoms. No big deal. What else do people? The women I use, I have sex with are healthy.
I guess you could say you've never had any issues in the past.
That is weird. Is that from you? Oh God. Yeah, that's a good one. Who said that? That freaked me out. I forgot you guys were there. God, I thought my
Sorry, Marvin.
AI. Who just said that?
It's me.
Who said that?
I'm a new guy.
Okay. Oh, that's right. I haven't had it, nothing's happened before, nothing will happen now. And I like it without condoms. He'd probably say that, right? I like it better without condoms. And the girls I date don't mind, right? That's what he is. So you gotta like get to this guy, right? That's what he's thinking now. So all sorts of things won't get to him. So what would be a very simple one? What would be the outcome of seeing this? What might he say now?
Oh God, I don't want that to be me.
Exactly. I'm not ready to have a kid.
I would take it. I think it's a little different angle.
Sure. Well,
because the 17, 18, 19-year-old kid is not really relating to that father. But what's important is that the tantrum was like extremely over the top, right? Like it was so over the top. Meaning, if it was like a,
right.
And it's not that kids don't act that way at all. But let's say it was like a typical annoying kid thing. It wasn't screaming and exploring the entire store.
Right.
So then all of a sudden the spot's a lot more serious.
Right.
And to me, that would have a lesser effect.
Right.
Even if it was more serious and more relatable, more real. Because like you're still gonna have a hard time. Like, to me, I think the spot does a good job at saying like, oh, condoms aren't so scary, they're not so bad. Like I'm willing to think about it now because they made light of the whole thing altogether.
Right.
Like they turned the whole thing in almost to like a caricature, where the whole concept isn't like as overwhelming or scary to me.
No, that's a good point. I mean, it's possible, but it also had another. There was another watch, and you could develop. It was directed really well. You could develop empathy because you saw the older people, looking like, oh God, I can't look at the poor guy. They were not mad at the father, but it was hard. It could be either way, but it's something that puts condoms now in his consideration set. You know what a consideration set is? It's a choice you have. If it's cars between a Ford, a Chevrolet, and an Audi, those three are in your consideration set. Here,
it's disarming.
It's very disarming.
That's the whole thing. Like, if it was a serious conversation saying, look, if he said, you don't want to be caught with a child.
Right.
Like that, that would just trigger stronger defense mechanisms.
Right. Absolutely. I know when I was smoking badly and I'd see, like a commercial on stopping smoking, you saw somebody with a hole in their throat.
I did was a cigarette.
Right, because it made you anxious.
Yeah.
It made you anxious. It's like,
yeah. That was done that the worst possible thing. Tobacco companies.
Yeah, yeah.
This was a big. You talk about ethical. If you were ethical thing, like the labels on cigarette packs of that the Surgeon General was warning. Like they did these crazy studies that showed that like all it did was increase nicotine intake.
Oh, yeah, and the cigarette companies.
Opening a pack of cigarettes and like reminding me of like how bad it is. Like, what does the smoker do when they're supposed to have? They
Smoke. It's true.
So like,
Yeah.
and whose idea was it to start including the? I guarantee it was like very, very smart executives.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing. A lot of recycling spots you see are sponsored by plastic bottle companies because they know that that stuff is not effective, the advertising, but it says, look, we're trying. We're trying to make it better. It enables them to keep doing. There was a great spot, I forget. It was also a foreign spot, but to your point about cigarette smoking, it was just, you saw, again, a young man just getting out of bed. He was with a woman, and a woman has a sigh of disappointment. That's just very fast, like 5 seconds. And then you just show a cigarette. It showed a cigarette, and it said, I hope I don't offend anybody. I don't really care. But it said, the more you smoke, and then the cigarette went like this, the less you poke. It was incredibly successful. It suddenly became, it wasn't about cancer. It wasn't about it was about, God, never ran here. It should have ran here. What's the insight here? We're talking, we just did the insight. This is why sitting around and talking helps. We just did the insight here, basically, right? Insight is what? It's basically, we talked about immortality, invincibility, and being able to relate to something. But also, you could even say here that it really shows the executional importance, like Isaac was saying. You need to make something that people will watch or want to watch.
I think part of to me, part of the insight that drove this creative is that people are very defensive over the use of condoms.
Right, there's a shield around, so to speak, a shield around them, and yeah, and you'll see later on in the print there. There's another example of that insight of like how you can get past that barrier that people look up. All right, so let's look at another one now. Just I want this Egyptian, and so you make sure it's a brand called Panda Cheese, and the whole thing is about somebody asks or is offered panda cheese, and they say no, and then the panda appears. All right, let's look at this.
ما تيجي نجيب باندا يا بابا.
يا ابني ما جبنا حاجات كتير. Yes, you know why we had
Panda ما يتقلهاش لا.
That means never say no to panda. Now, obviously, the act. This is very successful. It wasn't the acting, wasn't a production. It's the worst shooting I've ever seen. It's beyond. I mean, that shot from behind the panda's head. It's like horrible. But yet it was successful. Why do you think? What do you think made that successful?
Unique.
Yeah.
There's like this weird feeling of tension when the
Right.
is standing there. That's like there's no real way to describe
What they do to the panda?
it.
Huh?
Offended him?
No. What they do? They made him what? What do you think of pandas? You think? Yeah, but you think of
They made
pandas
him
all
rude.
looking, Sorry.
They made him rude.
What'd you say? They made him rude.
Rude, as in, like-
You'll see another spot. More than rude, even. And it worked. Let me show you. I mean, there must have been a half dozen of these spots. You could look. Let me show you one more.
لا والله ماليش نفس. You know why we had
Panda ما
Right.
يتقلهاش لا.
This is additive. Right. This is shows a campaign effect. When you can add to something, they get funnier and funnier. There's ones
Well,
in
it's
the
also-
office.
It's very iconoclastic, right? Because it's see, this is the type of thing which could get overused. But if this, especially geographically, if this was like a new type of thing, which what does every ad try to do in some form or another? They try to like appeal to the better sensibilities and the goodwill of customer
Right.
by like extolling its virtues.
Right.
And
So
over
the
here, it's
opposite.
like totally the opposite. It's like, you know what? You have every reason not to like it, other than the fact that we're gonna just take a crap at it.
Right. Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
can't don't say so it's like it's a total like iconoclastic move.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're not gonna talk about we're not gonna talk about the product. We're not gonna even say you should like it. We have no
Yeah.
reason that you should like it, other than if you happen to say no to us.
You'll
we try to
be,
sell you
you'll
the
be
product.
sorry.
You'll be very sorry.
It's very true. And it did one more thing though. Remember we said it needs to connect to the brand? This has branding, right? It's Panda cheese.
No client, you imagine a client in the US. Like,
Wouldn't buy this.
approving
Never,
this today.
never buy this.
Never-
Never
Well,
buy
it's
this.
very similar to it's the opposite actually, is what Chick-fil-A does. Chick-fil-A has the cows.
Right.
That are trying to advertise on me, they're trying to say eat more chicken.
Right. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so it's not as. like,
It's not quite,
ridiculous,
yeah.
but
That's
it's
an old
not-
thing though. That's been done a lot.
Yeah.
Cows versus chickens. Chicken saying, goes back and forth. But this is, I mean, on a very simple basis, you'll remember the name of the cheese. If you passed it on the supermarket, I bet you think about it, right? I wonder what this tastes like.
Is it cultural too? Like does Panda have a significance? Like clearly it's not an American base.
Yeah, well, Panda's more Asian, obviously, but Americans love pandas. The Panda Cam is like one of the most popular things. I mean, people just sit for hours watching pandas. I don't know if you get it. But
Yeah, I guess it's why would they name their brand Panda?
I don't know.
Like to me, it's almost like the mascot was like before the name
Yeah.
of the brand.
Maybe I don't know. And it's Egyptian. I don't know if it's an Egyptian company or just the ad was run by. It's an Egyptian ad. I should look at that. I don't know where it came from. I got a feeling Panda was Asian. I don't know though. I've actually never seen it on the shelves. I don't know if it's here or not. I just know it was like really
It also
successful.
it could be more resonant for these like I don't know like these countries or that are run by dictatorships essentially that are violent
Right.
violent governments. It could be a more resonant ad for the consumers.
All right.
Right, right, like
Right.
there's something more to it.
That's why that would make sense for Egypt at the
Which is like,
time.
it's a-
Yeah, that would
those are
make sense.
parallel to like you
Yeah.
you speak negatively about the president and you wind up in a ditch.
Right.
And if you don't accept the Panda cheese,
It was a strong idea, not much of an idea, but it was strong. It was. I mean, it wasn't a complicated idea. It's get your name across, and it went. You wouldn't believe some of the spots. There's a spot where guy in the spot has a Band-Aid on his forehead. The character, like, it just because they forgot to take the Band-Aid off his forehead, and he's in it. But it worked. It worked. Now, simple. Simple is not only good. I crossed it off. Simple is better. Almost all the time, if you can make the execution simple, it'll be better. Right? It's really bringing it down to its final, to really the essence of what you're saying. And that, I mean, not only in the idea, but in the execution. Sometimes you don't need a complicated execution. Sometimes you do, but sometimes you don't. Look at what Google did. It's sort of interesting, like a major high-tech company. Look what they did for Super Bowl a while. This is one of my favorite commercials. I'll play. Believe me, this is a good commercial. You've seen it? The whole commercial is done by looking at Google's the search bar. Have you ever seen that? Why is it not playing? I could probably find it. Maybe I'll try to find it later. But the whole thing, it's about a guy who's going to France and he just airlines and then where to stay. And then he ends up, I think I have the wrong thing on here.
Here it is.
Here it is. Okay. Oh, good. All right, pay attention, moves fast. Isn't that awesome? It's a whole story about a guy who went to Paris on a vacation, met somebody, came back, learned it, had a baby. All in the span. I don't know if this is the 30s. Yeah, that coffin. Yeah, with the whole the
Happy birthday. It was a Jewish search.
But
Marvin,
yeah.
I think that's very interesting because
Yeah.
it's like it's how do you integrate romance into something so unromantic like searching Google something? That's what they did very effectively.
Right. You'll see another spot that does that too, that makes something a non-emotional thing emotional. Getting to the emotion is anytime you can do that, it's good. Anytime, as long as it's not phony. It's good when you could do that because you gotta always appeal to the
It's
head
also
and
wild
heart.
how like the
Yeah.
music
It's unbelievable.
It's also totally fundamental. It's like
Yeah.
you take the music out and
That is totally, spots are different. It's like movies. Sometimes you hear the music and they wanted her. Sometimes you don't really hear it, but it affects everything. It's underneath it. It changes the tone on everything. Even that's you want that's called a button. It's a button on spots is good. Just look at the button. It sort of ends up tying the spot together and it leaves a small. What do you think the intent of this was? What do you think Google wanted to accomplish here? Sort of interesting. I don't know. I didn't do this spot. What do you think they probably wanted to accomplish?
You could search for anything.
Yeah, that was the information they gave. But I mean,
I don't think so because you could have gotten if that was the goal, you could have come up with much more interesting technical far out. You could have proved Google's wealth of information.
It's them pounding their chest saying like we're that important in your life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For your entire life.
Like we're at the root of every good thing that's happened to this person.
that could be. You know what I think it is, though? You know what I think it is? It made Google a nice guy.
I was gonna say
Right? And not the monster out there.
I was gonna say their
Yeah.
goal was to seem not cool.
Not cold. I think it was a corporate spot. I think it's all corporate. It was about image. I mean, it's certainly, if Google did this in the beginning of when they started, I remember what did Google replace? What was the thing that people search with?
Yahoo.
Was it Yahoo? Huh? Maybe. I don't know what Google was. What? Netscape?
Netscape.
Maybe I forget. But I remember Google. I remember Google was so much better than anything that was like incredible. You just said, oh, look at this. If it was at that time, then they could have run the spot to say, look, you could do all of these things. You could find like, how to speak in French to how to, make a crib. But now I think it's really to say, we're not so bad.
They have heart. They want to show they have heart.
Right, which is good. I actually like Google. All the trash on Google, I don't like Facebook, but something about what was their line initially, their mission statement?
Don't be evil.
No, do no harm. Do no harm. That was that thing, which sort of, they haven't fulfilled it exactly, but it's a good thing. Yeah. They didn't do that in advertising, but that was their mission statement. You talked about bringing emotion to a non-emotional thing. This is, I think, Polish, and this is for it's like an Amazon kind of thing.
It's safe for everybody in the.
Yeah. All safe. Bad experience about it.
English for beginners. I am, you are, he, she, it is. I am, you are, he, she, it is. Robert, I am. Hi. Can you show me the way to the beach? Towel, breakfast, fork, knife, bread. I love you. You are perfect. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I love you. You are perfect. I thank you. Suitcase, slippers, toothbrush, passport, pajamas. Be good dog. I am. I am.
That's the middle of the right. Yes.
Hi. I'm your grandpa.
Sweet. I mean, it took a long way to get there, and it's spent a fort. No, but that spot worked. I mean, it's a Christmas spot.
What was it for? Search engine?
No, like it was like a Amazon kind of delivery kind of thing, because all the things he would get it. It was a bit of a stretch, but they pushed it. They weren't worried about sentimentality. They just sort of pushed it. And I don't think it was overly,
I think it's just too long. You could have done it like the whole.
Well,
could have probably.
yeah. See, to me, I don't see length the way you youngins do. I'm used to longer things, but yeah, this was very long and very expensive, and but it showed more than anything. It's the power of story. That's what I'm showing this for. People, we are wired to learn by story since caveman time, right? I mean, that's cave drawings of stories. Anytime you could tell something in a story form of some form or another, I mean, it doesn't have to be like this. Anytime you could create something, a character, a plot, something, a feeling that has a story thing to it, you have a much better chance of succeeding. People don't, very important to think of, people create advertising as if the target was going to study what they did. They're not. We talked about this last time. It goes by at 60 miles an hour, and it has to connect, and stories connect. They just do. That's a biological thing, and we should do that. Also, it gets to the point I was saying last time, the moral point where I look at it. You don't want to send stuff out into the ether, no matter what channel you get there with. That's crappy. You just don't. It's littering. It is littering. It's the same thing as littering. You know, you wouldn't throw crap in the street. You shouldn't throw crap into Facebook either. Same thing. All right. So now this is, you know what sticky advertising is? It's a great book. You should. Made to Stick. You know that book? That book you should read. It's called Made to Stick, and it's by some brothers. Henley. You could look it up. It's Made to Stick. And they have principles about sort of what makes advertising remembered, making it sticky. This was a brilliant campaign done by Goodby Silverstein. It's old already, but it was brilliant, the whole campaign. There's just one execution of it. And I'll tell you how this came about.
And that was the Vienna Wood Dance indeed, one of my all-time favorites. And now let's make that random call with today's $10,000 question. It's a tough one. Who shot Alexander Hamilton in that famous duel? All right, let's go to the phones and see who's out there. Hello, for $10,000. Who shot? Excuse me? Time is almost up. I'm sorry, maybe next time. Got milk.
Right. But it was this guy who's obviously a crazy person obsessed with Burr and Hamilton, and he ran out of milk, so he couldn't answer the question. This whole Got Milk campaign is all about that. It's about there was a guy who got nasty guy. He was immediately, like in 3 seconds, they positioned him as nasty, and then he gets run over by a truck, and he wakes up, and it looks like heaven, and it's a beautiful room, and there's huge chocolate chip cookies on it, and he's laughing because this must be heaven, and he bites chocolate chip cookie, and there's a big refrigerator. He opens it up. It's filled with milk containers, and they're all empty after eating the chocolate chip cookies. And then you start seeing fire and a demonic thing. It was in hell. It was based on, here research did it. They wanted to do a campaign, it's the Milk Council, on reminding people how milk is good with food. People sort of forgot that, certain foods, right? So they did a sort of an abstinence campaign. They paid people to not drink milk for 3 weeks, could not drink milk. And they agreed to that and just come back and report their findings. And what they found, if people thought that there's certain foods they just didn't want to eat without milk, period, like chocolate chip cookies, peanut butter, chocolate cake, macaroni and cheese. There's a whole list, and that became the whole thing. So instead of saying, look how it flipped everything around, and saying, say, food, milk is good with food, which you could say, turned it around. Some food you can't eat without milk, right? Foods you like, you can't eat without milk. It was huge, again, hugely successful. And it was such a strong idea. They must have done 10 executions on this. And I remember them. It was one, it was sort of the same, but not quite. But it showed two kids having lunch with their mom, and they're looking out at the window, and the mom's telling them to drink their milk. And they say, no, milk is not. And then, no, you got to, if you don't drink milk, it's not good. It just tastes better, and you need it to be healthy. And they say, they're looking out neighbor, and there's an older guy with a wheelbarrow, neighbor, and he's saying, Mr. Jenkins is healthy, and he never drinks milk. And then he went to pick up the wheelbarrow, and his arms fell off. His arms actually fell off. And you see the kids grabbing the milk and guggling it down. Again, it became a memorable thing. It became a thing. You want your advertising to become a thing. That's the ultimate goal. That doesn't often do that. But when you move in that direction, it'll be better. No, it's a milk council. It was some milk council. Yeah. When you do speculative ads for people who are becoming, trying to be art directors or writers, they do and very often they'll do, the liquor brand or the liquor council. But here, this was actually a milk council.
But it's a good example of sometimes we'll complain about we don't know what our brand is, or understanding the client's brand. We don't have a strong brand presence. Got Milk is one of the indelible advertising campaigns of all time. There was no brand for it at all.
It's huge. It was huge. And then they screwed it up afterwards. I don't know what they did. They just started talking about the protein in milk, and it got all blah, blah.
Well, that's the thing. And what makes that so effective is that they got to the core of why people would ever, I'm sure that somebody at the Milk Council or someone at the brand was like, no, milk is good for you and it tastes good. And
that's what I want you to say. Vitamin D. Yeah.
And I remember could be Silverstein.
Right.
I remember watching them talk about this, and they're like, and we went to them and said, no one cares. No one cares if milk is good. No one cares. It's whatever. We found that it pairs well with certain foods, and we leaned into that. And there's a lot more peanut butter sandwich in that ad than there is milk.
Yeah. But you remember milk. You don't remember Skippy. So that's a very interesting point. It's there's always that conflict. I mean, sometimes it's good to talk about the attributes of the product specifically, but telling people that milk is good for you is something you've heard all your life. You tune that out. It's like somebody, you look at something, someone's teaching you how to add 2 and 2. You won't even remember you saw that. So what did you feel? Did you feel it viscerally? Everybody knows that feeling like peanut butter and like it gets your mouth sticky, right? And you need the milk. You could feel it. So the people who did this work with Jussila took that creative leap. That's what we started with. And no one got hurt. So no one got hurt doing it with the leap. But then everybody says, including me, probably at some point or another, but I'm not creative. I'm just not. Right? That's it. I'm not creative. I'm just not. I mean, a lot of people say that. My head doesn't work that way and blah, blah, blah. That's a very common feeling. And it leads to this question. Are you born with like let's call it creative chops? Are you born with creative or can they be developed? What do you think? Huh? Yeah. What do you think? No?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree too. A lot of people totally disagree. Probably think no. A lot of people think it's like you're faded, and I don't believe that. I think it's a combination of both. Right? We're all creative, all of us, on some level or another. All of us are, right? And we all can become more so. Right? Now, and here's the important. It's not that everybody's going to come Goodby or Silverstein or Jake Chiat. You're not going to necessarily become that person, or Hemingway or Picasso or Steve Jobs. But you can move in that direction. That's malleable. You can move, and I think it actually has neurological effects when you do certain things. You know what brain plasticity is? When I first went to graduate school, they were not into that. They thought that there were very specific areas of the brain that this was writing, this was art, this was and a very small. They did experiments that are called punctate stimulation. Just got to certain areas of the brains, and now they realize that brains are more plastic. You could actually lose a piece of your brain, and another piece of brain picks up, and you could extend your abilities, mental abilities, just cerebrally that actually affect measurements in your brain. It's maybe a digression, but an interesting study they did, I don't know, 6 years ago. They had a group of professional classical musicians. Half the group had to learn a very, very complicated piece that required the stretching of the fingers, a lot of finger stretching, right? It's like in a piano, had to go across. They did that study, I think, for a month or two, and there was a similar group of professionals. They had to practice it only in their heads. They couldn't play it. They couldn't do this. They knew that if you do certain exercises, that you can measure changes in the brain, right? There's some connection between physical changes and mental changes. So it was hypothesized that the people who were doing it, certain synapses, however they're measured, would increase, let's say. But what happened, they did increase, but they increased just as much as the people who only did it in their heads. They didn't have to do this. They just did that in their heads. The brain was able to respond to input from them, mental input, and it acted as if it were real. So there is some plasticity, so we all could get better, all of us, right? But it takes work and time and confidence. And I just want to a little aggress. Confidence is a funny thing, and I'm a big believer in this in terms of like if you're doing creative things. Too little confidence is no good, obviously. Why is that no good? You stop too early. What? You're not going to put anything is good, you're just too, that's good, that's sort of good. However, too much is not good either. Oh, no, I got it wrong. Too little confidence is not good because you get paralyzed, right? I can't do it. I'll never do it. I'm not going to do it. I can't, What's the expression? It's a Yoda expression. If you think you can't, you're right. Right? That's what he said, Yoda. If you think you can't, you're right. And that's what too little confidence is. You get paralyzed. Too much confidence is the other thing. It's like you know, you're the best. Anything you do is good. Your shit don't stink, right? It's that. It's really that. It's not good either way, right? I think creative people, and most that I know, have like a mix of both. There's insecurity in the best creatives because they're always, there's pressure always to come up with something good, right? There's a pressure to that. But yet there's a confidence somewhere. I could do it. I could do it. I could do it. I hope I could do it. You know, and then you maybe fight with yourself or with it, but there's that back and forth. And the back and forth is what pushes you higher levels. You know? Hemingway said that every time he finished a book or a story, he thought it would be impossible for him to write another one. He would go through sort of panicky things like, that's it, I'm done with now. And he just kept doing it. So you need that mix, but insecurity is important because we do think, particularly people say, I'm not creative, I'm not creative. We feel insecure, but we don't realize that other people feel the same insecurity. Everybody does. And this is something I've noticed. I've given a lot of tests when I teach college. I test, you know, watching people. And what you often see is like, we've all had this experience. Tell me if you haven't had this experience. You're taking a test and suddenly you like get, you don't know an answer to something, you know, and you can't find the answer. And you look up, right? You look up from the paper and everybody else is writing, right? So you immediately think, oh, I'm like an idiot. Everybody knows it and I'm not. And you're looking up and everybody's going like this, right? When you stand in front of a class taking a test, almost everybody does that at one point or another, but they do it at different times, right? So you never see anybody else looking up. You only see yourself looking up or feel it. So that sense of you being insecure or you being the same way of not creative, you have that sort of insecure lack of confidence and you think everyone else has it, has the confidence. They don't. They don't. Even the most professional among us don't. And it's important sort of to remember that you always yourself could get better, that there's more in you at any point and makes you push a little bit. Okay. I think we'll take a test. This is, I think I want to go a little, tell me if you have to stop. I could do this all day. I won't. But now, obviously, some people are better leapers than others, right? There is some, you know, some genetically, some kids are born sort of with a better potential to do math. Some are better than English. It changes. But we all can learn to hop a little higher, right? All of us. I helped start a charter school, and it's based on a pedagogy called, it's a horrible name. I won't even tell you the name. It's a horrible name. But one of the key points to that is that all children, and this is all, are brilliant. And they use the word brilliant very purposefully. And it's based on the fact, and this has been proven out, even though this theory was from the 70s, they've sort of proven this. And I don't know exactly how they did it, but what do you think the hardest thing that a human learns in a lifetime is? And there's agreement on this. The very hardest thing a human being learns to do.
Language.
Speaking. Speaking is hard because thinking, you're learning when you're 1, 2, you know, and you're having to like figure out that's not a word. There's a difference between that sound out of my mouth and that. You figure out grammar, pronouns, and you're actually doing, and in almost all cases, everyone learns to speak in almost all cases. That is indication that everyone is brilliant. If you could do that, theoretically, you could do anything. And that has a lot to do with expectations. And this all will wrap around to make some sense. If you expect something of a person, if you set the goal up high, they'll tend to reach that goal. You set it low, they'll go down to that low. If someone keeps calling you stupid, you start thinking you're stupid. If you call yourself stupid, you'll start doing stupid things. If you say you're not creative, you won't be creative. You start saying you are. You are. Expectations affect the experience, the actual thing that's happening. And that's a basis of a ton of advertising. Advertising sets up an expectation for a product or a service. And you need to set that expectation high so people, when they experience it, will tend to experience what you're setting up for them. I'm going to go back to that theme again. It gets a little heady, but expectations affects your experience. That's true with your own feelings about your own creativity and the work you're doing. I shouldn't have gone there. That gets too complicated, but we'll get there later. Okay, let's get back to this. Some people are naturally better leapers than others, but we can all learn to hop a little bit. And here's some just quick tips, right? One, and this is important, embrace your stupidity, right? Everybody's afraid of saying something stupid. I don't know if I talked to you about this the last time. Everyone's afraid of saying something stupid. So you don't say things out loud. If you're working with somebody, you're afraid they're going to say, well, that was stupid. Certainly happens when you write, and we'll talk about that a lot. When you write, you start just really just putting your own self down. The thing is to realize, once again, like insecurity, everybody says stupid things, and not to be afraid to say them. Actually, at my classes, the first day of class, I make everybody stand up and say something stupid. And I give $1 to the most stupid thing. I think I told you about this the last time. But that's going to be a key point. Embrace your stupidity. Don't fight it. So if you're stupid, if something you say is stupid, it's something you said is stupid. Aristotle, I'm sure, said stupid things, you know. Stephen Jobs, I know, said stupid things once in a while. If it doesn't mean you're stupid, it means the thing that you happen to say might not have been that intelligent, but it has nothing to do with you. And so if you sort of embrace the fact that you are capable of saying and doing stupid things, and it's not a reflection of yourself, you start doing that more. And by doing that, you're literally freeing up your mind a little bit. You're not editing. And we're going to talk a lot about that. If there's a next time, I'll have a whole thing about that. Think like the target, like an ad with. Don't think of an ad. Think like the target. You're the target. I mean, knock. We do it. If you're the target of their messaging, what are you thinking as a target? You really have to be like an actor in a way. You assume the role of the target, and you think of what message would appeal to me as that target. That's the DARS test. The DARS test. The DARS test is, if you had, I'll use Knock Knock as an example, right? They did a line, and this came from the client. You know what Knock Knock is? It's like you could rent out a room in your house, right, for an hour or two. Anyway, they had a line like, now like if you had a backyard or a basement, you could rent it out for like an event, right? So that was correct. But the line was, rent out your event space and get money, or whatever it said, right? You rent out your event space and get money. Let's put that to the DARS test. So I'm sitting there, I see or read that message, and I'm sitting next to a woman named Doris, and I say, Doris, repeat it to her. Doris, we could rent out our event space for money. What is Doris going to say?
We don't have an event space.
What the fuck are you talking about? If you're like, well, who has events? What is an event space? What are you saying? Right?
What did you say?
What
What are these words?
What do you say? What does that mean? A lot of times you'll do advertising. If you repeat it out loud and make believe you're speaking to someone, you can ring true, and we get way too close to the client, to the product. The client certainly does. It's really the agency's job to sort of push them away a little bit and relate more to the target, not to what's in their head. They had another one like I think it said rent your music room. How many people have a music room? People look at things literally, Oh, I could rent my music room. I wish we had a music room. What they're talking about is a room with a piano, maybe you could rent. But no one has a music room, hardly anybody. So anyway, think like the target. Don't think like you, don't think like the client. Try to think like the target. And that's the best way to see if a message is working. And it also helps you make a leap. If you thought like a 19 or 22-year-old kid and you're trying to get them to use condoms, think like that kid. Don't think like you, right? look at the world from different angles.
Is there an exercise that you recommend to like help put yourself in the mindset of someone who isn't you or anything like you?
Well, it is role play. So you could do that. I've done that before. There was one guy who used to do that all the time.
How does the exercise?
So it's let's say you do a bad commercial, right? And it's two people talking about the product, whatever that is. Let's say it's knock knock. And so I have a conversation with you about it. It's sort of like and you start, it's like improvised. So say, Isaac, you know, there's this company, I think it's called Knocking Wood. I don't know what it's called, Knock something. And they say you could like rent out a part of your house. I don't know. You know anything about that?
No.
Yeah, I think it said, I mean, would I do that? Would you do that? Would you rent out like you got an office in your house, right? You got a home office, right? You rent, would you
Think
rent
it's
it out?
safe?
Well, good. Is it safe? That was good. Is it safe? I don't know. Where do you think they get these people? I don't know.
You know anyone that's done it?
Good. I don't know. I've never done it. I'm not even sure what the name of the company is. But maybe, you know, use a couple extra bucks, right? I mean, look at the price of gas now, right? It's killing us. So, you know, you start doing that and things come out, but you try to make it conversational back and forth and you just make stuff up, you know? It's like improv. You can be stupid with it. Again, it's part of that process of not restricting yourself, not being overly rational, because people aren't particularly rational. Just sort of let yourself go with the thinking. That's a good question, though, Isaac. I'm trying to think how I do it like as an actor. I mean, an actor, because I used to do acting a long time ago, but it's you have to become that person in one way or another. You have to react as if you were that person. So you start doing that. So that's the way I do it. Other people do it differently. But if you do it enough, eventually you know what rings true or doesn't ring true. You just could tell. And without even using the Doris test, anything you write, you should read out loud to yourself because you hear it differently when you actually say it. Okay. So we're leaping a little better, embracing our stupidity, think like the target, not like the Edwards, look at the world from different angles. Did I go over this one with you? All right. For those who haven't done it, let's look at this for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
You did remember? How many people say I haven't heard it out loud? So I know. Have you seen it? All right. So it's Roman numerals. Obviously, it's wrong, right? 11 plus 1 is 10. But right. So if these were all matchsticks making up the numbers here, what's the least amount of matchsticks you'd have to move to make it correct? Did she get it?
Ronnie, you got this one, but you're right.
What's the least amount of matchsticks you could move to make it correct?
0.
0. Why?
The second one you move to the front.
No, you're moving it then.
Oh.
How many, the least amount of matchsticks you have to move? The answer is 0. How is that possible?
We did this a while ago. It wasn't,
Right. Maybe it wasn't.
Joshua's answer was
Yeah.
that you changed from a plus to a minus. Which is really easy.
Yeah, so that's moving
But that
1.
was wrong.
No, that's moving 1. That's an answer,
Oh,
but
that's
it's moving
moving
1. But the answer is 0. You look at it upside down.
Right.
See, that's what's looking at the world from different angles. Most art directors I've worked with, you know, they're doing a sketch, or they'll very often like pick it up and then just look at what they've sketched, whether it's a layout or drawing, even if it's a computer, and start literally looking at it at different angles. You start seeing space relationships, but anything, if you look at it differently, you start seeing something else. So that's an important thing, and that's something you could develop. And the next time I'm going to talk about very concrete things you can do. This is more theoretical. But here, this is very important. Ask questions. Again, embrace your stupidity. You're not stupid if you ask questions. You're stupid if you don't ask questions. If you let something go that you don't understand that the client said, then you're just going to screw up. Ask questions. People, as a matter of fact, like to be asked questions of. That's a normal thing, right? So don't be afraid to ask. There's a great book. It's called A More Beautiful Question. I don't know who the author is, I forget. But he talks about that. It's all about questions. It's talking about putting yourself in a child's mind. Kids always say, why? Well, that's important to do that. And the story, one of the stories he had was about Polaroid. Polaroid, instant cameras where you saw the picture right away. They still make Polaroid, right? But it's more professional now. Right? Well, before you guys were born, when you took pictures, you put in film, and when it was done, the film was wound up again in the case, and you brought it to the drugstore or Photoshop, and a week later, you get the films back, and that's the way it was done. The guy Land, Dr. Land, who developed Polaroid, said the way he got his idea to do a Polaroid is something he never thought of. He was with his 3-year-old daughter, he was taking pictures, and she said, Daddy, why can't I see these pictures now? He never thought of that question. Nobody did. And he went and invented the Polaroid. It was from that question. Questions are key. I in my experience with you guys and the clients, and I'm guilty of this too, we don't ask enough questions. Say, what do you mean? Or what exactly? It is okay to do that, because sometimes it clarifies it for the client too. But otherwise, you're going to be left with unanswered things. We had Blockbuster as an account, and they changed. A new chairman came in and didn't like us. And I remember we had a meeting, and we knew we were getting fired. It was a huge account too. And it was he was sitting across us in a conference room, and he was talking like this. I mean, the whole time he was talking like this, and like no one heard him. And the chairman who was sitting next to me came, what did he say? He said, I don't know. None of us bothered to ask what he said. We're like afraid of this guy. We're afraid of him. We didn't ask the questions like, what did you say? What do you mean? We can't understand that. It was incredible. We lost the account, obviously, but questions are important. And this was going to go into a lot. Write hot, edit cold. That's an expression that's used a lot in advertising. Write hot, edit cold. What do you think that means? Do not edit what comes out on the paper or the computer. Just write it. You'll edit it at another time. Write it down. Write it down. Just keep writing it. Nothing. Embrace the stupidity. Don't think about it. Don't judge it. Write it. Write it down. No one has to look at it. Write it down. And keep doing that. It's writing hot. Then there's always time afterwards to look at it with a more critical eye. But unless you could write hot, you're not going to have much to edit.
Did I tell you about this? The most dangerous writing app I ever tell you?
No,
Yeah,
what's that?
I told a lot of people here.
Yeah,
For those who don't know, like one of the best tools, you like this market. It's called the most dangerous writing app.com. So what it does is you select a 2-minute, 5-minute, 10-minute session.
Right.
And then you have to write. And if you stop writing for 2 seconds, you lose everything you've written.
That's good.
It's incredible.
Right.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
I use it all the time.
Yeah.
Like if it's an email, you start getting like, you're guessing yourself, I don't know what to write. Like, okay,
Yeah.
you have no choice. You got to keep writing.
Yeah.
You can't hit delete. If you hit delete, it doesn't count as writing. And then there's hardcore mode, which blurs out everything. So you can't even see what you're writing as you type.
That's even
and then
better.
after
Yeah.
5 minutes, you have everything. And then you can go and edit.
So it keeps going. You keep going.
You select that top. So if you select 5 minutes, once 5 minutes are up, then you could save it.
Right.
For those 5 minutes, you have to just keep writing.
Wow. That's the exact exercise that I mean, if you have time, I'll do it with you right now, but it'll take a while. You look exhausted and bored already. So, no, I do it with my classes. And I'll go over it the next time. It's called speed writing, basically. And it's based on a theory, and I'll explain that the next time. But the idea is every class I do is the first thing they do, you have 3 minutes to write on a subject I give. I prefer writing by hand, but if you're a fast typist, you can do that. But if you're a slow typist, you got to write by hand. And the only rule is I give you the subject. As soon as I give you the subject, you have to start writing, and you can't stop. And very often I walk around the room when it was not online with a ruler, and I threaten to hit people who stop. You can't look up. You can't think. You can't. If I see you looking up, you get smacked. I should be fired. I never hit anybody, but and it's very hard to do actually at first, because you're judging as you're going. You got to just go past that. And there's reasons what that really helps. I think almost more than anything, that really helps free up your head. And we'll do that the next time.
When I went to elementary school, my first year of school, my father was the letter to the principal giving me permission to hit me.
Did he really?
Yeah. He said, I believe spare the hospital of a child.
Oh God, I
Which is
taught
why I turned out the way I did.
Yeah, that's no, my father wouldn't have liked that. But in elementary, I taught elementary school right after while I was in graduate school. I did it to get deferred, but I did it. And you were allowed at that time to hit kids during fire drills. So everybody looked forward to fire drills. Teachers looked forward to fire drills. It was horrible. Yeah. No, I never really hit any kids. No. And the last thing I'll say before is have fun. Just have fun. All right. You can't, being tight, everybody's tight at some point, but if you're tight, it sort of like restricts the blood to your brain, you know? Just try to have fun with what you're doing. Always. On shoots, for instance, it's almost a rule. If it's a bad shoot with a lot of tension, odds are the film's going to turn out crappy. I mean, it almost always happens. You need to be loose. I'm going to give you just one thing now. This is an introduction to what I'll do the next time, is noticing. You need to purposefully start thinking that you have to notice more, right? Because we go, like me, I'm very much in my head a lot. So I don't, there's things in my neighborhood that I've lived in for decades that I've never seen before. And I said, Ellen, is that a new store? No, that was here 20 years ago. I just never noticed it. I want you all now, even the ones on the computer, I want you to take 2 minutes in whatever space you're in, get up and look at something that you've never noticed before. Really, I want everybody to do this. Do it. Stand up and do it. Do it. Do it. Something, you can look around, but it's better to walk around. Look at something you've never noticed before. Find something, even if it's in your house. Find something you've never noticed.
I think it's
Something you've never
I've
noticed.
noticed everything. I noticed a lot of details.
I bet you can find one. Find one. Find it on me. Find something you've not noticed before. I can't even do this because I haven't
I
noticed.
spent a lot of time looking for any sort of distraction in this conference room, so this might not be the best place to do it.
I do that too. Accounts too. All right. Yeah.
There's a fire extinguisher?
Yeah, we have one in case there's a fire. This has been a very useful exercise for me.
You didn't know that, see that, right?
Fire extinguisher right there. This whole time.
Really?
That's a good thing to know. Yeah,
That's
that's a good thing to know.
On that, like,
My whole day is fire.
extinguisher, like sign.
Yeah.
It's sign, but not
But
actually.
there's also
I
a
don't know.
sign over there. That is a decoy.
But you'll be able to do this later when you're home or walking home or driving, and don't get into any accident. You'll notice it. What?
The shadow for the Lego is the wrong way.
Is that true? That's missing.
What do you mean? The plane, the Lego plane is facing the opposite direction of the shadow of the Lego.
That's a good find.
Wait, isn't that crazy? Now I'm never gonna come see that. I have to go back to the Filipinos to have them do that. We couldn't afford the actual Lego prints.
Yeah.
So I had one of our contractors in India recreate them on Photoshop.
And flopped.
But is that true? And then it's backwards?
Wait,
You're saying that the front should be longer?
The nose of the plane is past the wings. And right now the Lego shows the plane going to the left, and the shadow shows the plane flying to the right.
No, the plane, they're both going this way.
The shadow of the plane, the shadow is flying to the right, down to the right.
Do you think the nose or the tail is longer? Is the question.
The nose section's longer.
Is it?
I don't think so. Not on a toy plane.
So on the Lego, it's clearly, on the Lego, the tail section is longer.
Yeah.
Right.
But looking at the shadow, it kind of looks like
It's mismatched. The logo, whatever it is, the shadow is incorrect as far as the distance between the wings. Like the wings and the Lego are much more towards the front.
Well, I think you're being less creative.
Now, that's good.
I think the problem is if
You can look at that both ways.
No, but it's definitely not the same as the shadow is
But if
definitely
you
wrong.
dissect it, it doesn't look like a plane anymore. If you go equidistant, front and back, it looks like a cross or something. It doesn't look like a plane.
On the Legos.
On the Legos, yeah. If you dissect the Legos that way, like the shadow, I agree. Like it looks like the tail and the nose are about the same length.
So the shadow they should have put for the shadow the wings should have been
Now in the shadow, you see a plane.
What do you see?
I see my mother hitting my. So I was like, by the way, that's interesting too. A lot of art directors.
Who's this Rorschach guy?
No, there is.
Taking pictures of my parents.
There's a graduate school course I took on testing it, and the teacher is an expert on Rorschach, and he had some. He called them little D's. You know, you've seen a Rorschach test as ink blots, right? And the original ones were ink blots, really, and like all ink blots, they have little dots on the side. But usually, what do you see? People talk about there are people, he called them little D people, who will take a dot in the left corner and do a one-page story on that dot. A lot of art directors do that. They get caught into detail that no one sees except them. It's great that they can see it, but you have to transform it to real people. It's called, I remember you call them little D people. He said they were usually psychotic, but it's interesting how that works. But that noticing thing, just to wrap up, the noticing thing is key. Many of the ideas that I've had over the years, not all good ones at all, came because of something connected with another. I noticed something. I noticed a line in a song. I might not even been thinking of the project I was working, but something, it's somehow connected. You keep, and it's good for even with life to notice things. The more you notice, the more enriched your life is. I'm not going to talk anymore. We'll do more. I like doing this if you want. If I don't get COVID and die, if we do it again, I'll give you some exercises you could do. But my first exercise is to notice. Notice.
So back to what I said before. Before I go through the creative process, I sort of wanted to take a little bit of a step before and think about why creatives are so important and how that sort of impacts the advertising industry. So I did a little bit of research on how visual is better than written when it comes to advertisement. And I really went deep into this because I know personally when I see something, when I see an image, when I see something explaining to me rather than just written content such as words on a paper, I'm more engaged with it. So I thought it was just me, but I realized it's pretty much majority of us. So 90% of the information processed by the brain is visual. It's pretty impressive considering that we're always taught to read and stuff. But I learned over the years that when I see something happen right in front of me, I'm able to absorb that much quicker. It only takes 13 milliseconds for the human brain to process an image. The human brain processes images about 60,000 times faster than text. 80% of people remember what they see compared to the 10% of what they heard, and 20% of what they read. Publishers that feature visual content grow traffic 12 times faster than those who don't, and most people read 20 to 20% of the words on a page. So how do all these facts come into play to me as a person who deals with creatives and designs and Facebook ads, display ads, whatever it may be? How can we take this to the next level? So step number one is the less is better. I learned that over the years that again, we try to put too much into an image ad, a creative, and sometimes when you have too much going on, it could take the focus away from the main point. And when that happens, it sort of takes the individual and it throws them off. So when you keep something more straight to the point, it sort of has a better engagement. People have also no patience to read. And so when you present something that's a little more, that's not reading, but more about a visual impact, then the chances of them interacting with that is a lot greater. If there's too much text in the ad, the likeliness of the conversion may decrease. So we want to sort of take all that information on the ring context, context and sort of shrink it into more just the visual, the image, shorter text. Call to action. The call to action on a creative ad makes a huge difference on how users will interact with the ad. I'm sure many of you guys know this, but something along the lines of buy now or call today. Now, when someone sees an ad, and yeah, they see, let's say for example, they show product A, cool, product A, now what? Many people will react better when there's an option to go to either to buy it now or to call now or something for them to do next, the next step. That's what we want to do is include the next step into our creatives. A really effective CTA will do wonders at drawing visitors' attention, piquing their interest, and eloquently guiding them through the sign-up process. So again, we should really make sure that we take that call to action and we use that as a key factor to all of our creatives. Eye-catching. This is the challenging part as a designer, as a creative director. It's very important to have something that's eye-catching. Now, how do we do that? That will be described a little bit later in the process, but just to show you how important eye-catching is, how important a creative needs to be eye-catching, when someone is scrolling through their iPhone, for example, on Facebook or on Instagram, let's say we're doing a Facebook or Instagram ad, you know, most of the time people are simply just scrolling through their phones. You know, they're not actually focusing on one picture, looking at that picture, and then moving on to the next. So it's really important to have to strategize pretty much how we can make this ad much more compelling, so that way a user can stop and actually interact with our ad. Consistency and relevance. Having a creative that's consistent with the site's design helps them increase conversion dramatically. When someone sees a creative that has nothing to do with the site's design or fonts or whatever it may be, then they're gonna be like, wait, hold on, I'm on the wrong site. That's their first initial response. So it's our job to make sure that we try to keep it as relevant as possible. When someone sees an ad, then clicks on a site that looks like I just said that, it's important to keep the creative relevant to the page on what they're landing on. When a user sees something that's not relevant to what they saw, the chances of them bouncing a site is extremely high. So for example, let's say we're advertising product A, and then they see nothing about product A on the landing page. So it's important that even though as account managers, we make sure that we link the right page to the creative as well. Emphasize eye-catching words on a creative. It's important to emphasize the parts of the ad that will get people to stop scrolling and glance at the ad. Highlight key terms such as free or any sort of deal, anything that will catch the eye. For this campaign, I actually took this image and I turned it into that. Now, there's a small difference, but it had such a big impact. I took the word free, I made it bigger, I made it stand out a little more, and $25 sign. These are the words and numbers that people want to see. No one is really going to be looking at this on the first glance. To catch their attention, these two matter. And I can show you from the result, we saw about a 500 increase in clicks. So, and which obviously will lead to more conversions as well. So, like we strategize campaigns for different accounts and learn how to optimize them, I feel like strategizing for an image ad or a creative is as important, because at the end of the day, we are not looking at the potential customer or the user is not looking at what we're doing behind the screen with all the numbers and stuff. They're looking at the creative, and that's our job, is to make sure we grab their attention with that creative. So all in all, I want to share my process on creating a creative, which is one, find inspiration whether it's online. It may sound corny or cheesy, but sometimes I'll literally go for a walk to go find inspiration, to find, you know, good stuff to add into a creative. It's very important to incorporate that because literally, for example, let's say, for example, a plant, you can incorporate that into a design, and all of a sudden you're just going to get many more clicks as people are being attached to that once little minute change. So it's very important that we look for inspiration when we create a creative. Look at a website to keep relevance. So there are other, so again, make sure you just go back to the website, make sure that you keep it somewhat consistent. You can incorporate other things as well, but it's important that we keep it consistent as well because, like I said before, it's a matter of bouncing or staying on the page when it comes to keeping relevance with the ad to the website. Number 3 is look at competitors and try to come up with something 10 times better. That's pretty much how I go with everything I do, is try to do everything 10 times better. But obviously, for many businesses, they have many competitors and they're doing other things. So it's important to come and try to have the mindset of, let's say, okay, this is good, but how can we make this 10 times better? Not 1 times, 2 times, but 10 times better. That's how it's going to go to the next level. And pretty much write down any keywords that should be emphasized. For example, free or 20% off or whatever it may be. Write those down because those are going to be separate words from the actual whole text you're going to put in. And remember, when we write the text, we don't want to, populate the whole image with a whole paragraph. We want to keep it short, simple, straight to the point, and highlight the most important keywords.
Okay, so for our presentation today, we'll be covering what UGC is, how it works, and some best practices for UGC advertisements. So what is UGC? We're going to play a video that kind of explains exactly what UGC advertisement is.
My dog had recently stopped being intimidating to me, so I looked for other options. I decided to get him his own custom formula from Spot and Tango. His claim was made by a veterinary nutritionist, so I know it's perfect for his exact needs. This is made with real ingredients and full of fruits and veggies without any additives, preservatives, or fillers. So he gets all of the benefits of a raw diet with none of the hassle for me. My dog is super happy with it, so of course I am too. Check out spotandtango.com.
So essentially, UGC is user-generated content. Sometimes that content is done by actors doing it in the point of view of the customer. So they're talking about a product. Usually it's unboxing products. They're using the products in their homes. So that video kind of showed you the person was talking about their dog food in the video. And you'll see that on your platform. It'll usually come up on social media platforms, and it'll be like influencers you follow, your friends that you follow. So it's a little bit more organic than other social media ads because it's people that you follow. So it's a little bit more personable.
And yeah, the sense of UGC is that it's purely based on social proof. That's why it's so strong. People consume this content on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and that's why it's so authentic because it's purely based on social proof. Because when they see these ads, they feel identified with the content creators because the content creators are sharing their experiences, their opinion about a product or service, and they feel identified with the same problems, issues, or necessities.
So here we have a quote from Robert Cialdini, who's the author of Influence, the Psychology of Persuasion. So he kind of wrote and studied why, the psychology of why people say yes. So in this quote, it reads, when people relate to those around them due to gender, class, race, and shared interests, they mimic each other's behavior with greater care. So this is just an example of kind of social proof. Usually when you see people that you're relatable to doing something, it'll also influence you to do that same thing. For instance, like making a purchase if you do see those UGC ads. So earlier we heard Patrick speak about that middle messy funnel and how these 6 cognitive biases attribute and share help with UGC. And this is an example of social proof specifically and how it's important to UGC ads and how it's important to marketing in the past, the present, and the future.
So the frameworks, this is super important for ad testing. Each framework is a different structure for our video, for our ad. And each framework is gonna have a different style. It's gonna communicate the same elements like our hook, our top value propositions, the CTA, but in a different way, in a different perspective. So this is super important for ad testing because it will allow us to identify the winner ad that will allow us in turn to scale our campaigns. We will see some examples now. Single testimonial versus testimonial mashup. Tasha, do you want to explain? Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see on the left-hand side here, we have an example of single testimonial. So it's literally what it sounds like. It's one person talking about a product and product details and using that specific product. On the right-hand side, you have testimonial mashup. So those are a bunch of users talking about the same product mashed up into one video. So we're going to play the testimonial mashup for you.
24 years old. I'm 47 years old. I'm 54 years old after 58 years of life. Finally found my product. I want to age gracefully, and I love that Bamboo Earth stands for that also. I elected to get their starter kit first, and then once I tried that, I got a little bit of an addiction to their products because they're wonderful. I can't say enough good things about it. My skin looks so good. What I love about it is the smell, and just the feeling you get when it goes into the skin. It's phenomenal. It smells so good. It's one of my favorite parts about Bamboo Earth is how awesome it smells. It smells wonderful. It smells natural, no chemicals. It doesn't have any sort of funky smell either. I know a lot of people are really worried, well, if it's all organic, you know, is it going to smell too earthy? It doesn't. And this, I am telling you, when you wake up in the morning and your skin is still plump and moisture is still there and it's happy. And
so this is the testimonial mashup. As you can see, they chose different people that represent the target audience of these products. And you can see that they are all communicating the same, but everything is mixed. So it adds credibility to the video because we see different people testing the product, saying exactly the same thing in a different way, of course. But this framework is super convincing when users see this.
So the next one is 3 reasons why. So those are usually UGC videos where somebody's talking about why they like a specific product or a problem that they're dealing with and how those that specific product can help them with those problems. So something more relatable. If you kind of have the similar problems and you're trying to use a product, you can kind of relate to that video, and that's how you get a user to purchase from that ad.
As you can see here, this framework is super straightforward, super direct. Here are 3 reasons why you should try this product, right? And each reason is gonna match a unique selling point or a benefit.
3 reasons why.
The next one is product demo.
So with product demonstrations, it's literally just opening the product, using it, and this is where it becomes a little bit more personal because you can see people in their houses using the specific products, making sure they have a clear video and showing you how you can use that product essentially too. This is kind of UGC stuff that you'll see on like TikTok and like Facebook, things like that.
Gym for my post-workout protein shake. Finally, I could even make a super simple salad dressing for dinner. This is the best invention ever, and you need to get one for yourself ASAP by heading to blendjet.com.
Okay. And humor is also allowed.
So this UGC video is more like humoristic, something you'll probably see more so on TikTok with like a younger demographic, just trying to get like more personable with people on those platforms, trying to be more relatable with a little bit more humor. So in this video, he's kind of just saying like his wife says that his teeth are yellow, so just trying to get people to laugh and engage with the content.
What do you do when your wife says your teeth are too yellow?
I did not say that.
You can be sad and cry about it, or you can try Lumino teeth whitening strips. First, brush your teeth. Then use whitening mouthwash. Then apply the teeth strips. Now maybe my wife will love me. My teeth are so white now.
It looks good.
Link in bio if you want proof points. What do you do when your wife says you're cheap?
Okay. The main best practice that we have seen is the hook. The hook is a quick and engaging phrase at the beginning of the video that is going to hook the audience. It's going to make users stop scrolling the feed. That's the intention. When people listen to the hook, they need to think, is this ad for me? For example, do you want to learn more about wine? That would be a hook. Clarity is to show your product within the 3 first seconds. Be clear about what you are selling at the beginning of the video. Don't wait until the end to show the solution or to show your product. And thirdly, communicate your main unique selling points. And also the benefits and the benefits of the benefit. For example, the benefit of the benefit would be, if you take this thing that will make you sleep better, you will be more productive the next day. Tasha.
And some of the other main best practices is designing your video for sound off. So usually when people are scrolling through their feed, they're scrolling through their feed with their sound off. So that's why it's important to have captions in your video. So if somebody doesn't have their sound on, they know what the UGC is talking about, and they can still read it without having their sound on. And it's also important to also make sure you show the product within the first few seconds, because if you don't, usually people won't know what you're talking about and they'll just go scroll right through their feed. It's also important to have engaging quick cuts, so making sure you're making those quick transitions in the videos to make them interesting, keep people engaged. And then that sense of fear of missing out and the call to action, so making sure you have something to grab people and make them want to buy the product, making them feel essentially if they miss out on this, it's something that they're going to be missing out of.
So this is below, and one of the main obstacles that our clients, or the vast majority of clients have, is that they don't have access to content creators when they want to start doing UGC. So Below is a platform that is super easy to use. And when you submit a request to advertise a product to do UGC, you receive a lot of applications from content creators that match your target audience. And this platform is also super affordable. If you want to learn more about UGC, you can follow these smart marketers like Social Savannah, Savannah Sanchez, Andrew Faris, Ashton Shanks, or Lauren Schwartz. They are experts on UGC, and you can follow them on LinkedIn. You have all the links on this slide deck, and we totally recommend it. Thank you.
So essentially what we want you to take from this presentation is just to know that UGC is great for creative testing. It allows you to engage with your customers, and it allows you to build that brand awareness. So thank you.
All right. So what did it, let's start with Luca. What did you write down?
Having clear CTAs, clear branding so they can identify who you are and remember you. Identifying your product, so making it clear what you're offering. And I guess this is kind of the same as CTA, but having engaging wording and content to increase click-through rate or relevant content.
Good. Simone, why don't you go now?
Okay. The ad copy should contain unique selling propositions that make you different from your competitors. The headlines and descriptions should combine category, unique selling propositions, call to actions, promos, and the company name. And the headlines and description at some point should match your keywords.
Good. Mikkel?
Yeah, so I said
It's like pretty much the same thing, being explicit, simple, clear, adding important numbers if you have any. Make sure that you don't have any spelling mistakes, and use as much character as possible to take more space.
Okay. Andrew?
Research should inform your writing. Good copy cannot be stolen from competition. No superlatives, and favor objective statements over subjective statements.
Oh, that was
Sounds
great.
like he's reading off your slide deck somewhere.
I'm not Esty, I'm not sure if we give Andrew points or we give him strikes.
I memorized the Rudansky copy Bible every time I played it in my head. Every time I write copy.
If it's from memory, we give him a pass. Esty?
I did not memorize your Bible, but I would say the context of the placement. So whether we're doing a search campaign, make sure we know what the user is searching versus a Facebook ad, you're kind of interrupting the feed. Unique selling points. And then I stole this one from your CRO stuff, which is highlighting features, not benefits. But to be honest, I always get confused which one it is. So I typed it the opposite first and then swapped it.
Okay, good. No one said anything here that's wrong. And Greg, you want to give anything additional? Oh, I didn't call it Roach. Roach. Oh, Roach always gets shafted. Greg, you go first.
I couldn't hear you. I'm standing in Cherry Cherry. What'd you say?
Oh, okay. Okay, so you could hang on and just listen. Roach.
The only thing that I have to find that wasn't really described up to this point was like creating a centralized brand theme. Like there should be a centralized thought of this is the client, this is their messaging.
I like that a lot. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Okay, everyone said things that are correct. All of these things are important. I heard some recurring themes like unique selling proposition. I heard some things like clarity, spelling, grammar. But let's focus on trying to figure out a few practical steps, because it's easy to repeat the things that are worthwhile. It's not so easy to do it, to execute when you're writing an ad. I don't have I once wrote down, I think Andrew was getting at a few bullet points that I wrote, or probably just stole from somebody else a while ago. And they're not necessarily, they're a way to evaluate your writing. They're a way to check your writing. So we could talk about two things. We could talk about how to evaluate whether something you wrote is good or bad. And then we could talk about maybe some practical tips to help you actually do the writing. So the first one is good copy, good advertising copy is typically informed by research. This is a big one. If you write a headline or you write an ad and you say, can this have been written without knowing too much about the brand? It probably could use improvement. For example, 20 minutes ago, I'm looking at ad headlines from Stack It Out for Grown Brilliance, and the headline said, grown with love. Does grown with love require research to have written, brand research to have written that? Yes or no? Can I get a shake of a...
No.
No, good. So to me, it's like off the bat, you check it against these rules. I like these rules because they're an easy check. Because you might be looking at grown with love and it might seem good, or you might have a feeling that it's not great, but you don't know how to express why it's not great. Well, that's how you could express it's not great. It's like anyone could have written grown with love. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't tell me anything. Now, if I would have said grown with methane in a chamber as hot as the outer layer of the sun from a sliver of rough diamond the width of a single hair. I'm not asking you if it's a good headline. Does that require research to have written?
Yes.
Yeah.
That also
Sounds like
won't
you
fit into
write-
the 30 character limit though.
I was about to say, it sounds like a J.R. Tolkien novel.
I'm happy that you know one author. So that is a better headline, though. It's a better headline because it tells the customer something. Now, I don't think it tells the customer something. I don't think it tells the customer anything that they're interested in knowing. But it tells the customer something. So that's the first rule, right? Check it against research. Typically good headlines require research, like reading up about the brand. And like, maybe we say grown from a real diamond. Like that might be a simpler way, but you need research. You need to understand, like you need to have read a blog, watched a video on how the lab-grown diamond process works to come up with good advertising. Because otherwise you're just going to default to superlatives, which is the other rule, right? Avoid, I don't know what I said, favor objective statements over unsubstantiated superlatives. Is anyone unsure what I mean by that? Favor objective statements over unsubstantiated superlatives.
I mean, yeah, I have an idea, but can you clarify that?
Yes. Objective facts, we sort of understand.
Yeah.
If I say grown at 1500 degrees Celsius, is that an objective fact?
Yes.
Yeah, because we all sort of know what 1500 degrees Celsius is. We all agree on the definition of 1500. We all basically agree on the Celsius or Fahrenheit temperature scale.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an objective fact. If I say the most beautiful diamonds ever created, is that an objective fact?
No.
It's a superlative. The most beautiful superlative is anything that is extravagantly phrased. The best, the most amazing, never before seen. Those are superlatives, but they're the reason it's important that they're unsubstantiated, because a substantiated superlative could be very effective. Unsubstantiated means that it can't really be, it's not proven, or you're not giving any information to defend the use of the superlative. So if I say the most beautiful diamonds ever created, and then I show that the independent jury of diamond graders have all rated our diamonds the most brilliant and clean in the entire world, then I might have a campaign around a superlative of the most beautiful, because I could substantiate it. I can substantiate it legitimately. But if you can't, most of the times we write ads, we say the number one, the best, the this, the that. They're unsubstantiated, and eventually they just mean nothing to anybody because everyone says the same thing. So if you're saying the number one CRM software, right? Look at the Wall Street Journal, amazing ad. Every week the Wall Street Journal has the front page, bottom right-hand corner is Oracle or is it Salesforce? Has an ad, the number one CRM. But they substantiate it because they show the literal ad is a graph of showing the user adoption rate of Oracle, Salesforce. I'm pretty sure it's a Salesforce ad. And I don't know, a couple other CRMs, big enterprise CRMs, maybe it's IBM. And they show that it's the number one. So they're substantiating the superlative. They're substantiating their claim. But you should always aim to include objective facts. And it goes back to research, because in order to include objective facts about a brand, you have to research a little bit. And it doesn't mean heavy, necessarily difficult research. You just sort of have to know. Okay. Another easy check is, can I slap this ad on any of my competitors and it would still be true? By the way, these are all thematically related. They're all sort of like, they overlap each other, right? Like, so if you're well-researched, you're probably going to write something that maybe wouldn't be true. And these are not, none of these rules are always applicable. Sometimes you write an ad that could be slapped on a competitor, right? Maybe we write grown from a sliver of rough diamonds. Maybe it just sounds interesting enough that we could use it. And even though all lab-grown diamonds are grown from a sliver of rough diamonds, we could still use it. But typically, if you could just take an ad and slap it on any of your competitors and it would still be true, it's a red flag, right? It's not necessarily bad. It's just a red flag. So we have the research piece. We have stolen. Can you take a headline from your competitors, or can your competitors take it from you? You want to look at always thinking to include objective facts. I really like the objective facts one because it's very clean and clear. It's like, am I giving, like, you know, we have so many customers. No, it's much better because so many is subjective. We don't all agree on what the word so many means. Better to say we have 6,735 customers in the last year. You're now giving something objective. You know, on our website, on top of the form, I say 73 companies requested a proposal last month. I don't update that number, but the idea is that it's an objective, maybe not a fact, it's an objective claim. So objective claims are really good. And all these things require and none of these things require like going to 6 years of copywriting courses, right? Like what Marvin does is a whole different world. Marvin has really good sense and a lot of years of experience building a brand and understanding what connects on a more emotional level with the consumer, which I'm not saying is not important. And I think this goes to Brendan's point about cohesive themes, something that unifies the brand, a voice, a tone. Do you use humor? Do you not? But I would say let's take a step back and we're direct response advertisers first. Because if you could do direct response well, does everyone know what I mean when I say direct response? Yeah, okay. So direct response is harder to write because you have to write clearly and you have to write simply and you have to write effectively. I think if you could master direct response advertising, which is not easy, you could have a better understanding of brand advertising. So a lot of the stuff that we're working on with Ashuri and Esty could talk to you about, it's not necessarily direct response. It's more what is the brand voice and theme and the targeting the personas. But we're the basics. We have a client. We're writing some search advertising. We're writing some Facebook advertising. We're trying to get people to understand what it is we do. So I was helping my friend last night. He's starting a healthcare sort of agency in Michigan, and he hired some guy for $300 to make a Squarespace site, and like the hero section read, the big opening headline was "Because you deserve the best," and then it said something like that. This simple truth underpins and is the foundational layer of everything we do. I was like, what the hell do you do? Like, what in the world is this? You're paying money. So now you're paying money to somebody to write things like "because you deserve the best." And this simple truth, this simple truth is the foundational bedrock of everything we do. It's the worst writing I've ever seen in my life because you land on the website and you have no idea what the person does. And that's another good check for advertising. It's not as I want to get into Esty's point because Esty added a really, really smart point about context. But before that, are you just being clear about what you do, what you sell? It's like, slow down. You don't need to be fancy. You don't need to be funny. You don't need to be overly succinct. You need to be clear above all else. So it's like hire the top 3% of nurses, aides, home health care professionals in Michigan. It's longer. It's not profound, but it tells the website visitor exactly what I do. Now you want to say, you want to add an addition, you want to go, okay. So now you want to potentially in your advertising, find one angle and hit that angle clearly. So going back to my story with my friend, he had 3 angles, right? He wanted to say how they vet the talent. They vet the talent and they do this, about the home, they're very good, the vetting process. They wanted to talk about how fast and quickly they can get nurses to your door. They wanted to talk about how throughout the process, they're going to have a nurse practitioner follow up on the case, where usually other agencies will only have an RN, a lower level type of thing. Okay. You can't hit all these angles because if you start talking about too many different value propositions, you end up communicating none of them. This was I remember this really clearly. I was giving an interview to the CMO of MasterCard a couple years ago. And it was, I don't remember it long, but it was like it was right after one of the Trump-Biden debates. And I asked him if you could give advice to any of these two candidates going into the next debate, what advice would you give them? And he said, I would tell them, find your one best line and just keep repeating it. It's really, really profound advice. he wasn't saying you don't have a lot of good selling points. He wasn't saying you don't have 10 really important things you want to fix in the economy. You need to just keep saying your best. So another piece in advertising is you have to find the angle, and you might have to test which angle is really good. But often when you have too many competing value propositions, the consumer is not getting a sense of any of them. It's overwhelming. It's too much to remember. Focus on one, what you think is the best one, and focus on talking about it really, really well and really, really clearly. I think the biggest problem we people have is they're trying to do too much. When we sit down, we're overwhelmed because we're trying to be funny, we're trying to be profound, we're trying to be creative. You don't need any of that. You don't need any of that. You have to be clear. You have to clearly say what it is you're doing, what it is you're selling, how you help people. Oh, so let's just, before Simone, I call him Simone, Esty brought up this point of features versus benefits. And I like talking about this because it's like against the grain type of advice. Have any of you come across like advice that says, don't talk about the features, talk about the benefits? Like there's a famous example. No one buys a vacuum because they want a vacuum, because they want like a wind turbine. They want a vacuum because they want a clean room. So talk about the benefits of having a vacuum. The benefit of having a vacuum is a clean room. The feature of a vacuum is that it has a retractable plug. It's a feature of the product. So a lot of advertising advice is talk about the benefits, not the features. Have any of you come across such advice in your readings? Mikhail has. Okay, anybody else?
I feel like the two are correlated together is the point, though. You got to explain how the new features will benefit you in the end. Pairing them on their own is not great. I think pairing them together is how you really come together on that.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I've seen this advice over and over again. Highlight the benefits over the features. Like focus on the benefits. Now, I'm not saying this is totally bad advice in every context. And Esty also told us to remember context. If you're running a brand campaign and you want to introduce a brand new product to the market, it's going to be important to talk about the benefits, right? Like why this product is useful, how this product will impact your life. But in direct response advertising, in most cases, I think it's exactly the opposite. Talk about the features. The customer knows the benefit. Like, I think it would be insane if we're running a Google Ads campaign and we're selling vacuums for Bissell, and we're talking about how you can have a vacuum produces a clean room. It's like, we know we're not inventing the vacuum. If you want to talk about benefits, that might be a good time to talk about benefits is when you're inventing a product. But we're no longer inventing the vacuum. Anyone who's going to be exposed to our ad on Facebook or Google about a vacuum, they understand that a benefit of having a vacuum is it's an easy way to clean the damn room. But what will sell this vacuum is features. Oh, this vacuum could get hung up on the wall. This vacuum is cordless. This vacuum has, by the way, those are all bad potentially because it's like you don't need so much research, maybe a little bit of research. But I once bought a vacuum. I bought a vacuum recently, and I did some research, and it's actually crazy the amount of research you could do on vacuums. You guys there's whole YouTube channels. People make their livelihood by reviewing vacuums with the craziest tests you could imagine on all different types of carpets and measuring the nap of the carpet and the thickness of the nap and the bondability of the crumbs and going over grass and bumps, and like they run all these tests and they bagless versus bagged versus cordless versus power versus engine size. It's unbelievable. Now, if you as an advertiser can figure out a way to take all that boring research and distill it into something really interesting that is a new thing that the customer hasn't thought about as far as a feature goes, that's really crucial. Then you're winning. If you could sell vacuums, talk about the features. Talk about how we pick up 93 Cheerios per cubic square foot with 1 pound of bicep pressure versus the next leading brand. And by the way, if you watch the infomercials, watch infomercials. You want to learn direct response advertising, watch infomercials. They're amazing. You know those infomercials on TV where every single one ends the same, where it says just $19.99 today, free shipping. Wait, but if you call now, it's only $9.99. But wait, on top of that, you're going to get an extra 100 bags, 100 replacement bags. These infomercials are written by brilliant, brilliant people who are paid a lot of money to write these ads that seem stupid. But they're very, very good. Whether it's the vacuum or it's a toaster oven or it's spray-on adhesive, these infomercials that have been running for a while are like a really good masterclass on direct response advertising because they all highlight features. They all talk about the features of the product, what makes it unique, why it's special. They talk about the science of it. They talk about and you're watching this thing and you're thinking like, holy smokes, this is the most innovative, insane thing at this price. Even there might be 100 other competitors in the market that do the exact same thing. Okay, so that was the features and benefits piece. Okay, Simone, you had a question?
Not now.
Not anymore?
Not anymore.
Okay. Why don't you guys now talk and ask me questions, whether it's an existing, if it's an account that you're currently working on, or
Well, I have.
Brandon?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Simone.
Okay. King Eyes, right? King Eyes sells hip hop jewelry, chains, pendants, rings, Ice Out jewelry. It's called. We hired a new copywriter, and she told me that the products sell by themselves. So she thinks that the copy shouldn't include features or benefits, or basically she wants to convey the urban culture through the ad copy, and that's it. And she thinks that the product will sell by themselves.
Okay, my first suggestion is to fire her. That's my first suggestion. Second suggestion is what is her response when she has to write a Google ad?
This is for Facebook.
But what would she say? What would she say if she had to write a Google search ad?
I don't know. I mean,
ask her. Tell her you're a copywriter. Write me a Google search ad. But anyway, you're better than her, so you should fire her. And you should write the Google search ads because she's clearly not fit.
Okay.
I wouldn't let her babysit my children.
Okay, clear. Well, thank God we told her that the ad copy should contain the features and.
Obviously with jewelry, so jewelry is one of those things where the design and the product has to do a good majority of the selling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, but if you say this is the chain that Snoop Dogg, is it Snoop Dogg or Snoop Dogg?
Snoop Dogg, no.
If this is the chain that Snoop Dogg wore at the Super Bowl halftime show, that's not a feature or a benefit. It's just cool. It's just legitimacy. It's social proof, which is important also, right? Like we didn't talk about social proof. Social proof and identity are very strong elements. If you could show a customer that the people that you admire and the people that you want to be like are using these products and services to solve their own problems, that's very powerful. Don't discount that. Like, I think that you probably have a hard time possibly writing a better ad than this is the chain that Snoop Dogg wore. Like, Snoop Dogg wears King Ice. Like, I don't know. Like, can you come up? I can't think off the top of my head of anything better. Unless there might be something about the gems or the diamonds or the jewelry, the way they set it, the way they polish it, the way they cut it, that is interesting. You have to do some research. Look, any copywriter who's telling you that we shouldn't be using features to sell the product before she did 15 hours of reading, I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear their opinion. You need to do the reading first. You need to do the research, and then you could have an opinion on whether or not there's any good features of the product worth talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're just going to default to saying, nah, we're just going to talk about, culture and it's just, to me, that's just laziness. That's just laziness. But also social proof is a big one. So like, I would probably put Snoop Dogg over any feature, or at least test it, and other big rappers and hip hop artists that have worn King Ice jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Roach, go ahead.
I guess this kind of leads into that conversation, but like I feel like most of these rules apply specifically to prospecting, but like general remarketing, for example, like an e-commerce client, when we get into like conversations about that, like some of these, like we're not speaking to one specific product, and like some of our clients aren't big enough to do like to specifically remarket based off of like one product they visited. Do you have like a suggestion overall there? I know this is kind of a general question.
That's great. It's a really good question. So you have like your product focused remarketing, right? Which is just image based from a feed. But you're referring to, let's say we're doing a remarketing campaign on Facebook, or we're doing search remarketing to prior website visitors. So if you're able to target a specific category, let's say you're a larger e-commerce, let's say you're Adorama, your REI, and you know that this bucket of users is looking at camping tents, and this bucket of users is looking at thermoses. But it's very hard to really be in a situation like that, where it's that clean, you know? So I would use the same principles. You have a remark, like, to me, it doesn't change the equation too much if a person hasn't been to the site ever or seen the product ever versus somebody who has been to the site, especially in your example where you're saying we can't really identify people down to the product level. If you can identify people down to the product level, then I would say a good goal would be to then apply those same principles to the product. Or you might have applied the ideas of features to the brand, right? You might say grown from a rough diamond at 1500 at this grown from a rough diamond at the temperature of the sun. That might describe the general product line of diamonds. But then I see we have customers who are shopping. They have 3+ sessions for earrings, right? So I might say our reverse diamond studs are set, polished, and cut by hand in New Jersey. I don't know if I would say that, but I'm just saying it's applying the same set of principles to a more tailored campaign if I know that these people are shopping for a specific category. If I'm advertising an outdoors company, and initially I'm saying something like, for every product purchased, we're donating 25 cents to the Wildlife Foundation, and we've saved 600 polar bears this year. Maybe a generic. It's still a brand campaign, but you're still using objective facts. You're using research. You're using legitimate features of the brand. And now, okay, we have a campaign targeting people who have been shopping for our new line of vacuum sealed thermoses. I would say, compared to the next leading brand of vacuum sealed thermoses, our test results show our hot liquids don't lose any temperature for 36 hours as opposed to the next leading brand 24 hours. Whatever, it's a feature, but you're just using the same principles, bringing it down a little bit. So if you're telling me, look, we have a remarketing campaign, generic marketing to all website visitors on Facebook and on Google, we have no idea if these people are bucketed into a specific category or product. So then you keep talking about the same thing. Or you test a second idea, right? You've convinced them of a certain principle, they've come to the site, and now you're talking about a range of products. If you could have a carousel of products, you can have a carousel of product categories. And in each product category, you have something really, really short and concise. That's objective. That's interesting. I saw an ad once for Marine Layer. It's a clothing company, the remarketing ad. And it was a carousel ad. And like they had something really smart. It was like it was something like on average, this sweater goes out of stock in 6 days. I was like, crap. I clicked on the ad and I bought it. I mean, they got me. They're probably lying, but I fall for this stuff all the time if it's good. What was that? I bought a knife from a Wall Street Journal ad a few months ago. It was just such a good ad. I put it in Slack or something. Maybe I put it on Facebook.
The samurai knife.
Samurai knife. I never ever bought anything in my life from like a direct response ad in the paper. And if you could look at, every week in the Wall Street Journal, you can learn a lot from direct response print advertising. Really, you learn all the same principles. For the great courses, I'm sure all of you know the great courses, right? And probably none of you have ever put a great course DVD into a DVD player. Have any of you watched a great courses DVD?
What is it? Great.
You never heard of the great courses?
No, they're not marketing as effectively as possible. Though. I'm just kidding. I'm probably not in their target market.
No, probably not. You're dumb blonde. So the Wall Street Journal has these great courses. It's like their ads are very good. You could learn a lot from. Anyway, Roach, did I answer your question? Greg.
Sorry, I had a couple points I was going to say. I agree with you on the remarketing thing. Actually, I was thinking about like what's the point of like remarketing to a general audience? I mean, someone knows your product. That's why they click on the prospecting ad. When they see your brand, they now are probably wondering, how do I differentiate this brand from the next brand? Why would I go with you over the competitor? So I think like what your point was, like differentiation on the remarketing as a more of a holistic standpoint, I think is the difference maker in like what's going on in the remarketing standpoint. I had a question just based off your subjective facts statement. So you saying like using subjective facts is
no subjective facts is like oxymoronic. I'm saying use objective facts.
Oh, I meant objective facts. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So like you said an objective fact was like was it the diamond at 15,000 degrees Celsius? Like putting like are you saying just like put that on its own, or like is that because no? All right, I just want to make sure I didn't hear something wrong.
I wasn't suggesting that that's a good headline.
I'm
just saying it's an example of an objective fact.
It's just an example. Okay.
Yeah, it's an example, and it's probably better than saying grown with love.
Oh, and I'm not. Yeah.
If I had a blind test, I'd probably take grown at 1500 degrees Celsius from a sliver of rough diamond over grown with love.
But I would think if you're going to put an objective fact in a statement, you got to see how the objective fact is going to benefit someone to buy a product.
Correct. I agree.
I think I was going to say what you just said there. It's like, all right, what does that still do for me? You know, I think it's like if it was to say this would kill me, this would be great for me. Growing at 1500 degrees Celsius to make your diamond shine brighter than your best friend.
Yeah, actually, I want to talk about Greg's point. Greg brings up a good point. Let's just talk about Greg's point for a minute. Because Greg's saying it's like, look, you're here saying that grown at 1500 degrees Celsius in a sliver of a thing in a vacuum sealed chamber for 2 weeks is better than grown with love. They're both equally bad. That's Greg's point. They're both equally useless. They both give me no sense of why this benefits me. And he's probably right to a large extent. But there's another element that we're missing here. The reason why I would choose grown at 15,000 degrees Celsius, even though that doesn't tell me much about this, I would rather you tell me something that indicates why this diamond sparkles more. I would rather you tell me that maybe a better headline is the exact same chemical makeup of a rough diamond down to the subatomic level, because that teaches me that they're real, over and above that they were grown at a very hot temperature. So that's probably better. But even saying that they were grown at 15,000 degrees Celsius in a vacuum chamber with methane at optimal electron mobility. Do you know why? Because it's going to seem really cool and sexy for me to know what electron mobility is. It feels sexy. It feels cool to know this stuff. It feels cool to be an educated consumer. Grown with love gives me no feeling of satisfaction. Being able to wear a ring on my finger and talk about electron mobility or talk about methane at the outer layer of the sun, it feels like I've become educated above my peer at a very deep subconscious level. It could be powerful. And I'm not saying it's a good headline. I agree with Greg. You want to use objective facts that still tie in clearly to why this is an appealing product, right? Like so like saying like, you know, shipped from our warehouse in Secaucus. It's like, I would say I would go with Greg. Toss up between that and grown with love. It's like, it's just literal. They're, you know, while one's an objective fact and one is subjective or like not even anything, grown with love, it just means nothing. And you might say the objective fact that it's shipped from our Secaucus factory in New Jersey, but shipped from our Secaucus factory in New Jersey has no cool factor. This is a really big one. I learned this from Aaron Sorkin. Aaron Sorkin on masterclass.com. You all have a login. Gives a screenwriting course. It's very interesting. Even if you have no interest in screenwriting, I have no interest in screenwriting. It's very good because it talks about communication. And he teaches this. He has a whole lecture on this exact idea of using words in a script that the audience won't understand, and the value that if that there's a sweet spot. There's a sweet spot of words that I might not know the definition, but I could figure it out in context and it makes me sound like I'm engaged with something right beyond my range of intelligence. And that's a very psychologically satisfying experience for a consumer to have. So like electron mobility means nothing to me personally. I've heard of the word mobile. I know what mobility means. I know what electrons are. I don't really know what electron mobility is, but like seeing how that, like being told that this factory grows lab-grown diamonds at the optimal range of electron mobility is educating me in a way that there's this psychological satisfaction to being tapping into some degree of intelligence beyond my typical range. Where I don't think you have that if you say shipped out of our warehouse in Secaucus, New Jersey, right? It's an objective fact, but it's like it hits no notes. It doesn't give me any sort of deeper satisfaction. It doesn't make me feel educated. It doesn't make me feel like the brand's any cooler. But if you say the vacuum chamber is heated to the outer layer of the sun, it's like, oh, that's an interesting fact that I might want to repeat at a dinner table, and I'm going to sound pretty smart when I do. Okay. Mikhail, you've been waiting very patiently.
Mine is more like a technical type of question. So we can have good headlines, but sometimes they don't really match together, especially with RSA now. And so like sometimes when I look at the different combination of the different headlines, it doesn't make sense at all, even though like individual headlines make sense like alone.
RSAs, I agree with you. RSAs are a horrible invention.
And yeah, so my question here is, should we utilize pinning headlines to a specific position? Because what you can do is pinning, like for example, 3 different headlines to the same position, and it's going to automatically swap out and test combination based on that. So should we do that?
So I'm really the wrong guy to ask that question to. You want to probably ask Nechama or Patrick, who might have more experience in how it actually affects the optimization, the quality scores, right? But I think there's plenty of examples. I think once Ginny Marvin, she's that annoying woman who used to write for Search Engine Journal and would always like over edit my articles, and now she works for Google as a liaison, which is like classic bullshit, no name, like no role. And basically she just is on Twitter all day telling people things about Google ads. I think she said something about that Google confirmed that there's no loss in quality score if you pin headlines in an RSA. So go ahead, pin. But I would pin. I'm all for pinning, because if you're writing good ads that are supposed to say something, then like you said, Mikhail, you have 10 headlines and they're all going to be mixed and matched with each other. You might not really be able to get your message across. So, you know, don't tell Patrick I said this, but I'm pro pin.
Yeah, don't worry, Isaac. We won't tell Patrick you're preaching illiquidity in creative design.
I feel like we're in a speakeasy. You know, like we're all sort of sitting around like a underground bar somewhere.
Like we're plotting to overthrow the government.
Prohibition era.
I have something also technical. Many times I see that when we write descriptions, we type in a point at the end of the phrase, and that's not necessary.
Period? Like a period?
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Period, sorry. Period.
Right, yeah.
That's not necessary, and that's one character that we know how hard it's writing in 90 characters sometimes, and that's something that we should take into account.
Good point. Yeah. So I would say, just to clarify, if
they add a period, don't they? Don't they add the period if you don't put it in yourself? Like they'll put a period in for you as like as a 91st character.
Exactly. That's why it's not necessary, because Google automatically does it. And
I didn't know that. I learned something here today. I didn't know that Google adds an automatic period. That's cool.
It does it at the end, yeah. And also sometimes we do, you know, we uppercase the first letter of the words, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if we uppercase the letters, those letters occupy more space, and sometimes the titles get cut off. I don't know if I communicated this clearly. So if we use uppercase letters, they occupy more space, and then they get cut off.
I understand the first part of what you're saying. I don't understand, which is that larger capitalizing the first letter of every sentence, which is called title case. That gives you more real estate on the page. But I'm not sure what you're saying about the second point of getting cut off.
Yeah, sometimes it does, especially the descriptions.
But
Because
is that related to whether or not you capitalize the first letter of every word?
no, so I'm saying that when we use uppercase, the titles and descriptions occupy more space. Yeah, so sometimes the titles get cut off. I mean, they don't show completely.
Right.
And that really affects the copy because you don't communicate clearly what you have written. So
Right. Will Google ever cut off, like, will Google ever not show a full 30 character headline? Let's say I have one head. Will Google ever show me less than a full headline?
yes, because if you have used uppercase, it will get cut off.
So you're saying that if you use uppercase, if you capitalize the first letter of every word in a 30 character headline,
Sometimes.
Google might cut off that 130 character headline?
Might. So that's why.
So you're saying not to use, you're saying not to capitalize then?
No, I'm saying that maybe we shouldn't use depending on the letters we write, because a D doesn't occupy as much space as a I, right? So maybe we shouldn't use the 30 characters, because if we use the 30 characters and we uppercase the letters, then it might get cut off.
So wait, so how did you
I
figure
understand
that out?
Wait.
What Simone's saying now.
Are you talking about organic or paid?
Paid.
Simone is saying that if you use title case, by the way, is when you capitalize the first letter of every word in a sentence. Simone's saying that if you use title case for the entire and you use all 30 characters, because title case is taking up more space, more width, Google might cut off a word or two words of that headline. Now, I'm not saying that
I've had ads that like they seem cut off, so I don't know if it's because of that, but recently, and it was an ad with all like title case. So that's.
I have experienced that myself. I have seen my.
Okay, that's an interesting point. So Google, so Simone is saying, here's Simone's suggestion in a nutshell. If you're using all 30 characters of a headline, consider not using title case, because then you'll have a guaranteed, you'll be guaranteed to have all of your 30 characters displayed. If you use title case, it'll be approved, but you might not get all 30 characters displayed in the headline. I happen to not be such a big fan of using title case anyway. But in a headline, it's certainly conventional. I definitely would not use title case in the description. But in a headline, since it's relatively conventional, it's okay. Simone's saying if you're using all 30 characters, you're 30 for 30 in your headline, consider not using title case because it might not all 30 characters might not show. Interesting.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Thank
point.
you for clarifying that.
No, it's a very interesting point. Very interesting point. Okay, let's wrap. And this could be version 1. Do people feel that they got something out of this?
Yes. I do have one question though. I always have a hard time.
Where do you hide a dead body on Google?
No, it's where do we implement testing? Because you like throughout the different strategies, you're like, oh, just but test. So a lot of this needs to be based on the backbone of this is like the best approach to start off, and obviously have the data speak for itself. So I always feel with Google copy, especially nowadays, it's really hard to really see which ads are working the best and to be able to see which headline descriptions we should write more of. But in theory,
testing is, I don't mean to cut you off, but testing is because I don't really want to answer this question since I'm not the best person to answer like how to set up testing frameworks in Google. The point of this session was really to just talk about like fundamental principles in copywriting. But you're right, testing has gotten in a way much more automated, right? With RSAs, you're sort of now almost seeding operational control to Google with your 7 descriptions and 15 headlines to mix and match. And like, how many of us are actually going in there and pulling it out into a spreadsheet and looking at the pivot tables to get a statistically relevant sample of what's what? We're sort of letting Google do that for us, or Nechama. But it's like, you start off, the point here is to start off strong, is you start off with good principles of copywriting. So if you're going to put 4 or 5 headlines or a few descriptions, you have to understand the principles of objectivity, research, avoiding unsubstantiated superlatives, talking about features, finding things that are interesting, that are psychologically satisfying to hear and to learn. I think Roach's conversation is another conversation which should require more time. Like, how does that how do those principles then transition down the funnel, from top of funnel down to remarketing campaigns, down to categories specific to shopping cart abandoners when you're running these remarketing campaigns from Facebook and Google. But I think, Andrew, your point also is very good. Like, how would you now go about and test these things within today's platforms, how Facebook's set up and how Google's set up, where we're sort of we're doing much less of like traditional, we used to do a lot more traditional A/B testing than we did in the past. But I have to go. I'm happy to do a round 2. And maybe the next session we do it in a week or so. Like, I won't do as much talking. You guys could just bring me the campaigns you're working on and show me examples from your own day-to-day experience, and we could sort of make it more practical and personally relevant. Esty, what do you think? You think it was good?
Thank you, boss. This is great. One other thing that Marvin told me, which I
haven't seen you without a hat in a long time.
I know, I actually saw your sister this morning, I think. I was at a bris.
My sister?
Yeah, I saw her from the back.
Bris where?
At a bris for Nightingale Sahara.
Aaron. Oh, yeah, in Florida. Yeah.
Florida, yeah.
Should have said hello.
I know.
I'll tell her she has a very recognizable backside, though.
Please don't.
What were you saying?
When we were doing Ashurian lines for Ashurian with Marvin, he said, just sit there, don't think about it. Just write like 30 to 50 headlines.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Which I thought, that there were like, I ended up sitting there doing it. I'm like, I'm not a copywriter. I don't know what I'm doing. But I ended up sitting there doing it, and there were concepts in there. I couldn't articulate it. And then Marvin kind of tweaked it and made it better. So maybe if we have like, I don't know if there's a playbook or something to think about, or there's guidelines when it comes to taking all those ideas or things you kind of wrote down and how to improve them or make them better. It might be something that I would be interested. I don't know if anyone else would be interested in.
Yeah, I like that. And then the other thing he said is to repeat it out loud. Like, right? Remember he said, like, it's a really good trick is to speak it out loud. And actually, Aaron Sorkin, who we were talking about before, says the same exact thing. Like, you're writing copy, you're writing repeat it out loud. Okay. All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Okay.
All right. See you guys all soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Isaac.
Bye. Good question, Simone.
Howdy Google Ads fans, and welcome back. In this lecture, let's talk about some best practices for making your ads as effective as possible. These are higher level conceptual strategies which you should really understand and understand well, because then you'll be able to apply them to your specific business. I can't write your ads for you, only you could write your ads for you, but what I could tell you is that you could write good ads. I've seen people who literally could not write an ad to save their own life turn into excellent ad copywriters. So if you understand the fundamental principles, you have a very good shot at ultimately being able to create really awesome ads. Let's take a look at some slides here. Over here is an ad that was pulled live from a Google search engine results page for one of our clients, the Karis Effective Negotiating Seminar. And there's a few things about this ad that really stand out. And first, and I'll, as we go through some bullet points, I'll tell you if it applies to this ad and why this ad works well. So first of all, highlight what makes your company unique. I think that's like a really important thing to think about at the very top level. In this ad, we have in the headline over 1 million attendees. That's something that any other negotiating seminar cannot say, right? So that's when somebody reads that, it's not really talking too much about the seminar, it's talking about our legitimacy. It's giving a person a sense of like, listen, this is who we are. It actually taps into the concept of tribal identity as well, and social proof, which is a really important concept in writing ads and writing landing pages. And if you want to learn more about social proof and these concepts in detail, you could check out some of my other courses, more specifically on landing page design. But over 1 million attendees is certainly something that is unique to our business, and we wanted to put that in the headline. Again, also using that symbol, we'll get to that in a second. Benefits over features is a myth, okay? So many of you probably have heard, well, it's not totally a myth, but I think it doesn't apply in the context that we're operating in here with Google Ads. There's this concept, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, but briefly, that there's two sort of core components of selling a product. They're the benefits of the product and the features of the product. And the classical example that's always used is it's better to talk about, when you're selling a vacuum, for example, it's better to explain how you're gonna have a clean room than the features of the vacuum, that it has this motor, it has this engine, it has this suction capability, it has this battery life, it has this extendable wire. Those are all specific features, but the benefit is I'm gonna have a clean room, it's gonna be easy to have a clean room easily, let's say. And the conventional knowledge has always been focus on those emotional, psychological payoffs. I'm going to have a clean room, finally a clean room, right? Or finally a vacuum that's stored without any hassle, right? Those are the emotional, psychological payoffs of using my product. The features would be, comes in these colors, it's this price, it has this capacity, it has this weight capacity, it has, all these things that could be applied to any single product or service that's sold. There's features and then there's benefits. Even if you're a consultant, there's like, okay, I'm going to put in this amount of hours, I'm going to bring this amount of, use these resources, use this software for you, or buy this, whatever. Those are the features of, let's say, a consulting gig or a consultative business by nature, which is what our company is for sure. And the benefits would be like, you're gonna have more profitability from your PPC campaigns. You're gonna have a business that runs more efficiently if you're a business consultant, whatever it may be. And people always talked about, don't bother with the features, right? People are not interested in features. People are only interested in the benefits. Well, that could be true if you're bringing a new product to market. If you're talking to people who have not expressed interest in your product and may not be educated consumers, then sure, you'll sell a lot better if you could convey to a person the psychological benefits of using your product. If I'm in the market for, let's say, identity theft protection, right? I don't necessarily right away want to learn about all the different features and the technical aspects. I might be more interested to see whether or not I even want such a product. Do I even want that? What are the emotional, psychological payoffs to having identity theft protection, right? However, when it comes to Google Ads, we're by and large dealing with people who are expressing interest in our product. We're not only dealing with people who are like, most people, and most of the people that are coming to our website through Google Ads are not hearing about this product or service that we offer for the first time. Why do we know that? Because they've searched for a product that expresses some sort of commercial intent. And the vast majority of users are in that camp of people who are more educated, they're further down the buying funnel, they understand our products, they understand the services, they're pretty sure usually that they want something in the range of what we sell. So in many cases, I found, and our clients have found, that it's extraordinarily effective to talk about the features of our products. What features make us unique? For example, I would consider having 1 million attendees a feature of the Kara seminar, although it's not the emotional psychological payoffs is that you're going to be able to be a better negotiator. You're going to earn more profits. You're not going to give away as much profit in your next negotiation. Sure, but a person who's searching for a negotiating seminar knows that already. They're now evaluating what's the best negotiating seminar to go to and then showing them a feature that we have 1 million attendees. We've trained most of the Fortune 500. Those are features that will help us close that sale. If we just spoke about the benefits, we said, oh, negotiating seminars will be so helpful because you're going to earn more profit. I know that already, genius. Like that would be like the sort of the feedback. I'm looking for some real information about why your seminar is better than the other seminar. So give them that information. And that's how most of these Google ads really play out. So if I'm selling vacuums and I spend all the text in my ads telling people you're going to have this clean floor, it's going to be the fastest way to pick up crumbs you've ever seen. It's going to take up such little space in your closet, although that's probably more of a feature. It's not really a psychological benefit, but that's great if you're inventing a vacuum and you're trying to sell a vacuum to a person who is not interested in a vacuum. So you explain to them, you've been sweeping your floor for the last 15 years. I have this new thing that's going to make your life easier. That's an emotional psychological payoff. Oh, how does it work? What are the features? Great. But if somebody's searching to buy a vacuum, they know that they want a vacuum. So I'm digressing a little bit, but it's important to understand that because don't ignore the features of your products. Understand that most people searching Google are searching as an educated potential consumer. Include your price, promotion, sales, exclusive offers. All these concepts play into scarcity, urgency, social proof, reviews, how many clients you have, how many client reviews you have. Those are all those things that give your brand legitimacy are really important as long as they're true. Don't use unsubstantiated superlatives. Don't say we're the best product in the world. Don't say we're the most amazing electric drill ever, right? But if you've been rated the most trustworthy magazine in the country for business news, we have a client actually that has that rating, then put that in the ad. Put that in the ad. Like that's huge. If it's legitimate and it's true and it's objective and it's specific and it's measurable and it's verifiable, objective, measurable, verifiable. Remember those three things. Then use them in your ad as much as possible. Those things really work. Price is a good thing, like we spoke about in the previous lecture, because it allows people to self-identify. They might say, oh, like this is clearly too expensive or it's clearly too cheap. It's not what I want. So you help weed out and avoid some potentially bad clicks. Exclusive offers that are time-bound, of course, you could put those in your price extensions and your call-out extensions and even your site link extensions. But if there's an exclusive offer that is sort of working for you, then by all means, go ahead and put that in your ad. That would really work really, really well. Use a registered symbol as much as possible, like we have over here in the top example of effective negotiating. It does increase click-through rate. Again, it lends that legitimacy, it lends that social proof. So when you have a registered symbol and you say we have 1 million attendees, that's a powerful, potent combination. Although we haven't even spoken about the seminar, right? Yet we know that this ad is being shown to people who are searching for what we sell already. They're educated to the specifics and the benefits that they stand to gain. We need to tell them that we're the most legitimate, we're the best, this is the place you want to go. Another really important thing is when you're writing your ads, check out your landing page. Where are you sending these people to? Is your ad an appropriate introduction to the more expanded information that follows on your landing page, or is it disconnected? Is there discordancy between the two? If there's a cohesive sort of pattern and there's a logical progression between your ad and what you're writing, what you're offering, what you're sort of trying to get a person to do, and the rest of the information on your landing page, whether it be e-commerce or lead gen, then great, you're doing a good job. But if you say like, oh, my ad's talking about this and offering this and promising this, but my landing page is not following up on these promises, a couple of things will happen. One is that you'll have a poor conversion rate. And the other thing is that your relevancy score, which is part of your quality score, your relevancy factor will suffer. You'll have a below average relevancy because your landing page will not be relevant to the text of your ad. Google will see that. And your quality score will go down, which means your cost per clicks are going to go up. We're going to talk about quality score, of course, in more detail. More and more importantly now, you need to start thinking about mobile devices. So on mobile, make sure to always show call and location extensions if applicable. People on mobile devices tend to want to either be able to text message the business, call the business, or see locations. So if you're a business that has those three things applicable, that people can message you, leads can message you, call, or see locations, you should absolutely offer that option, because people know that mobile sites they take a long time to load. They might not want to use their data. They might just want to get in touch with you right away, especially if it's events or if it's local activities or if it's local services. Make sure to give people those options. Know your principles of salesmanship: scarcity, urgency, interest, motivation, triggers. In a couple lectures from now, we're going to talk about the BJ Fogg behavioral model, which helps you understand how to incorporate the right calls to action and copy into your ad. And I think it's a really, really important concept. But use scarcity, that there's only a few items left. You only have a few more clients that you could take, as long as it's true and specific. Urgency, the sale ends, the promotion ends at a specific date and time. Social proof, testimonials, how many reviews we have, how many clients we have, how many attendees we've had, how many tickets have we sold, how much revenue have we generated, as long as it's, again, true, measurable, objective, and verifiable. Those are really important things. And we're going to talk about the right type of trigger call to action in a future lecture, because it does necessitate more time and more depth to it. Most people make a decision based on the information in the headline, and you cannot rely on the description. That's another important thing to realize. All the punches that you're planning on packing, try to pack them into your 2 headlines. Studies have shown, research has shown, that descriptions are not read nearly as much as headlines, and that's quite obvious. We don't necessarily have to have research studies to corroborate and validate that idea, which is apparent from an anecdotal perspective. You could understand how you guys all read results and ads, and you sort of make decisions quicker than it would take to read through all the text of an ad. And because page load speeds overall have gotten much better, people are much more open to just clicking a few ads, the top 2-3 results, top 2-3 organic results, and then they'll let the landing page do the talking to see, which website they want to look further into. They don't really make their decision just from an actual ad. People are always clicking the back button to go back and click another result. So focus on your headlines. It's the most important part of your ad copy by far. Make sure you stand out. Make sure you're unique. This is not a specific strategy that could be implemented in any specific place, but you should be aware of what the other ads look like on the page. You should always be spot checking. So if you're running keywords, and spot check your main keywords. So if your top few keywords are office chairs with wheels, or high back office chairs, or executive office chairs, or whatever it may be for your business, periodically go to Google and do a search and see what the other ads look like. What could you say different? How could you stand out? How could you be unique? It's really, really important. Don't be afraid to use humor. Don't be afraid to use a little bit of attitude. Don't be afraid to stand behind the quality of your products. Don't be afraid to brag about your results. You must stake a claim in the ground and double down on that. That's how you might alienate some people, and you typically will. People who are iconoclastic, people who stand out in the world a little bit, people who are a little bit out of the ordinary, they do alienate some people, but they also attract other people with much more force, right? And you know that whether you're like that or you have people in your life that you know that are like that, that's how it works, and that's how people relate to advertisers and different brands. So stand out, don't be afraid to be unique, use humor, use a little bit of attitude, and most importantly, don't be afraid of your success, and don't be afraid to showcase your success, as long as it's not being showcased in an obnoxious way. So you could talk about your testimonials again, reviews, all different sorts of things. So that's a good starting place for some best practices when it comes to writing ads. And I also want to convey how important research is. In the next lecture, I'm going to show you a case study for how we've increased the conversion rates and the profitability of an account by doing some research and changing around our ad copy based on the research we found, because I want to really help you see how valuable doing some hard, good, old-fashioned research could actually be, and then we'll take it from there. So thank you very much. Hope this has been some helpful, useful advice and techniques, and I'll see you guys in a few seconds in the very next lecture.
My name is Salal. I'm co-founder and CEO of Adscape. Before I get into creative analysis and what Adscape does, I just want to take a moment to thank Adventure Media for hosting this wonderful event and for inviting us. I personally had a great morning so far, and you know, a lot of new things to learn, a lot of getting to meet a lot of interesting people, and I'm looking forward to more. I know everybody's probably waiting for lunch, so I'll keep this very, very short, probably 10 more minutes, so bear with me. To what I have from an agenda perspective here today is I'll introduce AdsKit to you very briefly, tell you a little bit about who we are, what is it that we do. Then we'll talk a little bit about the whole purpose of creative analysis or creative testing, or why even do it. Followed by, then we'll get into the weeds of the solution, how the technology works, how to use it, what data you get, and how to use it effectively, whether it is optimizing at a campaign level or to build out a overall data-driven creative strategy. With that, let's get started. So, to introduce you guys to AdsKit a little bit briefly, essentially AdsKit was started with a sole purpose of converting any kind of content. Whether it is an article that you're reading on a website, an image on an ad, a video, a podcast, or even a video ad, converting that digital content into meaningful data that you can use effectively to make decisions when you're either buying an ad, or where to buy, how to buy, or what essentially should go into an ad. So basically, from a technology standpoint, what we use is computer vision, natural language processing, AI, and we've taken that underlying tech and converted into sort of three solutions. One is contextual targeting. A natural extension of contextual targeting happens to be media planning, so that's our second product. But why I'm really talking to you guys today is for our third solution, which is creative analysis. Now, I typically, before getting into how to do creative analysis, I want to take a moment to bring up this question, which is, why analyze creatives? Like, why even do it in the first place? Why bother taking this extra step, which can maybe take some time, maybe money, some number crunching? Why even do it, or why bother doing it? So, according to folks at Harvard, a right creative will double your sales. Nielsen says that creative is still the king. And if you refer to Drum, they say that the creative data will dominate the whole of next decade. And Marvin actually had an entire presentation on it. Just to summarize, you can use all the tools that you have at your disposal to reach the right person at the right time in the right place online. But if your ad does not speak or connect with that person, then you're not going to yield the kind of results that you want from your campaign. Which basically summarizes that 70% or even 75% of the success of your campaign actually depends on the ad itself. Yet, very little has been done to leverage modern day technologies like data and AI to understand the impact that an ad is having on your campaign. And this is exactly where AdsKit comes into the picture. It enables you to measure what is it within that ad that is actually driving the results for your campaign. With that, here's an ad. Let's assume for the sake of this conversation that this was actually a successful ad. Now, why was this ad successful? Was it because there's like a meat on the grill, because there's smoke coming out of the grill, or you have this nice, beautiful logo, or it's actually the tattoo on the person's arm? How do you answer those questions? Now, this is just one ad, but typically, a campaign or your creative strategy includes hundreds of these, which have so many elements, including your messaging, your color, your call to action, if you have video, even more. And then you apply all of these creatives across multiple channels, like social, display, YouTube, video. How do you really try and infer what is it that's really working? And that's where AdsKit uses AI and data to get some of these insights for you. And our solution essentially consists of three parts. Part number one is extracting creative data. So we take a creative and extract some of the key elements out of it, like your object, your message, your color, your call to action. Then we combine those creative metrics or creative data that we have extracted with campaign data. Now, those campaign data can fall into two main categories. One is your campaign parameters, like your audiences, your geo, other targeting parameters that you may have. And then the second part of campaign data, which is your metrics, your click-through rates, your view rates, engagement metrics, if you're tracking installs, brand lift, what have you. And then what you get as a result are insights that help you understand the impact that these creative elements are having so that you can come to certain very actionable conclusions like, oh, when I had a meat being grilled on the ad, my view rate actually shot up by 50%. Or like when I was using the grill in an outdoor setting in the nature, the engagement was even more and my view rate went up by 40%. So how do we do this? Let's start with the first step of the process, which is extracting creative data. So here is an ad, and what we do is we start with some of the key objects that may be present within the ad. So this ad has vegetables and the brand logo being grilled, so this is just one ad. Now what we do is we apply similar logic across every single ad that is a part of your campaign. And then we make combinations of key objects that might be present across different ads and group them together and the ads associated with it. So essentially now you're trying to understand the impact of an object, like it can be meat or a person or a vegetable or a smoke coming out of it, whatever it is, right? We group them into each individual group, each having a unique combination of objects and what are the ads associated with it. Now we take these groups and for example, when you try and combine different groups within an ad or within a set of creatives, you can have as many as like hundreds of different groups. So we take all of these 100 different groups that you saw, and then we merge them with campaign data, like impressions, view rates, click-through rates, to understand which object has a profound impact on the actual performance of the campaign. Now, this is great. So I think some of you might be able to relate to this table. It's sort of like an Ingram report that you see when you're doing Google Ads, except that instead of keyword and keyword combinations, you essentially have object and object combinations, so you can understand the impact of objects within an ad on the performance of the campaign. But that data can be really hard to consume and draw insights from. So what we do is we take that data and transform it into actionable insights, which are delivered to you either in the form of a dashboard like Google Data Studio, which you can play around with, or even more distilled to give you actionable conclusions. Like, for example, ads with grilling meat, where the best performing ads despite having low impressions. Followed by when you had sausages in the ad, they were ranked number 2, and then when you added vegetables to it, they performed even, like they were ranked number 3. Now, we also summarize these insights at an ad level, because in the end, when you're trying to optimize a campaign, you cannot work with like changing the objects, but what you can do is work by selecting the right kinds of ads. So what we summarize for you is, what are some of the top ads that are performing, and what are some of the top ads that are not performing? So here in this case, the 5 ads in the top 2 rows did really well as compared to the average performance of the campaign, whereas the ads in the bottom 3rd row did poorly as compared to the average performance of the campaign. Now, a quick sort of optimization action in this case would be to keep the ads that performed really well, and then to drop the ads that performed really well based on data and the objects that were present in them. Now, objects is just one attribute of an ad. A single ad has so much more going on in addition to objects. It can be messaging, it can be call to action, it can be the color of the product, it can be where the call to action is placed. So really, on an average, there are about 20 different attributes that we extract from each ad, and they go across objects, messaging, color. And when you start to bring in video, as Brendan said, like the adoption of video and the engagement with the video is a lot higher, the number of attributes even start to increase. Now, on an average, we've noticed that there are about 20 to 25 attributes that we can extract from a single ad. Now, when you take these 25 creative attributes and merge them with your 20-odd campaign parameters that you have, you're looking at massive amount of data to work with when you try to do every possible combination of, hey, this object and this color is giving me these impressions. You can really go crazy. And that is where Adscade's AI helps you analyze all of these combinations using technology, yet bring out the ones that truly matter so that you can start acting on them even directly at a campaign level to see improvements, whether it is you're tracking installs, whether it is driving better click-through rates, or higher view rates. Just to give you an idea how creative analysis can be applied and can be effective across other campaign parameters. Let's say if you're optimizing for audiences, right? You get insights like having a specific call to action. Like, for example, when we noticed with one of our clients when they were targeting young professionals, a call to action of get fit now actually did a lot better instead of having subscribe and save, and a lot better. By when I say a lot better, it's about 30% more. Another example, when you're trying to optimize for geos, we noticed with another campaign with a client, like having an actual image of a product instead of the description did better in New York. You can do similar optimizations, whether it is a specific type of campaign, like say you're targeting somebody at the top of the funnel with a prospecting campaign or a brand awareness campaign, versus as you start to move further down the funnel, not the same ad may not work. But what is it within that ad that is driving or is going to have better engagement at the top of the funnel versus the bottom of the funnel? How do you determine that? That's where our data comes into the picture. Now, all of what I said in the last few slides was typically applied at a campaign level. But when you start to take that thinking of analyzing your ads, analyzing your creatives, and applying across multiple campaigns that you may be planning in an entire fiscal year or a quarter, you really start to see how important this data can be. Because you take your 100-odd ads within your creative library, apply it across all the channels that you might be working on, you truly start to build creative intelligence and understand what is it that is really going to connect with my audience. Not just one audience, but multiple audiences. What to do, what should I have within my ad when I'm targeting a particular audience in a particular geo. That's when you really start to see the power of using data for analyzing creatives. So, I'll end with one comment, which is creative analysis, which I just presented to you, is one of the tools, and as Patrick said, in your toolbox. Knowing what tool to use, when to use, is also very important, and that's where having partners like Adventure Media really helps. So that's what I wanted to present to you guys. Thank you so much.